There we go. Now make the same joke.
Wait, which one? Hello,
The
by the
Soviet
way.
one.
You made it. It wasn't my joke.
Oh yeah, good point.
Yeah, why did you make the joke again, Aiden? It wasn't my joke. Hello, everybody, by the way. How are you all doing?
We're making fun of Soviets and Nazis.
Yeah, we were a little bit. I also would like to give an enormous thank you to Bill, who has written in the description, or what I have included in the description, as a Lord of the Rings style tribute to what happened this last week regarding Sam Hyde and Hasan Piker. We will be covering it. It's quite amusing to me. But can I even read this?
What's
Yeah,
the
I
name of the
will.
beer that I got? Hold on a second. I'll
What's the
type
name of your
because
beer?
Kiza is asking, and this is way too long, and I cannot pronounce this.
The reason I will read it out later. It is there now, and it's quite funny, I think.
Francis
But
Calmer.
I am not going to read out what it says there yet. And the reason why is because last week we got our first channel. We technically would have gotten a strike, but it was the first one, so we got a warning. We got a warning for allegedly COVID misinformation. Now, of course, YouTube will never tell you where in the video there was COVID misinformation. What was COVID misinformation? We barely even talked about COVID, to be completely honest, last week. But
Did we talk more about the
that's
mask than we did the coof?
I guess it was over the mask thing though. But
You're allowed to talk shit on it now. I don't know
I
how the hell
know.
it's
So
TOS.
that's why it was not about the masks. It was not about COVID. Let's be really, really real about what happened. The reason you cannot see our stream from last week is again because it was removed and we got a warning for it. The real reason is we talked about somebody who is a massive flagger. I talked about somebody in particular. Now I don't have any
Do
proof
the
of this
names begin
because
with a
YouTube
K?
sure does. The
Okay.
reality is that YouTube often does this. And more specifically, what happens is that if somebody, because I did appeal the warning, you can't really appeal warnings. YouTube just does not matter. Warnings, it's like it's considered like your free shot. They will never ever. I have never heard anyone ever say that a warning has been repealed.
Mine was.
It's your warning was repealed.
Yes.
What the hell? Well, they already got back to me. I did try to repeal it, and they just said nah.
Yeah, it was the one that took place in September last year about the
Wow.
Maricopa County recount. And I repealed it and I just went like, this isn't against your
A
TOS.
warning or a strike?
What's the difference?
There is a warning is just it just stays on your channel forever and you can't get taken like a warning doesn't
Yes,
do
and
anything.
yeah, and then the strike is the one after that. It's just a warning
Well,
against another warning.
let's be clear. The warning does something. It definitely puts your channel on some kind of blacklist, I would imagine. Or it deranks it.
I was thought that the strike is just another warning on top of a strike. Because it's actually the same thing.
It is a warning, essentially. Like, it doesn't prevent you from streaming or anything. I do think there's no way that it doesn't blacklist
Yes.
your channel in some way.
Yeah, mine was
But,
the second strike, so to speak, and that one got appealed.
yeah. Well, the warning they will basically never take off.
Yeah, which is very
And
unusual
that
because V said to me, "There's no way in hell you're gonna get that off," and then I did, and he went, "How the hell did I
Yeah.
actually listen to it?" Like, yeah, because it was from September of last year.
Yeah, that might be fine.
That's
That's
Spoon is
insane, though,
Dutch
yeah.
and the Dutch is right. Very base.
Dutch ain't right. Can't even read.
No, the Dutch is
Yeah,
right. Screw you.
The reality is that we talked about a no person who is currently engaged in a massive false flagging campaign by their own admission, by the way.
False
That's not
flagging
going
campaign, and they're
great.
working for the Bidens, are they?
Yeah, well, the Cloudflare told them to kick rocks today, so have fun, enjoy, enjoy. And if you want to see something
Maybe they can get
that
Epstein.
will really drive your blood pressure through the roof, go listen to Nick Ricada talk to this person's fan last night, who is another YouTuber, I guess, of some sort, and I think like mostly a Pokemon guy. That guy, wowee, that might be one of the dumbest people I've ever heard talk, and that's saying something. That's
How did you
impressive.
land on Nick's show by being stupid?
He was because he was trying to get Nick deplatformed. He was talking about trying to like flag Nick's channel and get him taken off of fucking YouTube.
So Nick hosted him on the show?
Yeah, because Nick believes in free speech, much as myself. And so had him on as like, well, okay, here's what actually happened.
Does that mean I can get on
This
Nick's stream
guy-
by shit talking him and then just being really nice and then
No,
ruining?
hang on. Well, first of all, that's not what happened. Okay, so here's what happened. He was shit talking Nick all over Twitter, saying he needs to lose his platform. He needs to be kicked off. He needs to be off Twitter, YouTube, everything. if you watch this, you will not be able to imagine that this guy thinks that that's fine because that's not actually restricting Nick's free speech at all. Yeah, his name is McLeod. What's his first name? Duncan McLeod. Wow. Unfathomable ding dong. He said so many lies and or just false. So I don't know which one's which. I mean, I can read my response to the stream because I left a little bit of a fucking essay, but just because I listened to like 30 minutes of it and had to tap out for a while, and then later after a while I came back and was like, all right, let me try to actually listen to this freaking moron. He claims to have like a PhD or something in genetics. I find that very hard to believe. Put it that way. Considering he doesn't know very basic things about science and really medical science, I find that hard to believe. But it is an interesting conversation, that's to be sure. And he is a very big fan of the person who we talked about last week. And yeah, I mean, he's obviously for deplatforming. That person is openly talking about deplatforming. Everybody, a lot of people have gotten strikes. Nicholas DiOrio, who is a left-leaning guy, I believe, as far as I last heard him talk. I think he doesn't even like Destiny because Destiny is too conservative for him at this point. I don't know if that's why. I don't want to speak for Nick, but I've heard him say something along those lines. He covers like YouTube drama and stuff soon. But
can we just say the people that have a go at Nick are just trying to grift off his audience?
Ricada, yes.
Yes, I mean, that
Nick
is blatantly
DiOrio,
obvious at this point.
Nick DiOrio, though, also has had, I believe he got a channel strike or he had a video removed or something like that. So basically,
Does it have boobies? What are we talking about?
Anybody who talks about this person right now is under threat. So yeah, we got a warning and we had our stream removed. So
how the hell do they go through all the internet and go through this crap?
Yeah. Wait, what?
How the hell do they know that we talked about them?
I did put it in the hashtag.
Oh, so they just like found some way to
Oh, it's not them. Most likely, it's their literal cult. I mean, they kind of pride themselves on having a cult. We talked about.
Oh boy, they have a whole legion of strange people going around the internet purging anyone who disagrees with them.
Of literal children and young teens.
I don't know why I just did that voice.
Yeah. Well, right. Well, again, that person's in your country as of this second. I still believe they're
not in my country. My country is thousands of miles away, young lady.
Well, in the country
trust me,
they
would not survive in my country. They get shot and then stabbed and probably left for dead.
Necklaced?
No, necklace is only reserved for black communists.
All right. Well, this person is a
that is actually only
and I
reserved.
think that they said and they identify, I think, as Native American on some level or something like that. Or that they were part African. No. The guy who was on said that the person, the K person, also is like part African.
Okay, that's some shit I can say.
Well, no, but
yes, I can say that.
You can, as we're gonna talk about it a little bit in tonight's stream as we get through it. You're only allowed to use any of these, woke points if you agree with them on absolutely everything. Speaking of which, let us not I guess dwell too long on the past and the strike. We've not been struck, but it does mean now the channel's in more danger than it was before. So if we are being a little bit more careful today, by the way, I don't think this is going to be a permanent targeting towards the channel or anything. The reality is that the video got struck because it was probably mass flagged by this person's fans. Okay. They claimed it was over COVID misinformation because I also didn't say anything particularly negative about Keffels, and as far dropped it, whatever. And besides the fact that I don't respect their pronouns, which I'm surprised that isn't just considered a bannable offense, but we'll get into some of that stuff too. So I thought we'd start out though. We are going to be talking about Sam Hyde and Hasan Piker, which is hilarious, but we'll get to that one too, the New York Times unit itself thing, but what color is an elf, a sea snake, and why do you care? Asked Los Angeles Times writer Mary McNamara.
Can we just note the irony of what they're saying?
I know, right?
I mean, if you didn't care, why did you make them black?
Right, because you care. Because you care a whole lot.
Dumbasses, that doesn't make any sense.
I know, right? I know. You care a whole hell of a lot, that's why.
Do you know why? It's because people of color can't write good movies.
But I don't think it's black people writing this crap. This is a TV show, but I do not think...
Okay, then white people are gay.
I don't know.
Okay, white liberals again. Sorry, because I know white conservatives are like, are you insulting me? No, no, my good white brethren, you'll be
Well,
fine.
they are. Look, they.
But I don't
It
count
is
white
insulting
liberals
towards.
as people. They're barely humans.
All right. Oh, good. This was in this article too, so I don't have to read the other article. That's
They're
cool.
cocked homosexuals.
When he was attacked on social media for having the temerity to play Lord Corlys Valerian on House of the Dragon while black, Steve Toussaint replied the only way a thinking actor could. Quote, they are happy with a dragon flying, he said during a recent interview in Men's Health. They are happy with white hair and violet-colored eyes, but a rich black guy, that's beyond the pale. First
Well,
of
in
all,
our world, yes, kind of is, actually.
Attacked on social media. I keep seeing this claim where they do this every single freaking time they release some woke trash. Then they go, and by the way, I've heard that this show is all right.
Why is his hair blonde?
Because he's a Targaryen. So I know. Let me explain. This does not make any sense, by the way. This does not make sense. Okay? So oh God, this is
how are dragons more plausible than a rich black guy? I like the way that they think that's our concern with it.
That's not it. And, well, I can tell you.
It's just so weird to look at this. Like, there's a rich black guy. This is why these people hate, because they hate to see black people successful. Like, what the fuck? That's not why we're pissed, you dumbass.
That's not, no. And again, I didn't know that you were absolutely, like, not at all into Game of Thrones, so I'm going to have to take the lead on some of this stuff. But, all right.
Scroll down.
So, Game of Thrones, Song of Ice and Fire, whatever. Well, this is the other article where it's just more of the same. But where's the evidence? Where's the evidence of the racism? Because this is what they do all the time now. Every single time, this is what happens. They know they're going to release some woke garbage, even though, again, I've heard that this show is okay, that it's better than season 8, but that's not, like, saying anything. But
do you know why we hate this?
What?
Do you know why we really hate this crap? Because when you put people of color in, because all you're pushing is the shit. So when you see people of color in this and you promote it, it instantly makes us think the quality is low because this is what you're promoting. That's why. Like, before you even say anything, like, there are black people in it, and instantly we go, that's shit. Because that's what you are promoting the film for. It's not because of the story, it's not because what's in it. If you instantly start boasting about the people of color in it, that's what makes people turn off. It's that simple.
Yeah, so I'll explain this. And by the way, first of all, Minnesota Fats for 5 says, hey, boss, shekels for you. Hey, thanks, man. I'm a few minutes behind. But, wow, how batshit crazy you got to be to get Aiden to Spurg. I Spurg very easily, but, actually. But
I was going to say, Aiden is not available to Spurg.
Yeah, and
you should really speak to me and Aiden off stream. Like, she Spurgs constantly.
Yeah, as several people,
same way that it's easy to get me to rage.
I said Targaryen, but he's a Valerian. Targaryen's a specific family. Valerian is a... I don't think that up until now, I guess you could call them a race, but they certainly have racial characteristics. And the racial characteristics of people from Valyria, which is gone, by the way, it's been destroyed. This takes place in Game of Thrones, so this takes place in the past. Is that these are the remnants of the Valyrian civilization, because it has a very sort of Atlantis myth behind it. They got too big for their britches, did some shit they weren't supposed to be doing.
And then can I just randomly say thank you?
Huh?
I always thought I was kind of a nerdy person, then I met you, and then I was like, I am nowhere near uber nerd. Like, this chick has me beaten on levels I can't even fathom. Like, compared to Aiden, like, I'm quite jockey, actually.
Right, and then, yeah, DRT says technically, Corlys Valerian is Valerian, and they're supposed to be elves / Melniboneans, who were almost albinos. Yeah, sort of, but yeah, this is the thing. They have this weird relationship with dragons, and they are described persistently as having white hair and violet purple eyes. Okay.
By the way, can we just point out how horrible this is?
What, the look or what?
No, the idea that you're just promoting people because of color, because that instantly makes us dislike them.
That's what it is.
Yeah, but like I hate that because like remember when you could if you back in the day when there was a film with like Lawrence Fishburne or Wesley Snipes or Jamie Foxx.
To watch the movie?
Yes, because you knew they were good actors. You didn't give a shit. You just liked them because they were good. It was that simple. Like why can't we go back to that? Oh look, it's a film with Morgan Freeman. I will watch it because I like Morgan Freeman. That's it. Why? That's yes.
Right?
It's that simple.
I am gonna probably end up watching the Rings of Power show. Maybe we'll watch it on together on the Discord.
You cannot make me watch
I know.
that.
I mean, I know. I'm not trying to get you because I know you absolutely will not. And I, honestly, '07 salute you, dude, on that one. I don't want to watch it either. I kind of do just to see how bad it is because at this point it's looking like hilariously
There might be
bad.
like memeing moments of it.
That's what I mean. Well, I mean, have you seen the She-Hulk stuff? Oh wow. Yeah, I'm
I
still trying to put.
I actually still need to do a video on that. Like
I'm still
what?
putting my video
Why?
together
Yeah, like why is
on
that?
that,
Okay,
but
like basically my video is going to be all of your points with all of the academic professionalism gone, and it's just going to be some ladle version of that, basically, where I just spurg and just say, "Is the reason? It's because they hate the family. That's the reason why they're promoting."
we'll get into this because we're gonna. V was originally gonna come on tonight, but he's just finishing up his stream.
He's on Twitter right
I
now,
think
shit talking, I'll bet you.
I think he forgot, honestly. No offense. I think he forgot he was supposed to come on today. And he did say he has to get up early in the morning, so it's no problem. But he did put out a video, a short video that's like 3 minutes long last week that we were going to talk about. But we're still going to talk about the subject, which is why is culture being destroyed? And that's the general, this segment. I should really like cut these out, I guess, as like hour-long clips or whatever, considering I do break them down into segments on purpose, but whatever. Anyway. Okay, back to this. So we'll talk about why are they destroying culture like this in this particular way.
So Spoon is basically a blunt version of critical drinker. Doesn't exactly mess
blunt.
around. I was gonna say, yeah, he is pretty blunt as well. I don't think I don't think he's more blunt than I am very blunt though.
Yeah. Oh, and by the way, yeah, kids and all who are saying don't watch it, don't pay for it. I already pay for Amazon Prime, so I'm not like I got charged.
Yeah, why are you doing this, Satan?
Actually, mostly for the shipping stuff.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
It's not really for the show. It's for books, like actual books, the Kindle stuff, and for the reduced the shipping.
I'll get V on the stream before Christmas. That's my goal.
He said hit him up any Wednesday. Just
I do that all the friggin' time.
I know he's always doing he's doing his own thing too.
I blame him. Don't trust Romanians, fucking gypsies. He should talk to me on streams. I'll should talk him bollocks to him.
I know. It's fine. It's fair, turnabout's fair play. Beyond the pale, indeed. Not only does Toussaint nail the wily and ambitious Sea Snake in early episodes, he is pretty much the only member of the cast who looks natural under one of those Targaryen blonde wig hats. Excuse me? That's why I wanted to read this article. Do you know what I mean? And no one has violet eyes except
looks
the late
natural.
Elizabeth
What the
Taylor.
hell does that mean?
It doesn't look natural at all. How does this look natural? It doesn't look natural. Okay, like can you have white dreads? Yeah, I've seen old black guys with white dreads. All right, but they're saying that looks more.
You look like Bob Marley walked through a bleached car wash.
But how is that more natural than Daenerys, for example?
All right, screw you. That's funny. I don't care if that's kind of offensive.
Right, but I mean, like, I clearly you're not aware of any. You're not real familiar, but have you at least seen Daenerys Targaryen, right? Like the main character who is a Valyrian. I'll show you a picture.
I don't spend my time watching nerdy shit. I'm not going to spend my time watching nerdy shit.
This was mainstream as fuck.
I don't care if it's mainstream. Mainstream stuff is usually shit and gay.
Well, this used to be okay. Anyway, I'll just pull up a picture for you here. Like, this is what she looks like, right?
Aw, she's adorable.
That's her. Is it quite? No, that's from later on.
She looks like she's 12 years old.
She's always looked like that. I mean, like look at her from the first season, though, dude. Oh my god.
What was it? Who was that little short-haired, blue-haired chick that was on 4chan years ago? The one that Pedo Bear was always attacking. She looks like a blonde-haired version of that.
I don't. Oh, I can't remember. Yeah, I know you're talking.
Like, if you guys know 4chan culture, this was like, what was this, like 2013?
Oh. Yeah. Probably before that. No, if it's Pedo, it's gonna be like 2006. Anyway, so that's...
Is that far away? That cannot be that long ago, was it?
4chan's B is late 2005, early 2006 is when it's... I think it actually might have been started.
I was still in school.
Yeah, me too. I was 15 or 16. Wasn't it? Or was it 2004? Wait, or was it 2004? 2000? No, 2000. I think it was 2004.
What? It cannot be other than that.
Yeah, 4chan had to have been. I think 4chan was 2004 because I think Gray Area when I moved to 7chan was 2005 or 2006.
I still remember the video because it was it had a mashed up version of the
2003.
intro.
October 2003. So I said
What?
late 2000. I said it was late 2005, early 2006, but it was actually late 2003. And
Is
because
that far ago?
gray
Like 2
areas when I left, which
decades?
was in 2005. Yeah, you didn't know
Holy
that?
shit.
Yeah.
No. Because I'm not. I was not someone who was on the internet a lot. The blonde with the brunette. No. She, what? Hold on. Let's see if I can find it. Do you speak? Hold on. The only reason
Yeah,
I know
I got it.
the only reason I know this video is because the chick who, the video that's on it is the song that plays is the intro song from Lucky Star. That's how I know.
Oh
And
yeah.
yeah. Oh, here it is.
The anime character, you mean?
Yeah. Hold on.
I'm not sure what you're talking about.
If I can find the video, then I will show you. Because I know
Sorry.
she's in this. At least I think so.
What you're looking at?
I'm not gonna lie. This video is so damn funny. Just because, first of all, the editing is phenomenal, and when the hold on a second. Oh, she's got pink hair. Her. Hold on a second.
You talking about Lazy Town Girl?
Maybe. I don't freaking know this shit.
She's in a pink wig and she's a little lolly.
Yes. Yeah, her. That's the one. That chick.
Yeah, she's from Lazy. It was a show created for, I think, the Canadian government, by the Canadian government, that was supposed to promote kids to be healthier and more active.
Really?
Yeah.
But yeah, that's the chick. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean that she was always getting chased by a pedo bear, right? That was the meme back in the day. Yeah.
By the way,
it's Lazy Town.
This video is so damn funny. And secondly, I have to say this. I shouldn't really admit this in a public forum, but the song in this video is annoyingly catchy. It's one of those things like, I hate this song. Why can I not stop listening to the song? It's one of those. Because I've had this on loop before, like, this will drive me insane, and yet I can't stop listening to it. It's really, it's one of those things you're like shamefully admitting you're actually liking. It's one of those.
Oh, it was Icelandic government, not the Canadian, right? I totally forgot it was Icelandic.
I was gonna say.
Yeah, it was Icelandic.
Canada's not this funny.
No, it was actually, that's why people liked it, because it was pretty funny and wacky and fun and stuff. And yeah, it did have good songs. But yes, sorry. Continuing on. What were we talking about? Oh, right. Race, whatever. Look, I wouldn't even call it race swapping. It just doesn't. I don't really care. Like, in terms of if you really want to make a black guy of Valerian, I guess. But it's because they always have to like make it the thing that they talk about and that they care about and that they shill the show over. Of the most important thing is that
I am not a weeb. Just hold on a second. I just have to address this.
That's okay.
I'm not a weeb just because I don't know. This was, my God, I can't even remember when this was linked to me or even how I came about this.
It's gotta be ancient. It's gotta. I mean, the pedo bear thing came out. It was a big meme. Like 2006. That's when that kind of.
I don't even know where I saw this or how this came across my desk. It was just some stupid crap we were watching and probably making fun of it. Usually, I'm not into any weebery culture, but this is the one thing that just... No, but the song is.
Oh.
The song is based on a remix of Lucky Star. Do you know the TV show?
Yes.
Yes.
Did you really think that the answer to that was going to be no?
No, of course you would freaking know, because you are a weeb.
I'm my success.
Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah, I know. Okay, don't worry about it.
I'm not gonna lie. I do like the girl with the blue hair, like with like the massively long like.
Is that her name?
I don't know her name. I wasn't paying attention. I just looked at her like, no, she's tiny and she's got blue hair and she's like unusually tiny compared to all the rest who are like giants in comparison.
It's someone else.
I am not a weeb. Screw you guys. The only I would say this.
We're well aware.
I'm trying to say, like, what was the only animated shows that I used to watch that came from, like, the Far East? Yu-Gi-Oh! Because, just because Seto Kaiba I liked, because he was very arrogant and badass. It's fun. And, I liked Metabots.
Sounds like a weeb to me.
You've never seen Metabots? You didn't watch that show?
I'm joking. Yeah, of course I did.
I was going to say, because Metabee is really funny. Oh, and Shin-Chan.
Yeah.
Dude,
Shin-Chan.
Shin-Chan Was there like an Adult Swim version where they dubbed it?
Yeah.
Okay, because I remember
to be
watching
a man,
it.
You must have honor.
An honor
Honor
and a penis. Yeah, that's the one. But when I first watched that, it was like at my grandmother's house. I was still back home in South Africa, and when I watched it again on YouTube, I went, "This is not what I watched. This cannot be the same thing because the language is very, very different."
Yeah.
Like I remember making jokes about crystal meth at my grandmother's house when I was like 10 years old. That wasn't what I saw on TV. I'm pretty sure that's not the thing. You can't tell me I never. No, I never watched Dragon Ball actually.
You never watched Dragon Ball?
No.
Are you kidding me?
No.
Or not Dragon Ball Z or none of them.
I'll tell you.
Joking?
I'll tell you what is the earliest thing that I.
Though.
No. I'll tell you what is the earliest thing I watched, and this was. I can never remember the name of this, but like this is an obscure. I don't know if this was a movie or a TV show, but it featured this fighter.
This
like
is an anime?
Yes, like a youngish looking guy. The character. And he was up against a guy, this crazy redhead fighter.
Alright, Chad, this is trying to figure out what anime
that would plug his fingers into his opponent's neck and rip out their eye cords and make them blind.
And this was on TV?
Yes.
I
distinctly remember this.
I do not remember this.
100% I know this. Because I remember I found it.
Bill has been summoned. All right, so the description was it was a young guy, if I'm reiterating, a young guy fighting another dude who has red hair. Was it long or short? Do you remember?
Long flowing red hair. And
Is
the
it
guy
Fist of the North Star? He ripped out somebody's eyeballs?
Fist of the North Star, yeah, someone in the box said it.
It sounds like Fist of the North Star.
It sounds like Fist of the North Star, but I don't remember that.
Baki the Grappler, yes, that's the guy. Yes, that's the one.
Baki the Grappler. All right.
Yes.
Which I've actually never seen, so that you can admonish me for that. I've never seen Baki the Grappler. Thank you, Chad.
Yeah.
Yeah, if their heads exploded, it would have been Fist of the North Star. But
I think he led with
yes.
was jacked as fuck.
Yeah.
Yes.
So I've heard
Bill's
Baki's
correct.
really
Everyone
good.
was jacked as shit.
If it was that, it would have explained a lot about his psyche.
I've heard Baki's great. I've just never seen it.
Yes.
Anywho,
that was a good show.
Yeah, look. Anime can be
or
a
movie,
dude. And it was really hard for me to pronounce anime that way. I hope you appreciate it. I did it twice for you.
And also, this is not.
It takes all my fortitude to be able to do that.
Yeah. Most of my time when I was a kid, I watched was like cricket and rugby. I didn't watch a lot of. That was the main thing I used to watch as a kid. Well, that and Eddie. I used to watch it. I would still watch that now.
I watched anime, but there was anime on TV when I was a kid. It was. I mean, I got into it because I got into Sailor Moon when I was like 4 years old.
Oh, okay.
And Dragon Ball.
Yeah.
Sailor Moon and Dragon Ball was on TV, and then what all was on then? Voltron and all that kind of stuff. It was super cool back in the 90s. There's a lot of great anime on TV. Oh my god, I did it the third time. Yay. Kids, don't spam V. He's not coming on. We talked to him. He's too tired. Don't spam him. Don't bother him, dude.
He's asleep apparently. You won't even notice.
He said he's got to get up really early in the morning, and so don't bother him, dude. We already talked about it. He said he'll come on some Wednesday. We just got to remind him.
I can't even remember the last time I watched like any anime. Probably Shin-chan was the last one I watched, just because like for nostalgia reason and because him insulting his mother is really fucking funny.
Goblin Slayer and Redo No Healer were the two ones I was keeping up with, but it's been a while. Chat, you guys know what those are. You can probably get an idea of my taste based on that. I don't know if you should let Spoon know what kind of anime those are. Does
it involve tentacles?
It certainly involves rape.
Should I be afraid of you?
And excessive amounts. I was telling you last week when I went off about something unrelated. I started thinking about Mirai Nikki, which is my favorite anime of all time. And I was just like, oh, it's extremely violent. It's like the most violent anime they ever put on TV at that point. There's one episode they really basically couldn't play because a bunch of children got murdered. Oh, I sure do love it. Not the children murdering part. I just love Mir Einike.
I was
really
gonna say like
series.
that's a really bad time to say I really enjoy that.
Yeah,
That's like
I love this series, Mir Einike Future Diary. It's very, very good.
yeah, but don't say that after like they murder children. What a great show!
What, it is a great show.
Oh, oh like the little ones just snuffing it early. Oh my god, I'm so happy about it.
No, don't worry about it.
This is Aiden's method of population control. Cull the young.
Yeah, Rudu and Goblin Slayer are top tier stuff. Thank you, Jornegis. This is a man of culture and taste.
This is bad culture and bad taste.
Speaking of which, let's get back to also the dragon and
yeah,
the
he's
Rings of
afraid.
Power.
Like, be afraid, be very afraid. I'm very weary of Aiden right now.
I like seinen. I've always liked seinen. I like. Look, you have this particular medium that allows you to do insane shit that you can't do with any other medium because it's drawn, right? So do something insane
sounds like a
with
justification for lolly.
No, disavow. Hard disavow. What I'm saying is, it allows you to do some
Louis
cool
would
stuff
be
with
disappointed.
horror, some cool stuff with horror and violence that you can't do otherwise, because it breaks.
Have we read super chats, or were we just very lazy today?
No, we have. I have been.
Have you?
Because Jernegi for 20 says, I'd recommend Yu Hakusho. It's still great to this day. Yeah, I seconded completely. Although, yeah.
Hakusho sounds like one of my whiskeys.
Lamented Guide for 5 says, hello, Aiden and Spoon. Or hey, Aiden and Spoon. I come to you from the past. I can't help it. I can't pass up the last 30 minutes of content, so catch you on the flip side. Oh, thanks, man. You're probably caught up to us now, as it was a while ago. But we should also be caught up on Super
This is
Chats.
bad civilization.
We'll get back into this silly article.
Wait a minute. That is my whiskey is called Hakushu, so it is the same. It's just changed the verbs.
It's very similar.
Not the verbs, the vowels. Sorry.
It's just one character difference, yeah.
Mental note: do not drink on an empty stomach and then stream. I'm going to say some funny things.
Oh my god! Don't get too fucked up. All right. Okay.
Okay. Well, let's ask the chat then. Chat: should I keep drinking? Yes or no?
They're of course going to say yes. Chat.
You don't know that the chat can be very responsible.
I got drunk when we were watching that Sam Harris thing. I couldn't stay.
Yeah, but here's the difference between me and you. I have more stamina.
All right, stamina. Excuse me, I fucked it up.
Stamina.
Stamina. It's a meme. Don't worry about it. Since obedience to the original material is almost always used to justify outrage over a person of color playing an adapted character who was or was assumed to be white.
You bitch when you see white people. Like, what the fuck?
The etymological roots of the term Toussaint used. The Pale originally referred to the boundaries that surround the English invader settlement that would become Dublin, Ireland. Outside of those boundaries lived the native Irish.
Oh yeah, Dublin, Ireland is the home of many coloured folk.
We'll be talking about the Irish a lot tonight, because we're going to have to bring up Candyman.
So, Jacobs be talking about the Irish like, Jesus Christ. Them sport-eating load of fuckers on the tiny island there.
Again, also the person who we got in trouble over.
Oh, shade and Megara.
No, big old. Someone put a bomb in me potato.
It'll break your shins, you cheeky little lass.
What to break out into? What's your favorite one? I had the two. Would you prefer Comanche Black and Tans or Kinky Boots? Which one do you like better?
First one.
Comanche Black and Tans. It's a real banger. Kinky Boots is good too, though.
I'm trying to think of the most Irish song I'd think of.
I have an 8th Republican Army song.
I just think of Thin Lizzy, to be honest, because Thin Lizzy's Irish. Yeah.
I'm
not going to say YouTube, by the way, because YouTube is just terrible. Beyond the Pale is a racist term?
It's a racist term because it comes from, originally referred to the boundaries that surrounded the English invader settlement that would become Dublin, Ireland. Outside of those boundaries lived the native Irish.
That's what that means?
So I guess so. I didn't know that, but I'm shocked that you would be willing, because this is a very interesting point, by the way, LA Times, and excuse me, Mary McNamara. Oh, that's why. Oh, that's why she's okay.
Have you heard of the Black Irish laddie? No, I just assumed that was the English beating them with coal.
Otherwise, they don't think that white people can be racist against white. The only people who you can be racist against are non-whites. So it's interesting. If you're wondering why this author is willing to admit that there can be racism that occurs to white people, it's because her name is Mary McNamara.
I mean McNamara.
McNamara, whatever. Why do you think she brought that one up? I don't know. Ooh, it is a mystery. It is equally important to acknowledge. Sense. Huh?
Why? No, why her name would be that?
why she would
No, like
hate
why
the
would you be?
Anglo?
Yeah, like why would it be a racist thing if her name is that and you have a go with that?
No, I'm saying she is saying that the term beyond the pale is
No, the
racist.
McNamara bit.
Because she's probably Irish.
No, I got that. The one on the right?
It's what? No, the author of the piece.
I was
that
a bit
we're
confused
reading-
there for a second. I'm like, what the hell?
The author of the piece we're reading is named as McNamara. All right, never mind.
No, I know what you mean now. I'm just
It's
wondering,
not
like,
gone over. Right. Never mind. It's equally important to acknowledge that if certain people are upset over a black man playing a character who occupies a place of power in Westeros, I don't know what their reaction will be if they get a look at Amazon's version of Middle Earth. Perhaps something like that, the famous scene in Scanners. Dude, this
You know what they would
show
say?
is getting raked over the coals because it looks like shit. And we're going to be talking about it in a minute because it's...
No, I'm not drunk. I was
nobody
confused.
wants
What the hell?
this. Nobody is excited for this. But and it's not because everybody who doesn't like it hates black people. I do find it weird that you've decided to cast a Valerian as a black guy, but it doesn't. I mean, okay, to be fair, you have more. If they weren't generally described in that way of having white hair and violet eyes, it doesn't mean that they couldn't have brown skin and violet eyes and white hair because it is a fantasy universe in which things work in a very different way than our own. Yeah, I agree with that, okay? Also, the Valerians come from Westeros. Westeros is the Game of Thrones world equivalent of Europe or all of the rest of the world that's not England, right? Okay? And that includes very, Arabic and African.
If you happen to find people of colors in this
cultures.
region, it is because they were slaves.
I didn't say raped over the coals. I don't think I said that at all. I don't think I said anything over the coals. Did I? Raped over the coals?
Am I having a
guess I
stroke?
did.
I'm not
We're all
masturbating
having
on
a
stream if
stroke.
that's what you're asking.
Long before the series' September 1st streaming premiere, the term woke was being thrown around with the usual idiotic abandon.
No, it's because you jackasses.
Because you keep doing it.
I was going to say yes, because this is not the first time you've done this to a franchise. So when we see you do the same thing, it's going to be like, why are you doing this to a white franchise? It's like you are purposely trying to... I've said this before, and I want to know this. Why do you asshole... I'm going to say this very bluntly, because I don't give a shit. You people of color, I don't like you. Okay? If you hate our history and everything we stand for so much, why do you strive so fucking hard to be part of our culture?
It is interesting, right? Oh,
please explain that to me.
By the way, I said Westeros, but I meant Essos. I think that should be obvious that I meant Essos when I then described it. So, but
I know there's plenty of people of color who watch this shit and are like, why are we ruining white people's shit? Just leave them the fuck alone, please. You make us look like assholes.
No, okay, shall I read?
I know there's people like that.
No. What I sent you about it because I think it was interesting. I sent you. Well, I wrote a bit of a rant, and this is part of why I want to talk about this and all this stuff that's happening in the culture. We were originally going to just talk to V and react to his video, among other things. Yeah, I keep getting stuff confused with Game of Thrones, guys. I haven't cared about it in like 5 years, so. Well, no, I'm the one who knows about it,
I'm burping because Pia makes me. Yeah.
I'm also
my apologies.
Get some things confused or get some words mixed up. Whatever. I can't care about it anymore. I got so. It's been 3 years since the end of the show, wasn't it? It's been that long. It was so terrible. It was such a massive.
Woke being thrown around with idiotic abandon. Oh, I want to say a certain F word.
Right, so woke being thrown around. In the Lord of the Rings of Power, actors of color play all sorts of characters: elves, dwarves, humans, and Harfoots, which is it does exist, but they basically just made it up because they know that hobbits don't exist in this age. They really want hobbits in it though, because people like hobbits. So,
do you know how we know hobbits can't be black?
Why?
Because their houses are more complex.
Dude, disavow on that one.
What? I mean, you look at Africa.
Yeah,
the houses and the hobbits look like the houses that the hobbits live in Lord of the Rings look more sophisticated than anything coming out of Africa.
It's supposed to be pastoral England.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Like, it's like the present day houses do not look as impressive as Tolkien's world. What does that tell you?
Certainly, in a lot of countries, they do not.
Yeah.
Tribal places now. Meow. Why'd you make like a meow noise?
Yeah. No, do you know what that's? Do you know what I've said this before in my video? Like I don't know why, but if I'm trying to emphasize something that's really obvious in my videos, I will say the thing and they go, yeah. That's the noise. Do you know where that actually comes from? If
Where?
you've ever watched Family Guy, and it was the episode with the FEC, and he says, maybe you should take responsibility for what your kids are watching. Yeah. It's that. It comes from that.
True. Actually,
Yeah, it
how
comes from
relevant
that
to this-
noise.
and relevant to this
That's where
too,
it's
by the
from.
way, is like don't just put this is so much. Just put the kids in front of the freaking TV. Just let them freaking watch it, and then be like, "Oh, my kids are getting indoctrinated." Yeah, because you let them watch this insane stuff that is all clearly overtly political.
By the way,
Anywho.
okay, I want to ask the chat this. Have you guys ever watched anything on TV as a kid and it had a lasting effect on you to the point where you can point to it and go, yes, I did this because of something I watched as a kid on a television show when I was like 5 years old? Because I bet you the answer is no.
Okay, I wouldn't say that like. If I say that like Star Trek inspired me, would you say to be interested in science? Because that's how I feel about it. Is that Star Trek did inspire me to be interested in science.
The only
But
thing...
I couldn't point to like one specific moment of sitting there and being like, oh, because Spock did this, I want to do
Absolutely, DP.
something
Really?
similar.
I can recall one word that I learned from Ed, and Eddie that I saw later on when I was playing a different game, and that's the word amorous. That's it. It is the only thing I can ever recall when I heard the word. I went, oh, I remember this. This was from Ed, and Eddie, like freaking decades ago. Other than that, the answer is no. I didn't look at every nurse with a pair of tits and went like, oh, look, Animaniacs. I didn't look at them and think, oh my god, Pepe Le Pew would ran up and just start touching them and kissing them in all kind of inappropriate ways. I didn't think, oh look, Roadrunners are supposed to be blown the shit out of by a Wile E. Coyote. I didn't play Mario and think you should jump on turtles. I didn't think anything I did as a kid had an effect on me as an adult. So the idea that like all of this shit would somehow affect you as an adult is fucking ludicrous. So I just wanted to make that point out because I think it's absurd when people say like, oh, if you watch this as a kid, it's going to affect you as an adult. No, that's complete bollocks.
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, I didn't have. I certainly was influenced by all kinds of media as a kid, but I'm trying. I couldn't. What you specifically said, I wasn't super sure about. Also,
Hello, nurse. Yeah, that's the one.
DRT is King says, S in the chat for Stannis the Manus, the one true king of Westeros, who is campaigning on a frozen island for the last 11 years. Yes, that is right. Praise be to Stannis the Manus of House Baratheon, first of his name, King of the Andals, and the First Men, Lord of the Seven Kingdoms, Protector of the Realm, and Azor Ahai Reborn. Let's go, Stannis the Manus. Sorry.
But I'm not stupid. Well, I mean, I would say I was an impressionable kid. Very impressionable, actually. But I didn't look at like stuff that I looked at as a kid and thought like, oh, this is something you should emulate as an adult because I'm not fucking 5 years old anymore. It's weird to me that you shouldn't watch things as a kid because they'll somehow impact you in adult age. Like, I think if that's your mindset, you didn't grow out of a childhood phase. And that to me is kind of weird. Because, I mean, I don't ever recall having anything that I watched as a kid have an impact on me even as I grew into my teenage years. I mean, all the dumb shit I did as a kid, it wasn't because I did them on TV. It's just because I did them because I was a boy.
Media can absolutely influence people. Like, this is my primary area of study, right? Media absolutely can influence people. It can specifically influence children. We have
yes, it makes us very angry considering you and I send freaking news pieces all to each other. Every exchange.
I'm saying fictional media, not news. Obviously, also can make.
But this is the thing. Every time you and I send a news piece to each other, it's almost always prefaced by, "Do you want to see something stupid or do you want to see something funny?" Almost exclusively.
All right.
Because like you and I would never share an article without laying it up first. Like, let's be honest.
Oh no, I'd have to read it first. Like some of the stuff, like okay, I like for this article, right? I read a little bit of this. I was like, oh, this is insufferable. This will be fun to read live, right?
It's from the LA Times. Even that's a guarantee.
I will sometimes not read all of something if it's looking like it's gonna be really funny because my raw reaction.
Raw emotion is funnier, yeah.
Is better than something that's rehearsed, in my opinion. But Other than that, yeah, if I'm sending you something, it's because, or vice versa, I assume it's because I read it and I was like, holy shit, look at this nonsense. And so, yeah, but when I'm saying media influence, right, on people, we have decades of research that shows that yes, children are influenced by entertainment media in a variety of ways. But
Really?
we have never, sure. Oh, really? Yeah, of course, of course. But the degree of influence and the context under which are very, very important to be skeptical and aware of.
I was thinking
Very
more
early,
like the lasting impression was kind of the thing that. So you're not sure obviously by things you watch, but it's more like how long is the staying power is more the bit that I was concerned about.
So, okay, here's how it works, right? Without
Go
why
on.
not go on a tangent?
Do enthrall us with your intellect.
The very, very early media psychologists had proposed something called a hypodermic needle theory, or the hypodermic needle effect. And this theory was that the media essentially reached out through whatever, and when this started, we're talking early television and radio, okay, and newspapers, books. This is an old theory.
Okay.
Reaches out through that medium and injects you with a belief, with a thought about something. Now, that was almost entirely debunked, obviously, very early on, because it
That
doesn't
sounds like
make any sense.
It sounds like propaganda.
I mean, they are describing how some people think propaganda works. It's not actually how propaganda works either, because it's not that simple. It can't just infect you. There have to be a variety of other things at play. We do have to be careful with children's entertainment because children are susceptible to believing shit and internalizing stuff. I'm not saying that, like, look, when even young kids know when they watch Looney Tunes that it's not real to a certain degree, right? They very young kids understand.
They know it's not a good idea to beat the shit out of someone to pool cue by watching Tom and Jerry.
Right, or yeah,
it's funny though.
Precisely. It's funny. It's funny. In fact, one of the reasons it is funny is because it is absurd. It's not something that could happen in real life, and that's why it's funny to watch the
Watch two animals torture each other, essentially.
Well, no, watch something that can't happen. I mean, they have humanized features, and yes, but there's all kinds of stuff in that. As to how it relates to human psyche.
It's weird how they think,
but it's funny because it's ridiculous.
Yes,
you can't drop a piano on someone and they come through the top with the piano keys as their teeth.
Do we know that for sure? Have we tried?
Pretty sure on that one. We
need a test subject.
Yeah.
Hey Hasan, I have a job for you.
Oh my god, you read my fucking mind. I was literally about to make the same joke, bro. Well, Hasan is not a very brave man, as we will learn about shortly here.
That's also really offensive to the piano.
Article. It is. I wouldn't want to hurt a beautiful piano like that.
Yeah, especially on a grand one.
Let's get through the rest of this dumb thing. Speaking of which, though, but
one black thing I don't want to see damaged.
Real quick, just to finish my thought though, and there's a ton of research on this. It would take a long time to go through all of it, but the quick and dirty of media psychology research, right, is that can media influence people? Yes, it generally speaking, and there's not great evidence for this. It's something called ooh, wait a minute, come on, brain, pull it out. It's right there. It starts with a C. It's what is it? Come on. Oh my god, really? Wow, my brain froze on, and I can see the word in my head.
Cognitive something?
No.
What are you trying to describe?
Cultivation. Cultivation theory. There we go. Got it. Cultivation theory and cultivation effects is this, again, theory that a long-term lifetime of exposure to very similar media messages
repetition
will create a false version or a false perception of reality.
Okay, yeah,
that's based on media exposure. Now, there's another theory that's related to this called the mean world hypothesis or the mean world effect, and we don't have a lot of great evidence for the for cultivation theory, but for mean world effects, we absolutely do. Mean world effects are that the more somebody watches TV, we can and the more, very specifically, the more news coverage they watch, the more likely they are to say that the world is a bad place. And that they overpredict crime rates, they overpredict murder rates. So they
is this why lefties are so insane?
It's a hypothesis you could proffer, that's for sure. That they're insane because they overconsume media, and therefore they think that the world is out to get them.
I roll R's when I drink.
Data on that one.
Unwhite view. Okay, first of all, I roll R's. No, someone just said I roll my R's when I drink.
No, I mean, I don't know how that's unwhite.
Yeah. Now, just by the way, if you speak Afrikaans...
I was going to say, like...
Ja, als je Afrikaans praat, then you roll your R's because that's how we say the words in
There's
Afrikaans.
a whole bunch of languages.
Yeah. Well, it's not something you do when you speak
broadly
English, typically
white
speaking.
Caucasian languages that have
Yes.
are rolling in.
White
In
Caucasian?
fact, we consider we are missing our friend from Romania this evening.
It's because our friend from Romania is currently asleep, or proposes to be.
Yeah, they rolled Cesars. I think that's a pretty. I don't think that's a. I was gonna say, oh, the Italians, they do that too, but there's some people.
I've
who
never
say
actually
Italians
heard
are
V
white.
speak Romanian.
I don't think I ever have either.
If we get him on stream, we should ask him to say something in Romanian.
I've heard it spoken by other people, but I've never heard him talking it. And I've barely heard you speak Afrikaans.
Ik kan een beetje Afrikaans praten, maar niet van
I
je
know.
vrouw met nou te praten.
Yeah, I know. You have a couple times, yeah.
You were saying?
Oh, let's get back to this. I mean,
I'm a cat boy. Fuck off, Johnny.
That's why he's rolling his eyes. He also made the meowing noise earlier. Spoon cat.
That
boy
wasn't a
confirmed. He
mowing
made
noise.
The meowing noise. Yes, you did. You made the meowing noise, and now you're rolling your R's.
Well,
It's
because going,
you're a cat boy. Yeah, and now you're rolling your R's. Cat.
That's because of a noise I saw in Family Guy. It's nothing to do with cats, you freaking weirdos.
This is the Spoon Cat Boy arc. Do you want me to get you some bathtub estrogen?
Do you see what you did, chat? You got her started now. You guys are terrible people. Oh my god, no, Falcon, never call me that ever again. That's creepy as shit.
Oh, whoa.
I feel like I'm gonna get a hit on for a persona I don't have, and it's gonna freak me out.
Nyan, 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 ni hao nan. You're just so delicious, the goucha. There you go. Did you do it?
I don't know. I have no idea what is happening in the chat right now, and I'm very confused by it.
Bill heard that. I'm sure he's not happy. Am I drunk? No, I wish. I can get there, though.
Bill,
Actually,
discipline your woman. She's acting very strange.
I'm just laughing at the idea. I can't
Thank
stop
you.
being cringe,
Thank
Bill.
you. No, Bill is good
can't.
people.
I can't. Turn All right. Okay. All right. Article. Cringe article. Let's go. These, rather than say black, white, Asian, etc., they're talking about the humans, Harfoots, elves, are racial division which J.R.R. Tolkien used to tell his epic tale of how the inhabitants of Middle-earth put aside their hatreds to fight a common enemy. You don't want to put aside hatred, though. You want to stop
Your common enemy is
animosity.
conservatives, you asshole.
Your common enemy is logic and reason and reality.
Yeah, so white people.
Well,
Tell me I'm wrong.
I didn't tell you you were wrong, did
Exactly, that's why.
I? If all or most of Tolkien's original humanoid characters were depicted as white in his books, well, he was a British scholar using Norse tradition.
I swear to God, if anyone
It
draws
wasn't
my
just
avatar as a
Norse,
cat
it
boy, I
was-
will beat you with a fucking beer
Someone
bottle.
draw Spoon's avatar
No.
as a cat boy. Spoon.
No.
Cat utensil. It seems like a really bad idea.
Considering the way your eyes look and your
get
teeth look
fur
in
all
your
over
freaking
you.
avatar, it's weird that you call me the cat one.
What do you mean by this? Oh,
Because look at your
You've also
character.
You've also seen my real face, and then I'd make that fucking cat face. That
Oh my
smug
god,
cat
yeah.
Face. You know I do.
If you guys have ever seen, if you go onto YouTube and hold on, let's see if I can.
I don't have a whole lot of.
Let me
don't
just see.
like look up Aiden face reveal because it'll
No.
people who hate me, dude. Like,
No.
You've seen, I did a video a couple months
Oh,
ago
hold on.
where I did ads for Magic Spoon, and I'm in those videos.
Oh my god, if you type in
Camel.
smug cat, yeah, you totally get this.
Yeah, you see what I mean? I look like that smug cat.
Oh, let's see if I
I
can.
make that face all the time. You know it. I've shown it to you.
Yeah. I want to see if I can.
Bill knows it as well.
Hold on.
Just smug cat.
Yeah, this face right here. Aiden posts this face like constantly. I mean, when this is the thing, I can hear when people smile, and I know when she's pulling his face. Because like her face matches the smirk, and so does the giggle. Like right now.
I'm making it right now.
It's ridiculous.
I love that cat. I love that image.
I can see your face in it, by the way.
I know.
I like Trump's
Oh my
one
God.
actually.
Oh,
It's-
yeah, Trump
it's
also
based
has a
off Trump,
great
though.
That's just a picture of a cat. Spoon.
No, but I'm saying like, I'm saying that face is also.
This fucking stream is going off the rails.
No, like, look at Trump's smug face. Let's see if I can find the picture.
I know what you're talking about. He also has that smug face.
No,
Oh, smug
this
face
specific,
Jeremy Clarkson. Yeah, that one's good too.
this specific one I'm looking for from Trump. It's not here. This pisses me off now. It's the one he's like tilted to the side. This is gonna fucking bug me now.
No, I know the one you're talking about.
God damn it, where is it? How do
see
you
what's
not
smug
have it?
I love his smug face. The first one, he looks like the cat. There you go.
There we go. That's the one.
Yeah.
That one. Oh god, it's such a good face though. Anyway, you were saying?
Okay, I was saying, Tolkien did not just use Norse tradition; he used Pan-European tradition. But yes, it includes a lot of Finnish myth, for example, which is not quite Norse; it's a little bit different. To create British mythology, that is true. So racial homogeneity or racial homogeny was built right in. Yeah, because he's writing a new mythology for Britain to replace the one that was forgotten and lost to time.
Yeah, an English guy is writing about white people. Like, oh, shock.
So
Shocking.
They're white. If he's writing to replace the lost mythology, when that mythology would have been actually originally created, thousands of years prior, hundreds of years prior.
I have one question to ask.
We're going to include brown people in it?
I have a question to ask. Why are you trying to colonize our literature?
I will get into my theory on that because
why do you feel the need to be in our history and our stuff? Like it looks like you're saying, please pay attention to us because we can't create shit.
I mean, that's how it feels, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like it looks like you.
What they'll say is, I need to see myself. I'm so excited. I'm crying because I get to see myself represented in Lord of the Rings. Why? First of all, what about being represented by seeing someone who looks like you, aka has the same skin tone as you?
I don't get.
So you can't enjoy that medium if it doesn't have someone who looks like you. I find that to be incredibly self-centered and
it's also me to
egotistical.
It's also me to be very weird because if I watch
empathy.
Yeah, but
you have some kind of that reads sociopathic to me. If you can't identify with someone who doesn't look exactly like you, I think one, you are racist, and like legitimately, and two, I think more importantly, you might have a serious emotional problem.
But it's weird to me because like I will watch Asian shows, and I never looked at them and went, "Oh, this needs white people," and I don't give a shit. I'm watching a different culture. If I saw a white person, I'd think it's weird.
Well, right. Also, and do you have a hard time relating to the characters because they're Asian?
No, because they're human.
Of course not. Of course not. These people, their argument is they can't relate to the characters because they're not brown or black.
But that's so stupid. It doesn't make any sense.
Stupid. Of course it's stupid.
Like if I mean, I can watch the Boondocks and relate to Uncle Ruckus.
Yes, well, you can also relate to all the characters in the Boondocks. It's just like that's the part that's ridiculous. This whole thing is based on a bunch of lies, right? It's all based on
Uncle Ruckus is what the media thinks conservatives are.
Yeah, pretty much.
Like, tell me that isn't freaking true.
Oh, no, that's what they think it is.
Like, they legit, like, I just realized that, like, oh my god, they actually think we're Uncle Ruckus.
I'm not sure if I want to read my rant that I posted you in private about this, but I might.
It's so true, though.
It is. George R. R. Martin has said he, like many other modern fantasy writers, was inspired by Tolkien.
I need to put that on Twitter.
Ice and Fire saga is rooted largely in the British Isles. It's overtly. It's based on the War of the Roses. Idiot. You idiot woman.
Yeah, Boondocks is the
idiot
shit.
Woman. Sorry, writer of this piece. It's explicitly based on the War of the Roses, but okay. So Tolkien, having lived through 2 world wars, celebrated his own version of multiracial unity. It's not multiracial in terms of people of different colors, right? If you want to do this, you can. You can break down what race is what is supposed to represent who in Britain, right? I'd say South Britons are largely supposed to be the folk from the Shire, right? Or is it North? I forget which one.
North.
See, it was people from the North. Yeah, it was. Scots are supposed to be dwarves, I would guess.
Yeah, obviously.
they are dwarves, but Scots are supposed to be the dwarves. The Shire, the hobbits, they're the North England. Yeah, the South is going to be the humans, I guess, the more
Stuck up ones.
corrupt but aristocratic. And then
Yeah.
the Welsh, who've been kind of dying out, the Celts, the original Celts that the Anglos went and kind of, well, I mean, of course the Scots are Celts as well, but you know what I mean. They're the elves. Their time is past. I mean, I think that it's fairly clear the metaphor there. At least that, like, at least that one for sure is. I'm pretty clear that the
Ruckus
elves
is the
are supposed to
voice
be the
of
Welsh.
reason. Yeah, he actually is.
But you also have, it is very clear that what is the menace, the present one. Sauron is the larger threat. We can get into what is Sauron, why is Sauron evil, what is the problem that Sauron represents. But the orcs all use this gross technology. Everything they touch is turned gray and is destroyed and turned up. The earth is turned up. Tolkien didn't like the Industrial Revolution and its consequences, if you know what I mean. He was not a fan of it. So
Now there was Uncle Ted.
well, Tolkien agreed with him a couple decades earlier, right? He did. That's why he depicts the orcish war machine as part of why it's so disgusting. It's thoughtless. It's consumerism. It's machinery. He didn't like that stuff. And it's one of the reasons he writes the story the way he writes it. So if you're talking though about like the diversity in the races of Middle Earth, you're talking about the diversity between the Anglos, the Scots, the Irish, and the Welsh. I mean, I think that there's certainly some plenty of interesting stories. That is a diverse group of people. That there are different cultures even today that exist within those groups, right? But that's not diverse by today's message, and that does not in any way. But the differences between the the issues between the Irish and the Anglo, let's say, are not racist in the way that people think about racism based on skin tone, for example, right? I mean, that one's largely religious.
I'm sorry, I was
but-
laughing. Kids in the box saying Uncle Ruckus for the head of diversity. Oh my god, that would be. Oh my god, I'm just imagining that like in a Trump presidency. That would be the fucking funniest thing in the world.
King Tesseract
Can you imagine
says-
Trump? Can you imagine? Oh my god, can you imagine Uncle Ruckus as press secretary?
Oh my god, it'd be amazing.
Oh my god, that would be insane. That would be.
I don't care about you.
I would get up every single day, like, just please, just let me watch this like an hour.
Oh my god, it would be primetime. It'd be primetime TV. Uncle Ruckus as press secretary would be amazing. Oh, King Tesseract does bring up that in Tolkien's mythology, America is literally heaven. Kind of is. And
It is not in the current decade.
Yeah, Hasan 5 says, it's funny because it's problematic to assume that a black person can relate to a black character, can't relate to whites, but don't assume the inverse. Yeah, it's bizarre, right? That
I mean, it does explain why you never see black fathers.
Oof. It is, to me though, that's bizarre. I truly don't understand that. I don't have any problem watching a movie or a TV show or reading a book and a character is, or whatever, playing a game or whatever, and the character is non-white, and I'm like, well,
I mean,
might as well be an alien. What the hell? You can relate to aliens.
Man, did anyone complain because CJ was black in San Andreas?
No one has, no.
No, because he was a cool character.
Because CJ's cool.
Yes.
All you have to do is get on the damn train, CJ. But I mean, like
I never looked at CJ that he was
idea.
black. I just went like, he's a cool character.
With this whole idea of I can only identify with a character if they look like me thing is, and then
It's ridiculous.
Which has never happened before. Finally, we have a black character in X. Like, dude. And again, I've said this multiple times, but I grew up with the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. And before me, the generation a little bit before me, was the Cosby Show. The Cosby Show, he was, now I know, things have gotten different in the interim, but at the time, he was America's dad. That's what, I mean, that, Bill Cosby, Dr. Cosby in the Cosby Show, was America's dad. Nobody that I've never heard who was mainstream was like, well, I can't relate to I can't relate to, these characters. I can't relate to, oh God, what's Will Smith's family? Banks. I can't relate to the Bankses because they're black. What? I've never heard that shit.
I mean, I like Jeffrey.
Everyone likes Jeffrey.
Yeah, because
Jeffrey's
Jeffrey's
like
based.
Jeffrey's the best character he is based. But the Cosby Show was to convince us they're just like us. Groomers go to hell. I don't know. Yeah, I wanted to say Dr. Huxtable, but then I forgot. I was like, that's right, isn't it? Because it's been a while since I've seen the Cosby Show. Thanks, guys. But yeah, that Dr. Huxtable and his family were just a normal American family. And it was the same thing. I mean, like, I'm not gonna say, that, well, normal enough, right? They're still in a sitcom. It's funny. And the Bankses were normal enough. I mean, of course they were very rich, but
Oh my
whatever.
god.
Oh, and DP, I remember Carlton's episode about his black identity, but it was actually okay. That was the thing.
By the way,
I remember it's been a long time since I've seen it. I grew up with it, but it's been a long time.
There's a couple of pictures here of people just photobombing. Or just messing around with statues.
Photobombing and messing with what statues?
No, it's something somebody linked on Twitter, and a bunch of people just started making fun of statues. I kind of want to share some of these because these are really, really good.
Yeah, Fat Albert Bonsai Galpsy. It didn't used to be an issue, but now it's this whole freaking problem. Like, there was never a problem. I mean, like, let's not pretend this is like I'll get not from this channel, not really, but I could get quoted out of context, and I see this happen all the time. Oh, you're saying that racism is over? There's no more racism? No, I didn't say that. I was saying that
racism is not over, especially if the left doesn't shut the fuck up about it.
And I wasn't saying it was over in the 90s, but it was certainly better. The amount of racism, and now it's just back. It's just like, hey, look, it's okay when we do it. How about it's really not, and it's destroying society? Okay.
Well, yeah, it's because they need racism to keep their grift going.
We'll get into that in a minute. Sorry, we've been going on. We have not even gotten through this article. Let me try to. Oh my god, let me get through this article. We'll get to some more stuff because. All right. Okay. I got so much to get into. We're an hour and we have not scratched the surface. We always do this though, but we're having fun. I hope you guys in the chat are having fun.
We get sidetracked very easily. Oh, look, a squirrel.
Squirrel. Still, Tolkien had lived through two world wars. Whatever. Celebrated as multiracial unity, just as Song of Ice and Fire is at its heart a story of warring tribes finally realizing that they are stronger when united. What? What? No.
That's pretty ironic.
This person's a TV. This person's a TV show fan. And first of all, even in the show, that's not really true either. They have an existential, immediate threat, right? The White Walkers. They have an existential, immediate threat. But no, there's no... At what point in A Song of Ice and Fire do they realize that they're stronger united? This is... What are you talking about? Have you seen the show? I know you haven't read the books, obviously, because you haven't finished the series yet, but... I don't know. I don't know where that's coming from. That's insane. That is literally nonsensical, and it's unrelated to the show, so that's just something they made up in their heads.
Keep going, I want to read this.
Huh?
Keep going, I want to read what they're saying.
Okay. This makes any outrage over what is unfortunately still known as diversity casting because you force it.
Yeah,
that's why you're writing articles about it like this.
Twat.
Because you write articles like this. It's even more ridiculous. No, it's not ridiculous. It's because you write articles like this that people call it diversity casting. You can't argue allegiance to an original work when you are so clearly missing its main message. What?
The main message is there should be only one people in the franchise.
The main message of Lord of the Rings, yes, is about fellowship. But he's also way into pastoralism. He's also trying to create a new mythos for Britain. Animation Unlimited, I don't know where you sent me the DMs on. If you sent it to me on Twitter... Oh, hang on. Thank you. I'll save that. All right, thank you, Animation Unlimited.
You did a good meme?
Oh, yeah, it's a really great meme. Here, I'll show it to you in just 1 second. I gotta save this. Yeah, it's really good. I think you'll really like it.
Post it on Twitter?
He sent it to me in DM, so I'm gonna... Since you got my screen up, right?
Yes.
All right, here we go.
That's offensive.
Here we got our cat boy spoon right here.
I look kind of attractive. That's fucked up.
Thank you, Animation. Also, yeah, Arden, he will never finish A Song of Ice and Fire. He will die of fat first. Can I do that real quick? No, you don't know much about A Song of Ice and Fire, right? You don't know anything about it, really?
No.
Okay.
Again, I'm not a dork.
But these were like massively popular. It was a TV show that was like the most popular TV show on air.
Do
for, like,
I look
7 years.
like I care about popular things?
I'm just asking, like, you're like, that's a nerd thing. It's not a nerd thing if it's the. I would struggle to call it a nerd thing if it's the most popular show on television for 7 years. I'm just. I mean, like, I don't know. Is Breaking Bad a nerd thing? I'm honestly, I know asking you a question. Is Breaking Bad a nerd thing? I don't know. Did you watch Breaking Bad?
Me?
Yeah.
No.
Whatever.
I watched Better Call Saul.
I was looking for Benny.
Because I like that. You know what's
that's a spin-off of Breaking Bad.
Yes, I know. But you know what's the last TV show that I actually watched? Like a Western one. Was The Last Kingdom.
I like Last Kingdom. We talked about it, yeah.
Yes, 'cause that's a good show. And because I like Uhtred, he was good. And the last scene with
whatever. Hang on, I know to get it. Go ahead, sorry.
The last scene with the king, that was good freaking acting before he passed. Sorry,
Yeah,
spoilers.
Yeah, sorry. Whoops. If you haven't been keeping up with, here we go. Okay.
Well,
right,
you know he's dying when this show starts. So
yeah. All right, this is only 30 seconds. I love this channel. He hasn't uploaded in a long time, but he used to make Game of Thrones memes that I enjoyed years ago when I was into it. Oh, I got a fucking ad. Sorry, hang on. I should just be logged into YouTube. I don't know
yesterday.
Why. Okay.
Really be about talking about the world in a bigger sense. You're doing that, aren't you, in this stuff?
Yeah, well, I'm certainly trying to do that. Yeah, that's. I've always considered women to be people. But then the main thing is empathy, is saying, well, okay, how would I feel? They're more like me than they are unlike me.
What? This fucking book. This fucking book. He wasn't sure what's the line again.
Than they are unlike me.
Then he wrote him so wildly, his wound began to bleed again. For his sweet heartbeat, she could not tell whether he was inside of her or her inside of him.
What?
Great job.
Great job.
There it was. All right.
Who is that?
That's the writer of A Song of Ice and Fire, Game of Thrones, George R.R. Martin.
He should feel bad.
He's gonna die of fat. Oh, okay. All right. So, if you guys have never read the Game of Thrones books, there is a short idea of what what you're in for. Goodbye. Yes, sorry. Oh my god. Okay, let's continue. Diversity casting. As Toussaint and many others have pointed out, neither works are historical. No shit. And if the word fantasy doesn't offer enough freedom to play around with how things or people are supposed to look or sound, then the word adapted should. Then, okay, at least with Rings of Power, they can't call it Lord of the Rings. They legally can't. But you are trying to use the name of something people care about and like to get people to watch your bullshit, where it's like, well, this is how I felt about it. No, you know why? Do you know why people love the, one of many reasons that people love the Jackson films for Lord of the Rings? Because they're very accurate. They were as artistically, they're good movies, and they were very, very accurate to the books. They didn't go and be like, well, maybe we should just do, now, don't get me wrong. There are a lot of things that are changed from the books. Most of them are for time or for other reasons, like it was just unfeasible. Although very little was unfeasible. Jackson really pushed the limits of filmmaking with his movies.
Sean Hannity had some work done recently.
What, did he get plastic surgery?
He looks like it.
Call Sean Hannity.
Go look at him. No, look at. Hold on. Look at this clip. Hold on. I'll send you this. Hold
Oh,
on.
there goes Gravity, Cole, Sean Hannity, Mom, Spaghetti.
Screw it, I'll send it to you on Twitter. Fuck it.
What? Why send it to me on Twitter?
Because I can't be asked getting this stupid thing up.
Okay. Anyway, sorry, no dead air. Did you send it to me?
Yeah, it's on Twitter.
Okay, hang on.
Tell me he doesn't look different. Or he has a lot of makeup on. I can't tell.
Different.
Yeah.
Oh, he does look different.
Yeah, you see?
Yeah, dude, what? Hang on a minute, guys. Let's look at this.
And needs to resign,
You make it bigger?
according to the Washington Times.
Yeah.
Yeah. You go full screen.
Well,
Yeah, like that, yeah.
Right. Okay. Yeah, dude, he does look
Very different.
These
weird.
whistleblower claims
It's not just
include allegations
you. I
of
certainly
bias,
see it. I don't know if you
even
guys see
being
this.
forced to sign false affidavits.
It might be
and
because
according to my
Twitter's got
sources
some
tonight, who I
compression
spoke
going
to
on
within
it?
the
I
last
don't know.
hour, that are directly involved with the whistleblowers, there are now at least 20 confirmed whistleblowers.
Something is
Yeah, something's
off.
weird. Something is off. Dreadnought for 10 says, George R.R. Martin, I see women as people. I know, isn't that a funny line? Also, George R.R. Martin, highest ratio of rape to character count of any series I've ever attempted to read. I got disgusted and bored with it. Yeah, I mean, it's constant. That's why he was being asked that question. It's like, yeah, you know, like how all
That's
of your
messed
female
up if you say
characters
I
get
got
raped.
bored with the rape. That's really fucked up.
No, it gets okay. Here's what George Martin describes in extreme detail in his book series: rape and food. Well, we can see the influence of the food on him because he's a big fat guy.
Oh, so he's got quite an
I'm a little
appetite,
bit worried.
basically.
If that one is spilling through into his real life, I'm a little worried about the former. Do you know what I mean? But I digress.
Well, if he did the latter, he'd have less calorie consumption.
Animation Unlimited says, controversial take. I take The Hobbit and Children of Huron over Lord of the Rings. Yeah, understandable. I don't think that's not. I think Lord of the Rings is.
You mean the
damn near
movies?
perfect
If
series.
that's so, that's an
No,
abomination of a statement.
Children of Huron isn't half a movie, so I'm sure he means the book. I think The Hobbit is a great book because it was like the perfect part. You know, The Lord of the Rings was a larger part of the story, and then the Silmarillion, from which Children of Huron was adapted, is all Tolkien's other world building stuff he did, which he never wanted to be published, by the way. If people aren't aware of that, he never wanted that to be published, but it is because his son didn't care, I guess. I don't know. You can have your. I don't want to necessarily say, but I don't necessarily have the best opinion on Christopher Tolkien, but that's neither here nor there. Okay, I would argue that in hindsight, both Game of Thrones and Peter Jackson's Lord of the Rings could easily have included more actors of color, of course, because it's all you care about. And each story revolves around the perils and power of racial clannish identity. Their sequels would naturally call for advances and inclusion of all kinds. It's not a sequel, idiot! Neither one of these are sequels. Both House of the Dragon and Rings of Power are prequels. They take place before. And then, I remember who said this originally, but there's a good point to be brought up. If there's all these multi-racial or like different colored, skin-toned people in the Rings of Power, where are they in the Third Age? What happened to all of them? Did they get a little genocided? I mean, it's a question, Spoon, right? If there's so many brown people in Middle Earth, where'd they all go? It raises an interesting conundrum for your stupid retcon. But the fans and their deeply personal and emotional expectations. Like these people crying because I saw somebody, my girl Galadriel. Please, super fans of any book will always have objections to how it's adapted to film, true, or television. I too wept when I learned that Tom Bombadil did not make the final cut into Lord of the Rings. Lady, I'm going to press a hard X to doubt. Chat, tell me, what do you think? Are you going to press a hard X to doubt that this woman knew who Tom Bombadil was before she wrote this article? I don't think so. And I was really looking forward to the appearance of Lady Stoneheart in Game of Thrones. it would have made sense to have Lady Stoneheart in Game of Thrones. She might have read this one, read Game of Thrones. Although, wait, what did she say earlier that was wrong and stupid about Game of Thrones? Oh, right. Right. So this person's never seen.
Hold on a sec.
No. This person's never read the books.
Wait,
No,
wait. Hold
just
on.
speaking. Yeah.
DRTS King says, to be fair, the orcs are German. Their overly industrial way of manufacturing stuff, harsh speech, and fucking hell. I can't read this
having
because...
been made from corrupting man and elf into their squat and hunched mongoloid form betrays their Germanic basis.
I have a filter over my screen, and like the orange with the white text is not easy to read.
Is that what Tolkien meant by this? Likely, but I'm not joking. Like, again, he'd served in World War One. Do I think that he meant that he meant for the Germans to be the orcs? Yeah, maybe. It just seems a little bit.
A little bit.
A little bit. Half the time, the fans are wrong. Remember the shock and horror of even more racist Hunger Games fans expressed when Amidala Stenberg played Rue, even though Rue was described as having dark skin. Oh, don't play this game. Okay, I don't know anything about Hunger Games. I didn't read these books. But don't play this fucking little game with me. Because they do this shit every single goddamn fucking time. It's someone who's described as having olive skin or tan skin. It's like, well, that means they're black. No, it doesn't. Like, they wanted to recast Ciri in the Witcher TV show. Because they're like, oh, why can't she be black? She's described as having, what was the word that is in the book, in the translation? It says that she's got like rough skin or something like that. Because she's dirty. Because at the time in the books that they're talking about and describing her, she's been living on the streets. Like, literally in shit. And they're like, oh, she's... Okay, so interesting for you to talk about this character who's otherwise described as being pale, having... what kind of color Siri has? Emerald eyes, I think they say. It says that really like bright green blue eyes and having ashen hair, right? So again, we have another character with ashen hair, so we have white gray hair, and we have green eyes, and she's been described as pale, and then like in one scene in one of the later books, she's described as being like covered in dirt to the point where she's brown looking, and they're like, well, that's the one that we're going to go with, the one where she's so like, again, if I was a black person, I think I'd be really insulted by that. Like, let's cast her as they didn't end up doing it, but like, let's cast her as a brown girl. Do they end up casting her Ciri as a brown girl? I know they talked about it. I totally ignored this after a while because I'm like, I like The Witcher, and so I don't want to look at it. Did they cast her as a black woman? I know they were talking about it for forever. No, they did cast. Oh, they cast a white woman named Freya. Wow, so I didn't watch the show because I had no interest in it. I've heard it's okay. But yeah, when it was first happening, they're like, why don't you? This is the same shit they do. Is that they'll be like, oh, Rue was described as having dark skin. I have not read Hunger Games, so I don't know. But I would be interested in seeing if what dark skin is really like. It really is tan. You know what I mean? Just, I doubt you. You're clearly an idiot and a liar in other parts of this segment, and you have no familiarity with the things you're talking about, Mary. So I don't trust you to even have read Hunger Games, which is something you probably do like. Either way, it shouldn't matter. They're actors, for heaven's sake. Yeah, and they're portraying a character. Harry Potter had black hair and green eyes, which were a very big deal in the books, as embodied by Daniel Radcliffe. His hair was brown and his eyes were blue. These are like minor details, though. Like, again, the fact that Daniel Radcliffe has brown hair that's not purely black, and he has blue eyes rather than green eyes, those are very different things from being like, let's just cast a character, let's just change their race. Totally different thing. Totally different thing. No one is saying casting roles should be random. No, we know that you don't think it's random. You think it should be black and brown and gay people. That's what you think. At least I assume. Until you prove to me otherwise, Mary. But calls for authentically casting underrepresented roles. And here it is. Gay, trans, deaf, neurodivergent, or disabled characters. That's or in no way analogous to the protests over Toussaint. No one is an actual Targaryen or a wood elf or a citizen of Khazad-dûm. So no actor has any particular insight to these parts. Just fuck you. Just fuck you, though. Like, yours, it's just so disingenuous.
I didn't say that on mic for a reason.
Oh, okay, good. The whole point of adaptations is to bring Spoon said something really spicy. Is to bring glorious story to
That's not
life
spicy.
in a
That's
new
just
way.
honest.
To celebrate its timelessness and deliver it to a new audience. House of Dragon and Rings of Powers are prequels. You said they were. You literally said they were sequels earlier in this thing. Oh my god! These leftist people who write for these outlets, they don't read their own articles, do they, Spoon? Because we come across this almost every week where they have literally contradicted themselves within paragraphs.
Yeah, we get that
even
actually
read.
a lot. It's actually quite weird.
I don't think this person reread their own freaking thing that they got paid to post, their own article. They just put it out here. All right. So there's an argument to be made about internal continuity, the thing I brought up earlier. It's a pretty big argument. Wouldn't it raise the question, if there's no brown people in Lord of the Rings, where all the brown people went in a couple hundred years? Wouldn't that inherently beg the question?
Something happened to them.
That's what it implies.
Mm.
But is that honestly a wormhole worth following? Yeah. Do we really not understand the definition of fiction? You don't, because you want to bring reality into it. You don't understand fiction. You want to put real world races into this and do it off of real world. It's like, well, we need representation because the real world's not like fantasy. But do you not understand the definition of fiction? Which one is it, lady? We know it has to be both ways because these people think in riddles. Journey45 says, time for an all-white remake of The Color Purple. Oof, jeez, oof. I love The Color Purple. My mom and I watch it maybe not all the time, I should say. Like, that is a real...
No.
We're gonna get together. We're getting together. We are bringing out the chocolate. I don't like chocolate, and we're gonna cry. Color Purple.
We don't need to do them because unlike then, we can actually make our own shit.
Well, Daily Wire's doing it, and they're trying to shut them down because they can't allow you to make your own shit. Because they have to be in control of culture. It is so important for them to be in control of culture, right? It's so important.
Well, yeah. Otherwise, bad shit will happen.
Well, then people might still have things that they feel happy about. You know what I mean? That they enjoy and that they have fun with. And they realize that you have to make it so that everybody is miserable. Because that's part of the thing with communism too, right? Is how you bring about the great communist revolution is you make everybody equally miserable. You cannot create equality in success. It's the Harrison Bergeron paradigm. You cannot make everyone equally successful, equally happy. You can make everyone equally disabled, miserable. Miserable. Yeah. And so that's what they do. That's why they have to destroy. That's why they have to destroy cultural icons. No, they need you to be a work slave for them to a certain degree.
Or you could just end up killing them.
Well, no, you're not allowed to do that. That's bad.
That's not bad. That's fucking based.
Disavow Susan. That was a bad thing he said.
In Minecraft.
In Minecraft. See, just do the Hasan Piker route. Hasan gets away with it fine, even on Twitch, which is like the most
unlike Hasan,
totalitarian platform on Earth. Yeah, let's get into Hasan. No matter how much we love our classics, our genre touchstones, I don't think you do. I don't think you do at all.
I don't think you have any respect for our culture.
No, I don't think you have any respect for any of this work, by the way, either, Mary. There's no denying that most of them were written or created in a time when white men and stories about white men dominated the cultural narrative. Game of Thrones, A Song of Ice and Fire, was written in the 90s and 2000s. When did he write the first book? It must have been the 90s, right? I can't think it's much longer than that. Song of Ice and Fire. How old is it? When did he start this? 1996. So did white men dominate the world in 1996? That's what she's saying.
I mean, in what aspect?
Idiot. You're an idiot, Mary. You're stupid and or evil, and I'm not really sure which one it is. Because you're either lying or you're
in
stupid.
What aspect?
What do you mean?
Dominate.
Evil?
What aspect do we dominate?
Evil because she's trying to destroy culture. Well, that's what she says. White men dominated the cultural narrative in 1996. That's what she's saying.
I don't even know anything very culturally relevant in 1996.
I was just talking about Will Smith and the
Fresh Prince of Bel-Air.
The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. That's 96.
Was it?
92. It's got to be. It's older than that.
Early 90s. Yeah, I was still in South Africa when we watched that as a kid.
Yeah, I don't know if it even went into 96. Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. When did that come out?
1990.
1990 to 96. 1990 to 96. So it was after that show. It was that year that show was wrapping up. Is the year that George R. R. Martin starts to publish A Song of Ice and Fire. So excuse me, you were lying. You're either lying or you're stupid. It has to be one or the other.
How about both?
Yeah, it probably is both.
That's good, yeah, 'cause
Moving
stupid
forward,
liar.
we need to expand our definition of classic or touchstone to include all the world that exists beyond the pale. And that expansion, then make a movie about Anasazi or something. Another Anasazi, what is it? Anansi, you know? About African myths. Make a movie about African myths. Why? Oh, you know why they don't?
Because they had no
Because
culture.
No, there are African myths that are interesting. Anansi, like I said.
Yeah.
It's a story, but they
The myth
don't.
is they used to be able to build houses above more than one level and not with straw.
they don't because they love, at some point they do love the hate clicks. And then at the other point, it's easier to destroy things that are very popular than try to make something new. And that is why, as Tolkien said, evil can never create, it can only destroy. That's why they don't make new stories based on African myths. They steal and they corrupt and they destroy.
It also
Any
destroys
attempt to
black
make-
neighborhoods.
Right. Any attempt to make our storytelling better reflect the actual world, even though it's fiction. Actual world. It's fiction. Actual world. Spoon, look at this. One paragraph apart.
Yeah.
You can't maintain any internal consistency.
Yeah, they do this consistently, actually.
I know.
And it's really, really weird. It's not just this.
Yeah.
Like, we see it all the... Like, I've said this like, a few times this to Aiden, where I'm like, how do you contradict yourself in a paragraph or two? And it is really, really weird.
Yeah.
It's bad writing.
To use our myths to discover truly universal truths is going to look and feel different. It has to. Stories, like everything else on this planet, must change to survive. No, they don't. They don't have to change to survive. That's what makes something a classic. We want to keep the hold of those touchdowns like Lord of the Rings and Game of Thrones. Again, this is insane. She's including Game of Thrones alongside Lord of the Rings. This series, it starts in 1996. Modern adaptations will have to look and feel different too.
Why?
Are you shitting me? This person, do they not really? They must not know how old Game of Thrones is. Song of Ice and Fire. They must think that it. I mean,
Game of Thrones is quite new.
How the fuck do they think George R. R. Martin's still alive? Do they think that he's just like the current writer of it or something? I don't think they actually have any idea. I think this person has legitimately no clue what they're writing about. So if you're expressing a respect to the original material outrage over a black actor playing a Valerian or an Afro-Iranian playing a dwarven princess, oh my god. You might want to remember what happened to those original characters who refused to acknowledge the world has changed because it wasn't good. What are you talking about? I don't know what you're talking about because I know that you've never read any of these stories, Mary. I know you've never read any of them. Not a single fucking one. So I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Remember what? Because I don't know what you're talking about because you don't know what you're talking about because you have never read or interacted with any of this media. So of course you don't give a damn when it's corrupted because you don't care about it.
There's Aiden's Bergie.
That wasn't me. I don't think it was me spurging. That was me getting pissed. Like,
It's a bit Spurgy.
Yeah, I spurged a little bit. All right.
There we go.
Okay.
No, it's adorable.
This is funny. All right.
I can totally read that in your voice.
What?
The last part.
Do you want to read this? This is so the Rings of Power premiered, and Redditors were forced to stand outside and clap for hours. Also, real quick before we do, Animation Unlimited for 750 Icelandic Kroner says, this explains why Crowton T was only able to enjoy the Dark Crystal prequel series as far as recent media is concerned. I don't know about that. But, and then for another 750 says, small mouse people with wings and magic vultures don't have any humans, so you're free from all of this retarded discussion. Yeah, I suppose so. Yeah, sorry, I went Ben Shapiro mode, my bad. That woman is, I can tell she's being disingenuous, and I don't like that shit.
That means boomer neocon.
Oh, actually, speaking of which, I'm going to take a break for a minute. You want to read, have a drink and smoke a cigarette. Do you want to read this?
The premiere in London has been a disappointment. Anyone sad they can't make it, you're missing nothing. We're crammed into cramped pens, being asked to cheer on cue, with no speaker so we can't hear the audio, and no idea what's happening. This sounds like a prison.
By the way, yeah. Hence this image. It's the fan pen. They actually started calling it the fan pen. It is really creepy. And by the way, the people in this description won a contest to be able to attend this event.
They want a
They
contest to
won.
win
This,
slaves?
yes, this is their reward. Go ahead.
My
Sorry.
god, I can't imagine what a punishment would be.
Oh, I know, right? What's their punishment?
Fucking hell, we can barely hear anyone and it's hot and barely any water has been handed out. We aren't allowed to leave or we won't be able to watch the screening. Several people have just sat down in the back of our pen. Something cameras and can't see them. We've been trapped here for an hour,
Get in your fan.
like 2.5 hours now. It's starting to rain. This is a cry for help.
I know it is. And dude, again, this is your reward. Good pay pig. Good fan.
You scroll down a
Write
bit.
about how you better write about how diverse and inclusive it was on the internet and talk about how great it was. Oh my god, right? Oh my god. Okay, let's see.
Scroll down a
What's the
bit.
other one? Hey, it's just
Oh.
some pictures. That's it.
Well, let's see. After winning 2 tickets into the world premiere, sorry, I expected to go to a red carpet event, see the cast, hear their interviews, and get to share a large room with the creators behind the show. That person writing a shot.
That's what you expected, considering you won a contest, right?
In reality, I was used as a human prop made to stand and cheer on people I didn't know without being able to hear a word they were saying for 3 damn hours with no seats. Then going into a screen with only fellow competition winners, there was a pointless applause at the end as there was nobody that worked on the show there to hear the applause. What the fuck?
This is how much they hate you. This is how much they hate you. And they were just like, yeah, we don't have to treat any of these people with a modicum of human dignity. They'll still go on Reddit and talk about how poggers the show was because it had so much representation and women in it. And my girl Galadriel. We can literally treat you like props for 3 hours, and we know that you're such a bunch of soy boys that you'll just accept it, you know?
Yeah, because you don't go to complain anyone that actually matters. You go to fucking Reddit and bitch.
Well, that's what they've done here, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
And who else would be going to this besides Redditors, honestly? All right, Wednesday. What we got next?
Well, yeah. I mean, I can feel bad on the one hand because it's not a good contractual obligation to fulfill via these kind of misgivings.
Yeah, let's take a look at the early reviews.
Christopher Stevens reviews Lord of the Rings. The Rings of Power. No turkey, however bloated and stupid, could ever be big enough to convey the mesmerizing awfulness of Amazon's billion-dollar Tolkien epic. Like, well done, Amazon. You spend over $1 billion to make something completely shit.
And by the way, like, okay, so right now, of course, it is a review embargo to a certain degree, I believe. So, it's only, no audiences have seen it besides the couple of test audiences. Oh, Daily Mail, can you stop being just so trashy?
But they do.
Just a lady in lingerie popped up in an ad.
That's some good distraction right there.
But right now, when I looked earlier today, at least, the critic rating score was 96%. So it's the best.
If you notice here, this is a very serious article about some troubles we're having in Europe. And on the right-hand side, you have a pair of tits.
That is the Daily Mail for you.
Yeah.
It's the New York Post of England.
Yeah. It tries to encompass a broader range of an audience.
There is both legitimate journalism and there is absolute
sleaze.
schlock. Yeah, it is very. The Daily Mail very much is the New York Post of the UK.
Which is really annoying because the New York Post is really good news, actually.
Sometimes, yeah, that's what I mean. Like it's annoying because it's like, look at how many ads they put on their shit.
Miranda is really good. I like her.
If you
And
want to
bizarrely,
continue,
she's
Michael.
Australian.
Well, I finished my cigarette.
Let's see. This is a disaster dragon plucked spatchcooked.
I guess
I've
so.
never heard that phrase before. With a tanker load of passo stuffed up its fundament, roasted and served with soggy sprouts. That's way too much to read for me in this state.
Oh, are you a bit too? All right.
No, it's because it's a really unusual
Verbose.
language and a way that I would never ever write.
Yeah,
The Lord of the Rings, The Rings of Power, Amazon Prime is so staggeringly bad. And something everything about it is ill-judged to a spectacular extreme. The script, the directing style, the acting, the leading pace, the sheer consistency, and lurches between style. Where do we start? Yeah, it's because it features too many people of color, and because they're all gay.
Well, they don't care about anything but diversity. It's the only thing they prioritize.
Yeah.
That was this is the problem, Mary. They
$800 billion.
They prioritized diversity. Now, I don't know the guy who's in Game.
Oh, 800 million.
They got 800 million to make the
800
show.
millions.
They paid hundreds of millions for the rights to make it. 800 million is a cost for the first season, I believe.
Why would you spend that much in the first season? You don't even know how it's going to turn out. That seems to be a very risky and potentially stupid investment.
I did not have this article up, but I can find it in just a minute. Which is that basically Amazon is they've more or less said that if the investors and the stuff have said if this flops, and I don't even know how you determine if something's flopping on a streaming only service, but if it flops, Amazon's not going to make more shows, or it's certainly going to like seriously downsize their content division.
So basically, they just killed their content division.
They put everything on the line for this, and then intentionally made it shitty. They had Tolkien scholars who were working on it that were like, could you not? Like, this is not correct, and they just fired them.
Really?
Yeah, you didn't know about that? They had a Tolkien scholar who was originally brought on as a consultant, and they fired him because he was disagreeing with the woke stuff.
Well, it's because the woke stuff
it wasn't
is
accurate
gay.
to Tolkien. It wasn't accurate to what Tolkien wrote, and they told him, no, bye. We actually don't care about we actually do not care about the shit we spent hundreds of millions of dollars on to have the rights to produce, which is again about 2 poems. If you guys are not aware, all they have the rights to is like 2 poems. So that's what this is all based on. That's why it's fan fiction. It is not in any way based on any of the writings of Tolkien in any serious way.
If this show fails inside, its executives could be forced to shut down Amazon Studios. The book rights alone cost $250 million.
It was there in the next line.
Get for this? Yeah. This is not a remake of Lord of the Rings or The Hobbit. This is a prequel based on the Apprentices, the realm of footnotes dumped by J.R. Tolkien at the
Appendices
end
and
of the
two
Rings
poems.
trilogy, chronicling millennia of turgid historical fantasy. That's right, the unreadable bits.
Yeah, it's based on appendices, not on the Silmarillion, which again was not supposed to be published, but not on the Silmarillion. They have appendices and 2 poems.
Well done.
Yeah.
I see. Whoever thought that was wise to buy must have been smashed out of their minds on
I guess so.
Murder, the Elvish liquor. There's no doubt we can see the budget. It casts a throbbing glow over the screen like a chest full of gold. Ultra high definition computer graphics paint ivory cities in mountain passes and conjure gigantic monsters in palaces of dark magic.
Of course, Peter Jackson's version specifically tried to limit the use of CGI. Now, one is because of the time at which it was made. The CGI was not up to the way it was not as good as it is now. It was still relatively new, but also because you can really tell when something's CGI. So he used practical effects. You know, the hobbits aren't like shrunken down post facto. It's all camera magic, which is really one of the things that made it brilliant, right?
It still stands up to today's standards.
Absolutely.
As a matter of fact, it looks better than a lot of stuff.
I think it does look better now. Like almost like now watching it and you compare it to like the modern CGI, so I was like, oh man, this looks great. This looks real. It feels real.
Yeah, the only bit that looks a bit iffy is the bit where they're running in the mines of Moria.
I agree. That probably is, and that's one of the earlier movies, and it's the one that.
Yes, that is about the only thing that looks obviously fake.
Yeah.
Is when they're running away from the Balgar of Morgoth.
But magnificent visuals are meaningless if nobody knows who the audience is meant to be. Well, we know who the audience is meant to be because they invited the influencers out to their castle.
Yes, I said fags.
My girl Galadriel. And it's impossible to guess whether the Rings of Power is meant for children or hardcore fans or for general viewers. Because it fails at them all. It's meant for woke people. It's definitely not meant for general viewers. It is definitely not meant for children. Well, it probably is meant for children, if only to indoctrinate them into some belief. It is 1000% not made for hardcore fans who hate this because they can point out why it's all wrong and BS. One fight sequence features elf princess Galadriel in an acrobatic action against an angry troll, which is ridiculous. who pops up from offstage like an adversary in a D&D game. Galadriel cartwheels and whirls her enchanted sword before dispatching a giant fiend with a bloodless blow. It's highly stylized, like a Japanese manga cartoon. I think of an anime, but that's all right. An episode later, the healer Bronwyn and her son fight an orc, and this time the violence is as brutal as anything in Game of Thrones. They stab it, spear it, run it through, hang it, and finally saw through its neck with a knife before Bronwyn, soaked in blood, displays the head as a trophy. Does this sound like Game of Thrones? Does this sound like Lord of the Rings to you? Which one does it sound like?
Lord of the Rings.
Because I know which one it sounds like to me.
Yep. Keep going.
Small children's and persons of a nervous disposition should not watch. Then the tale flies back to the Harfoots, prehistoric hobbits that wear garlands of acorns and dress in rags, as though they've escaped from a set of Wurzel Gummidge. I don't know what that is. Do you know what that is? Is this some British thing?
I do not.
I don't know what this is. It is some British thing.
You're not natives. Our apologies.
Yes. Led by Lenny Henry as... We both live in the UK, sort of, but it's like some British shit. Led by Lenny Henry as Sadok, the Harfoots talk in a garble of Jamaican, Irish, and Somerset accents. They are lovable and funny in a slapstick way. Poppy Proudfellow trips on an expedition to scrump blackberries and falls flat in a puddle. Wow, hilarious. When she lifts her muddy face to the camera, like Oliver Hardy, she sighs, enchanting. Harfootland is cute until old Mr. Brandyfoot slips and snags his leg with a crack that would make the cast of Casualty wince. I'm not sure what that is either. One disconnected scene, a style, follows wildly after another. A static scene in which elves journey by ship is conceived as a pre-Raphael-like painting. I have seen that scene, or parts of it. Each actor stalk still in silver armor, swords clasped to their chest, long hair rippling, eyes fixed on the horizon in pious awe. Inspired by a flock of birds, they lift their voices in a heavenly choir. There's a lot of this quasi-religious imagery. Well, there's a lot of it in the Silmarillion, but you don't have the rights to the Silmarillion. The first episode begins with, and by the way, this is like way after most of the events of the Silmarillion, in terms of the creation, the very religious aspects. And the first episode begins with a Cod Bible reading. There was a time when the world was young. There had been a sunrise, but there had not been a sunrise, but even then there was light. Again, they cannot actually talk about the Silmarillion. So do you know, for example, how the world, how Middle Earth was formed? Spoon. I know you're a big fan of Lord of the Rings, but do you know about the Silmarillion type history? It was sung into being. A heavenly song, essentially, if you want to call it that. Sung by these very, very powerful creatures, of which Gandalf is one, by the way. And who I've used in my thumbnail here for Tom Bombadil. Year gave way to year, century to century, the narrator continues. And already this reviewer was given away to laughter. Soon every fresh clunker provoked such hoots that I had to keep pausing to gather my composure. It is said that the wine of victory is sweetest for those in whose bitter trials it is fermented, says the elf Elrond to Galadriel, and I'm off again. If but a whisper of a rumor of the threat you perceive proves true, he goes on, until I'm weeping with laughter. Bronwyn and her boyfriend, Arendir, the elf, share some marvelous exchanges. I must follow the passage, he tells her, pointing to an underground cavern. You don't know what's down there, she cries. That, he replies portently, is the reason I must go. Without a shred of irony, Galadriel declares to her elf platoon, the order is given, we must march at first light. She can't have seen the wonderful skit by Steve Coogan and Rob Brydon in The Trip, where they spend a car journey wondering why warriors in terrible historical dramas always leave at first light. They never leave at 9:30ish. I mean, there's some reason for that. Bronwyn hasn't watched it either. She urges villagers to flee. Quote, if there are any of you here who want to live, we make for the Elven Tower at first light. Okay. Even when there's no dialogue, some of the acting is abysmal. Galadriel's elf patrol, caught in a snowstorm, battle their way across the screen with their arms outstretched like a troop of mimes. At least they're not talking. Most of the elf scenes are rigid, as two characters in robes take it in turns to dump mounds of exposition over each other's heads. An alliance with the dwarves would be the diplomatic achievement of the age, Celebrimbor tells Elrond. Cue a visit from a dwarf to a dwarf world. God, I can't read right now. I have to take. Actually, I probably have to take an allergy pill in a minute. I can tell my allergies are getting bad.
Yep.
Um,
You were saying?
do you want to take over for a minute while I take my pill?
Yeah.
Freaking antihistamine.
Very well. Cue a visit to Dwarf World, where Iron challenges the Prince Owen Arthur to a rock-breaking competition. That sounds like something you've seen the Karate Kid for some reason. One of them hits a rock with a hammer. Revolutionary. And then the other one hits a rock with a hammer. This goes on for some time.
Yeah, riveting.
This just sounds like people mining.
They are dwarves. They do tend to do that.
If the cast list seems a little obscure, that's intentional. Aside from Selene, the only well-known star is Peter Mullen, who plays the king of a dwarf. The king of a dwarfs?
Look, it's the Daily Mail. They don't.
It's-
They
it's
also
the
don't
dwarfs.
proofread.
It's
They
plural.
also don't proof. It's the Daily Mail. Look at what's going on the side of this screen. They also don't proofread this shit. But this person has seen it, so it's interesting to get their perspective, right?
Hold on a second, I'll just move your couch out the way for a second.
I'm not taking horse tranquilizers. I gotta take antihistamines because
Hiring an experienced and subtle
bad
actor,
allergies.
even if he is in a massive prophetic noose and filmed to appear 4 feet tall, might seem canny decision. Might seem a canny. Oh my god, the
Yeah,
writing
okay.
is so fucking bad.
it's full of errors.
Oh my lord.
It isn't. Mullen's talent simply highlights how woeful everything and everyone else is. The effect is like sticking Richard Burton into an Amdram pantomime. Burton was famously expensive, of course, Cleopatra, in which he starred with future wife Elizabeth Taylor,
Taylor.
cost 31 million, the most expensive film ever, in 1963. Think of it. The mere 31 million. That would barely buy you a pair of Lenny Henry's hairy fake feet. That's it. Not looking great. I mean, of course, if you go to, you know, if I go over here and I go to Rotten Tomatoes and type in, what's it called again? Rings of Power. No. They're also, oh my god, dude. Oh my god. When I checked this literally earlier today, it was 94. Now it's 83 from the reviewers. It has gone down nearly 10% in like 10 hours.
Good.
What's going on? Yeah, good, but that's interesting. Something. No,
Yeah.
you know that doesn't happen naturally. That means something changed.
By the way,
Somebody got a message. Somebody got a message that
Rat
Maybe not do
King,
this.
I saw that and I support the Nigerians.
Animation Limited for 750 Icelandic kroner says, back in my days, Kimbo the White Lion learned that his white ancestors were the great kangs of Egypt because they were white. Not exactly true, but sort of. In like the bullet train. the
Only white
Japanese-
people can build things.
It's like my only other thing I looked up about Rotten.
Oh no, I mean blacks can build other things.
I haven't. I do
Like
think,
prison
however, this woke
populations.
stuff is this woke stuff is starting to fail. People are getting sick of it. People don't
Because it's gay.
like it.
Literally.
Here we have HBO Max cancels Ellen DeGeneres' woke animated series aimed at preschoolers.
Why would you do this?
Have a woke series aimed at preschoolers? Did you see Big Mouth?
Mm-mm.
You know, it's like a show where people's puberty is represented, as a demon that like haunts the kids and messes with them, and it's hyper sexual. There's
You
a
mean
scene when
puberty, that things that make you an adult and makes you like physically stronger?
yeah.
Why is that bad?
There's a scene where I honestly don't know if I can. If it's on YouTube, I can play it. I can't believe I've never heard of Big Mouth. Like, oh my god.
Again, you
The
spend
one
way more
there,
time with the cultural thing than I do.
It's pretty goddamn bad. Oh shit, Ricada is live. Oh, Sargon's on with Ricada, bro. That's cool. Sorry, that might be why people left. Some people left.
Hell,
if
you
you
and I
want,
would watch that.
I know. That's why I'm like, oh shit, Medicare's live. Oh fuck. Hang on.
Jim's live right now?
Yeah, we're going back. We're just.
What's he saying?
We're stream sniping is what we're about to do here, guys. I didn't know Jim was live yet. I thought he was gonna live later. It's Jim time now.
What is he doing?
Let's find out. What? Where is he?
Oh, inform him. Gamergate 2 is officially a go.
Oh, let's go, guys. We're
It's
just
time,
stream
Brianna.
sniping.
Wu has said Gamergate 2, Sargon. It is fucking time. Lead us. Lead us into glorious battle.
I think probably everyone's
It's
stream
time
sniping
to take
Jim. I
back
wonder if
video
Ricada
games,
is. He might
Sargon.
be.
I hope you've had a fantastic month.
Oh, let's
Oh
go.
boy, what a story! What a story we have for today.
Let's go, guys.
A whole lot of
We're
things to
stream
cover.
sniping
Really,
Jim. I don't think he minds.
push some things back, cut
So
some
why you
other
not stream
things
on
out because
Wednesday?
I want to talk about
we
the
picked this
kerfuffle.
because it was a day most people
I
don't
want to talk
stream.
about
'Cause,
Kiths, and so we're going to be going over that in depth. The whole Kiwi Farms versus Keffel's internet blood war.
Oh, we're not supposed to talk about this
starring
person 'cause we got in
Joshua
trouble
Moon as
before.
anime protagonist Naruto, because he finally fucking
didn't know
came
he
out
was
and just
streaming at this
admitted
hour.
it. I love anime. He said it.
Usually he starts at
He
midnight.
fucking said
So
it.
Yeah,
I'm
that's what I'm saying. It's weird.
surprised.
That man
Or
loves
one.
anime more than I do.
So I am surprised.
And I'm glad he's finally
Our
come out
time.
of the closet. It's time.
Let's go, Chud
Lead
Bud.
by example, Josh. If you want Nick to step out and sashay around, you need to be honest with yourself. We know. You don't just love Naruto. You love Boruto,
Is he
too.
still using the same mic, Furious
Right?
Dan?
That's
Oh,
the name of the
Dan,
sequel?
Of course he is.
I don't know.
You
I don't
never
watch that
change
much
off
anime,
that-
Josh.
off
You're the
that.
expert now.
Xbox Live mic.
Generous
That's part
Josh,
of the aesthetic.
anime lover.
Yeah.
Oh, chat. Are you ready for the fun?
Let's get ready for
Well,
it.
we've got some things to go through.
Okay.
Now, I
Again,
know. Over the past, I'd say,
it's because
4 or
I'm
5
I'm
months,
not logged
this is really,
in. Arden
This is
Party or
really,
anything.
we've been following the Ralph-a-maniac
If you
quite a
can't
bit,
see, this is an
as well as his friend
incognito
Nick
mode.
Fuentes.
Oh my
But,
god.
I'm more interested in Keffels.
Yeah, we all are,
I think
aren't we?
with Ralph, it's going to be waiting for his WrestleMania at the VFW or the A&W. Are they serving root beer and fucking hamburgers? I don't know what they're doing.
Root beer and hamburgers.
But it's like 8 months away. So I'll wait for the inevitable wrestling match that devolves into like a meth bust, and then we'll cover that in December. That'll be the
It's
New
gonna
Year's
be
gift.
fun.
Even Ralph
Yeah,
arrested
we're stream
and
sniping
honky
Jim
tonk
because
brawl
I
at
wasn't
local
expecting him to be live
VFW,
until like midnight
locals
or 1.
ashamed and
like for like 3 or
confused.
4 hours. So
A little bit of
we're
sadness.
not really
though, to
stream
start us
sniping. I went
off. I
back
know this is Year of the Chud. We need to keep that
20 minutes,
high
25
energy
minutes.
going. But can I get some 07s in
buds.
the chat? Can I
Yeah,
get
if
a
you
couple
guys
of
would rather
07s
go
in
to
the chat?
to
There's been a fucking
stream, absolutely
tragedy.
do.
And I think
also,
we need
Mercado's streaming
we
right
need
now
to
as well.
mourn the loss of my primary hat
We're
store.
just gonna watch.
Now,
Just
hat
to enjoy
haters out
some
there.
Jim. Just real quick, I am gonna pause real quick. We're just going. Look, I knew Jim was streaming tonight, but I wasn't expecting him to be streaming for another 2 or 3 hours.
Yeah,
So-
this is really, really early for
Because
Jim.
this is very early for him, to be fair. But if you guys are okay with it, we have some other topics for the night, but they can always be put off till later. I imagine that a lot of things that we're going to cover, Jim's going to cover. We'll offer our additional commentary, I suppose.
We could just stream
because, of course-
tomorrow. Or on Friday.
Yeah, let's watch this though. Let's watch it and enjoy it. As I always enjoy watching Jim streams, and if you guys are cool to hang out as we watch Jim stream,
Yeah, Jim's great fun.
he is fun. Let's hang out. Of course, if you guys would rather go drop him some super berries or whatever, do that as well.
Have collectivized, and they've come after my glorious fucking merchandise.
Oh no,
Uh-oh.
Rip in peace. Rip in peace, sweet
his
prince.
hats. No. Oh no, the hats. Rip. How did they come after his merchandise?
They bought all of it.
Oh, really? Holy shit. Oh, actually, hang on. I know for a fact that this shitty flute cover is copyrighted.
Really?
Yeah, because I've used it before.
What?
Whoop, fuck.
At this point.
Ignore me.
Oh, it's a grifter. Oh, it's a grifter.
All right.
You know. One minor piece. So,
All right,
I
take
don't
care.
know. He's worshiping the devil now, apparently. Like you turn your back for a minute and it's just
Take care,
nonstop
Warmick.
crazy
I mean,
shit. So,
again, like everybody wants
something
that,
about
it's
Moloch
a big night tonight.
as a devil
Clearly.
worshiper. Apparently had a fight with the people over at one of the streaming platforms, Odyssey. Decided to leak some DMs.
Uh-oh.
But in the DMs, Ralph is talking about, well, I was just thinking about worshiping the devil.
What?
That's a good...
I thought
Chandra,
he was supposed to
what
be
a good time
he
to
was a
bring that up.
Catholic.
I've been sitting over here thinking, maybe I'm going to worship the devil. Moloch, okay. Lucifer sounds like my kind of...
It sounds like
Hit
I'm
me up
pretty
with that
embarrassed
email.
about, like, being
Off
like,
the
oh,
Gmail account. All
I'm a
right.
Christian again. I think I'll go Catholic.
So
That's
he
what I
had to
was
delete the tweet.
raised with.
Didn't turn out the best.
In school, at least.
I'm not even
Not
going to
personally,
blame the
but,
Moloch guy, the devil worshiper. Not even his fault.
Furious Dan, if you want to see Sargon, he's streaming with Nick Ricada. Again, like I didn't know it was gonna be everybody on tonight. I did know Jim was gonna come on, but I didn't think Ricada was. But oh well.
Yeah,
He
we
was
can stream
probably
tomorrow, Friday
stunned.
again.
Imagine.
Yeah, do you want to
Imagine
do tomorrow?
being a demonologist. You know all these.
We watch some of Jim's video, and then we'll, or do you want to just head off? What do you want to do so we don't stream over everybody? Spoon, what do you want to do?
I think we'll be streaming tomorrow.
We'll stream tomorrow to cover up on the stuff we wanted to cover, right? Let's just watch Jim.
Creatures with red skin and horns and shit. And then
I'm gonna watch it either way.
Double stomached truffle hunting Ralph. He probably thought that was some shit from another dimension, like some Chthullian demon he's never heard of.
Oh, he does.
Trying to catch it like a fucking Pokemon.
He does look like someone that
got
eats
scared shitless. Demons aren't supposed to look like that. What the fuck is this?
Finger in his
running for cover and shit. Lose my email.
Who impregnated its butt.
So yeah, Ralph's out there worshiping Satan. There's your Ralph update.
Thanks,
I
Jim.
love the devil. I email Moloch anytime I can think. Whenever I got some trouble, genre, I was just thinking of talking to the demons.
He got beat in the face a month ago, and now his face is all fucked up.
Ralph, what are you doing?
Who is this guy? Aaron Sasina? This is Jim Mediker.
Okay.
Mr. Mediker,
there you go.
Formerly
we summed up Ralph's
Jim.
month in 2 minutes? 3 minutes?
Hilarious.
Oh, and Nick Fuentes, let's sum that up in a minute and a half.
And always fun to watch.
Latino Zoomer got arrested. It's one of the Groypers got arrested for
wait a minute, really?
Terroristic threats and having child pornography. And then other Groypers are getting arrested.
One of the
mysteriously.
Real quick, one of the Groypers, which is what Nick Fuentes fans call themselves, got arrested for having child. He already said it. CP.
What is with the attraction to children?
I don't know, man.
I don't get this. I don't know about you guys, but I kind of like women that have boobs and bums, which you don't get like on a 5-year-old. So what the fuck is wrong with people?
No shit. It's called secondary sexual characteristics that make us attracted to people. You know what I mean?
I like
secondary
boobs.
Sexual characteristics.
Am I weird?
Everybody likes boobs. Boobs, titties, and butts. Boobs is my favorite.
Boobies.
Everybody anyone who doesn't like boobs. I gotta okay, but here is the ultimate question: boobs or butts?
Boobs.
I'm more of a butt lady myself, I gotta be honest. But everybody likes boobs.
Yeah,
anyone who doesn't like boobs, what is wrong? Like, I'm saying ladies and men. Everybody likes boobs. Boobs are... who was it who said that? There's only 2 things that have never let me down in this world. The First Amendment and boobs. And I agree with that statement.
The reason why I say boobs is because butts you can always grow.
That's true. What was that? You can always grow boobs, too.
Yeah, but... if a girl has nice boobs, but she's lacking a bum, I could always get her the bum. I just have to feed her and kick her ass, which is always good fun. I can bond and make her grow a bum. Like that's good times.
It was Fox Sports Clay Travis who said to Brooke Baldwin on CNN that there's only 2 things in the world that had never let him down: the First Amendment and boobs. And have you ever seen that clip? Because then Brooke, she goes like, "What?" And she had her brain breaks that she cannot understand that a man would like boobs. It's a hilarious clip. I made a meme about it a couple years ago.
I haven't been to Walmart. That is correct. I don't live in America.
It's baked Alaska, but maybe it's baked Alaska. Maybe it's got a little bit to do with baked. I don't know. Got me thinking over here. Baked signs a plea deal.
I saw that a lot of people in the chat believing
Justice
that
Department, everybody's getting arrested.
Viewers,
Real
down
coincidental
to
timing.
70 really pick them somebody else is
well, there we go. We summed up Ralph and Nick. Let them fade into irrelevance. And we'll check back in December at the Honky Tonk Jamboree.
I didn't remember this Honky Tonk Jamboree.
Are you going to a Honky Tonk Jamboree? What the fuck happened to you, bro? You're going to a VFW Honky Tonk Jamboree. They're going to be square dancing and shit there.
Yeah, it's a VFW.
I thought you're a Chicago boy.
It's like going to be actual war veterans.
Other interesting news, Kiwi Farms has been down. We'll get to the main reason as to why that is here in just a second.
Luckily.
But I love the fact that the second Kiwi Farms goes down, people lose their shit and just start saying anything. Just anything. They'll throw anything at the wall, and it just runs wild. Apparently, Chris Chan has escaped confinement. This has been something.
Another piece of evidence as to why Kiwi Farms, despite whatever you think about it, is useful. Oh, hey, see some McFly's in the chat. Because the second that Kiwi Farms goes down, people start posting insane shit about Chris Chan breaking out of prison, of which there's no evidence for, of course.
Trending on Twitter for like a week. Everybody has a variation of the story of Chris Chan squeezing out of his fucking
There's
cell
no
house
evidence
window,
for any of this.
running down the street, avoiding law enforcement. You can't stop me. Chan's on the loose. He's got onion rings. He's treating them like fucking little gold rings from Sonic, flinging down the fucking freeway, meth out of his head. And the best part is all the news coverage on it is like, well, we don't know if this is true, but people seem to think it's true, so I guess
Yeah,
maybe.
Exactly.
I've never seen journalists say that before.
Well, that's
I saw like 3 or 4 articles.
insane
Maybe he
nightmare
did.
world we live
What do
in
you mean
now, right?
maybe he did? What kind of fucking journalist are you? Maybe Chris Chan escaped from
Well, that's journalism in 2022, isn't it now, Jim? Goddamn.
Yeah, it's all
fucking
about
prison?
narrative.
Do you want to call the USA
Oh, I saw it on Twitter, therefore.
Today fact checkers for
Damn.
that? Well, maybe. Maybe Chris Chan has escaped captivity. We're not 100% certain. Call the fucking
You know
jail.
what Chris did,
Wait,
right?
you think he's hiding at the old pickle factory?
No, he's afraid
Chris
of the
is
pickle
on the
man.
loose. Wherever could he be? Oh, the old pickle factory. They'll never find him there.
That's true. That is true. They would never look for
No,
him at the
I'm
pickle
fairly
factory.
certain Chris is still in custody.
You know what Chris is in jail for, right, Spoon?
Mm-mm.
He raped his mother.
Ah, talk about keeping it in the family.
After years of not being able to find
that's
a
some fun
boyfriend-free... After years of not being able to find a boyfriend-free girl, his father... Barb and his
You know when
father's
someone
name
says
is
the phrase, that's a face only a mother could love,
Robert.
they don't mean it literally.
Yeah. His father, Robert, died, and after a couple of years... His mom, by the way, used to be pretty chubby. Now
My
she's
mom
like
thinks I'm
stick
special.
thin. Now she's like stick thin, and she's got dementia. That's why I said raped. Because she can't consent.
Okay.
And he just... Yeah.
I'm a bad person for making fun of this?
And much as with the other person, I'm not going to use Chris's preferred pronouns, excuse me. Also, Animation Unlimited for another...
You mean it?
750 Icelandic krona says, my last super chat, Omnipolitics did not like Big Chest. Good night, sweet prince, by the way. Omnipolitics, isn't that...
Boobies.
Isn't that Destiny's Twitter?
I don't know.
No, Omniliberal. Oh, well.
And if he has somehow found his way out of captivity and he's just living the life, running down freeways and shit, please film that and put it on social
film
media.
It. Yes, please. Please
Because
film
I want to, it's like a capstone. I want to watch it. It's like, where's Waldo? Instead of where's Waldo, it's where's Weirdo. Where's Chris Chan fled to? Oh, the old pickle factory, of course.
If you don't know, Chris has a weird like hatred of pickles, and then because they look like dicks. That's why Chris is of all the troons. I guess I'm not supposed to use that word anymore. Of all the transgender people, Chris totally transitioned largely, I think, because of social pressure. We have actual politics. We have actual proof. Because the idea, guys, it's a big thing. Really, really forced him into coming out as trans. There's not enough time to get into it. There's many multi-hour-long series to explain it. But Chris has actually, I think, always throughout his life, we have to be clear, expressed some cross-dressing kind of tendencies. That's not entirely new, but he was totally pushed into being trans by the idea, guys. That is new.
Absolutely love social media. They'll just run with fucking anything. Speaking of stuff,
they will run with anything.
I think we got to talk about my boy, the Felted Phoenix, Andy Worski, had his boxing match.
Oh yeah, Worski came out.
Remember,
on top.
about 3-4 months back, Keemstar tried to set up
he got
a
fucked.
boxing match between Andy Worski and Ethan Ralph. Now, Ralph needed permission, and I wouldn't sign his permission slip. Oh, Daddy Jim, can I box the Felted Phoenix? And since I didn't give him an answer, he decided I'm not going to do it.
Yeah, right. So I didn't
Andy,
forget. He went down like 16 seconds. Yeah, I forgot.
Keemstar, which was nice of him, set Andy up with somebody else. He decided to set him up with somebody who knows how to box. Real nice, Keemstar. Andy's what you'd call a sacrifice. Andy is a human sacrifice that Keemstar set out into that ring for everybody's amusement. Can we get a round of applause for Keemstar? Keemstar let us watch a filmed murder take place at the O2 Arena.
Dude, Salt Poppy, the guy who Andy was fighting, was like legitimately in insanely good shape. And although I know that Andy was getting in shape for it, yeah, I did see it. I forgot. my brain screwed up for a second. We were going to talk about this fight anyway because we're going to talk about the Sam Hyde clip, and I will intersperse it here if Jim doesn't.
In London, Keemstar woke up one day and said, how hard could I get Andy Worski hit? Let's find out. Call up Salt Poppy.
I mean, like, if
Call
you don't
up
think that's,
Salt
if you don't
Poppy,
think that's
and let's
how
have
the
Andy
fuck
Worski get the
Keemstar
shit
thinks,
kicked out of him.
You're not familiar with Keemstar.
Do you know?
That's
I've been
absolutely how
talking
he
longer
thinks
about
shit.
Andy Worski now than Andy Worski was standing inside the fucking boxing ring. Straight facts. Straight facts. Oh, everybody, look at all the applause, Andy. And
I like
everybody's
Andy,
clapping.
So, but,
Thank you, Keemstar. What a showman. He knows how to put on a show.
I think
now,
he's
it's
taking
tragic
his lumps well.
because Andy
from what
needed
I've
the
seen.
money for the baby. Ashton! Ashton, I can hear the baby moving.
That's his co-host.
Ashton, I'm going to
PPP.
knock out Salt Poppy and we're going to build the most beautiful crib together. Oh, I can hear the baby in your tummy right now. I'm going to win the belt, Ashton.
Oh, God. Oh, man.
I think we should have known.
Yeah, at least
Things
Andy
were gonna go
actually showed
tits
up
up
in
for
Minnesota
Andy
Fats. Andy
when the
has
stream that he
consistently
did, like,
showed
directly
the
before
fuck
the
up.
boxing
He's
event
like the only one
was
who
them
consistently
getting
shows
shit-faced drunk
the fuck
and cooking.
up.
Well, could you call it cooking?
He
Eating
can
raw
certainly say
bacon.
maybe he got his
Here's
shit
Andy's.
wrecked,
Here's
but
Andy's
he's always
fight
got one
prep
over
for his fight.
Tonkasaw who couldn't show the fuck up.
Half a bottle of liquor and about half a pound of raw bacon. And then he's flying out to London to get into a boxing
Which
match
one's
with the
the
dude that knows how to throw a
dad?
punch.
I don't know.
Fucking amazing. Oh, Andy. I'm not sure who at the gym told you that, but I think they might have been fucking with you. I don't know if, half a pound of raw bacon and half a bottle of whiskey or whatever it was probably the best pregame fucking pump up
It
for
might
your
have
boxing
been.
match.
I don't know.
It might have been,
You know,
actually.
I was gonna say, like,
That
you
live
probably know
stream,
more about that
very
than I
entertaining,
do. At least
I did enjoy quite a bit.
Well, you definitely know more
It's
about
it's
that.
not
Andy,
going to help you with your coordination.
I mean, this was
For
a legitimately
sure.
big event. Like they had press conferences set up.
Oh
The
my
O2
God! Look
Arena
at
is
Sam!
really big,
Look at Sam in his
from what the
fucking Riddler
commentators
costume.
and all
It's
the
so
footage
good.
that you could see of it.
That's the Candyman.
It looked like
there
they
he
had sold
is.
quite a few seats, and I think they had said somewhere between like 30 or 40,000.
KSI and
30 or 40,000
It looks
people in
Khabib
attendance
in the
at this thing.
background.
There's Andy in the bottom right. He won't even look at the cameras. He knows Keemstar has set him up as a sacrifice. Look at him. He's got his head down, tilted.
Aw.
He doesn't want to look at anybody directly. He's like, oh my God, Keemstar's trying to get me fucking murdered.
But look at Sam Hyde over
Keemstar
here,
has set
dude.
me up to be killed.
On the
But
left,
there he is. Huge press event, sold out arena.
in his
I
fucking
mean, if you look at the
costume.
live stream numbers from their public YouTube channel right before the boxing match, right when they had Andy up there, 60,000 people watching. Just
Holy
on
fuck.
the live preview.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure how many pay-per-view buy-ins they got,
That's
but
the
30 to
preview.
40,000
not
ticket
they,
seats.
They
Probably
made
100,000
bank off
buy-ins
of
for
those.
Dazen. Is that it? Dazen?
And good for
Dazzle.
them.
I
I'm
don't know how you
enjoying this
pronounce
new
it.
era
Dazen?
of influencer
X-Series,
fighting
whatever.
matches. I'm down for it.
But, Andy's hyped. He's going to go in there.
Of course,
Now,
Hasan
I would
Piker
love to
ran
show
away
you
like a
footage
bitch.
of the boxing
He's
match,
now
but,
terrified
like,
of
everybody's getting
Candyman,
copyright
hence
struck on it.
Title of this.
So I had to come up
Part
with a
of the
creative
title of
way
the
to
story.
recreate this for you.
And the memes in the description.
Don't worry, you're not missing much.
Ric Flair.
Uh-oh.
Well, you're a big fan of wrestling.
Is my stream
yeah?
going down? I seem to be
Me?
having stream
Well,
connection
yeah, you like
issues.
wrestling,
Yeah.
right?
In the old days, yeah.
Well, I'm saying, like, you know about it. I've never been into it,
That's
so I
the-
have no real frame of reference. But you know what kayfabe is, right?
Oh no, we're back.
I
Okay.
do not.
You don't know
Things
what
getting a little
you'll
dicey there
know
for
if
a
I
second.
describe it to you.
So
It's
let me
the
recreate this for you because the copyright strikes are,
Hulk
are
Hogan.
coming
Right
in.
now, I'm
And,
going insane
well-
on the mic. I'm going to like,
I'll
and,
try
like,
to do my
freaking
best.
out
So,
and like calling somebody
Here's
out.
Andy
I'm gonna
Yeah,
fucking
praying to
kill
any
you.
god that might exist
Yeah,
in heaven
that's kayfabe.
to please
It's
spare
also
him from the brutal,
kayfabe is the
brutal
the
beating that's
whole
about to
fakeness
befall
of
him.
wrestling.
I love
And
the
by
look
that I
on.
mean
This is the look of a man that
The
knows he's being
heels
marched to his
and
death.
faces.
You don't make
the
that kind of.
rivalries.
He's
all of
already
that
got
is
his
kayfabe. It's
post-knockout
part of
face
the-
already down. He put it
How,
on.
No,
how does
right?
Andy
He's
work out
walking
and he's
in
got
there
no
looking like
definition
he's
of
been
muscle at all?
He's got some.
No, he doesn't have fucking any, Aiden. I am probably like a good 30, 40 pounds lighter than him, and I have more muscle than he
You
does.
are in better shape than him. Yeah.
Yes, but like
Yeah.
if I take off my shirt, you can see my shoulders and pecs pretty easily. And I'm actually light as shit right now.
You are in actually, now I think about it, considerably better shape than Andy in that
Yes.
sense. Yeah, Furious Dan, it says it correctly. Kayfabe is staying in character no matter what, and it's very important to the wrestling stuff.
Oh.
You have to stay in character. That all the rivalries are real. You can't break the
break
illusion.
character, yes.
Yeah, you can't break the illusion of the wrestling world.
There's
right?
very few people who have kept that
Of
consistently.
course not.
The Undertaker
Yeah.
is the king of that.
Right, exactly.
He lived his fucking character, for God's sakes.
Yeah, And so
And
Sam
he was the
Hyde says
best,
some
and anyone
stuff.
disagrees is wrong.
I'm sure that Jim's gonna get to it, but Sam Hyde said some shit in his fight, or after his fight in particular, while he is clearly playing a character. I have more clips that if we don't get to them, that Jim doesn't get to them, excuse me, where he's clearly playing a character. Overtly, he's playing an Irish boy. I'll just do it real quick because he won't. We're gonna watch Jim stuff. We're gonna get back to it.
You
But
demand
I'll show you
pics?
just.
I'm not going to take pics of myself because that's
Just look
ridiculous.
real quick. Here's some of. I don't know if Jim's gonna get to this whether or not. So I'm just do it real quick. Okay. This is some of Sam's fucking kayfabe. Oh my god! Of course I had an ad for Ireland. Well, I'm doing it. I don't know why I keep getting ads for Ireland recently. Okay.
Hyde, Sam, you're fine. I am Thompson this Saturday. How you feeling?
I can barely understand a fucking thing you said, like, what the fuck?
Okay, he's pretending to be Irish.
Jonathan Iron Man Pith is your name?
We'll go with that. We'll go with that. Right, Sam, describe yourself in 3 words for me.
Lad, you're going to have to enunciate yourself there. You sound absolutely... Well, 3 words are... Irish, sweet, and deadly.
What can we expect from you on Saturday against I Am Thompson?
Oh, on Saturday you're going to see quite a show. Not since the Cadbury Egg Factory fire of 1910 have they seen such devastation and destruction anywhere where there's candy involved. Oh, lad, you're going to see some sights, let me tell you. It'll be like cracking open a wondrous Wonka Wobbulous bar and finding a magical prize.
Are you going to win by knockout?
I think so, lad. I don't see a way around it. Unfortunately, I'll try to punch him as softly as I can. I'll try to make me fist into pillows of marshmallowy goo, but I don't think it's going to help because these cookie-encrusted crabulators, they're quite heavy.
Again, his wrestling name is
Last
the
one.
Candyman.
If you win this fight, who do you want next? Jake Paul?
Oh, if I win this fight, I'll be jumping for joy. I'll be doing backflips. I'll be doing cartwheels. I'll be doing roundabout whoopsie-doos. I'll be getting on the carousel down by the lane. I'll be going up and down the streets in my birthday suit, surrounded by Irish flags, because I'll be fighting Hasan Piker next. That's Hasan Piker, the lad over there in Los Angeles. That man who's on the streaming playing video games. He's got Grimes with him, my girlfriend Grimes. Just kidding, I wouldn't. She's not that hot. But
Grimes, by the way, the woman that Elon Musk was, I don't know if he was married, but he had a baby with. She's not that hot. He broke character for a second for the meme.
Hasan Piker, I'm coming for you, lad, and you can't avoid it. You will face me in the ring to the death, or in the streets of LA, where I'll be stalking you and obsessed with you, looking through your window. I have your IP address.
Sam, appreciate it.
Yes.
I have your IP address. Okay, the other one, of course, that we have to watch though.
He sounds like an American doing an impression of a drunken Englishman trying to do an Irish accent.
No shit, but you understand this is kayfabe. Anyone who's not brain dead knows this is kayfabe.
Jesus Christ, Irish accent's absolutely terrible. Like,
yeah, well, you live there. Here's him after the fight. After he, I think Jim
I
will
don't need
probably
to live here to do a proper Irish accent, love.
I know you don't. This is amazing though.
This is him after. This is,
and we didn't get into this because Jim went live, but which we'll get back to in a moment. But dude, like, okay, Hasan is now in hiding because of this.
Fucking pussy.
He's like, my life is in danger because of this.
Want to call out in the heavyweight division?
Oh, you know it, lad. You know that, Hasan Piker. I'm coming to kill you in Los Angeles at your house.
Or in the ring?
No, in real life. I'm going to stalk him and become obsessed with him and wear his makeup and his dresses and use his skin as a coat like the ancient Irish did.
Well, that's your winner, Sam.
Well,
God, that is
that's
obviously
your winner,
a fucking joke.
Sam Hyde. No shit, but Sam is treated super seriously because of course he's a bitch. Okay, I'm gonna wear his skin as a coat like the ancient Irish did. Wear his makeup and his dresses.
No, in his house. I'm gonna kill him. Like, dude, come on. The fact that you take it seriously means you're even more of a deluded fucking pussy.
No, he doesn't. Actually, someone told me, I think it was either on Twitter or somewhere else, and they did bring up a good point. They said, okay, no, Aiden, Hasan being a giant bitch is his kayfabe. Like, he knows, and I was like, I don't know if that's true, but it's an interesting
No, I think he
alternative
actually
argument.
is a bitch.
No, I know he's a giant bitch, but they're like, that's how he plays. I was like, oh my god, I'm so afraid. I'm so scared. Oh, I'm so scared. Oh, somebody's saying mean, violent things about me. I don't know. Oh, bro, sorry, we're just taking it aside. Jim will probably cover this later, but I want to cover it real quick while I've got this up. We're on the topic. Oh, what? Hang on. All right.
Dude, if you have...
This is Hasan's.
See
this is Hasan in response to seeing that video, right?
Mentally ill Nazi.
A mentally ill
on
Nazi.
The internet, be like, I'm going to kill Hasan Piker. Okay? I'm going to come to his house and murder him. And you go, oh, this is some information that he should probably watch. Like, he should watch and address this. Okay? Then, honestly, just don't post. And get the fuck out of the community. Just be normal, dude.
Mm-hmm. Be normal, dude. That is Hasan crying and shitting and seething.
Yes. I'm going to ban 15-month subs because some guy post-fight said some funny shit, and I have no balls.
Wrestling shit.
I have a tiny penis, and therefore I'm terrified of a guy who's clearly fucking memeing on me.
Meanwhile, I'd like to post. Let's just without context.
More moderate
watch this clip from Hasan.
Democrats, actually. No, we don't. Moderate Democrats are the reason why we're here to begin with. We need to start fucking bullying our own representatives, okay? That's it. We need to bully them to do the right thing because they're not going to do it. That's why I always joke about the gauntlet.
Remember, he's very afraid of
proletarian
violence
would probably get them to act in the...
Wait, sorry?
That's why I always joke about the gauntlet. Like, the threat of proletarian violence would probably get them to act in a certain way.
So you can joke about threats, but he can't.
But he's not joking.
Yeah.
He said the threat of proletariat violence.
But the legislation of the gauntlet, okay? Where you pick one fucking person from your state, all right? You pick one challenger, one champion, one working class champion to beat the fucking shit out of your representative on the fucking halls of the Senate, on the floor of the Senate. You beat him up, okay?
How is he allowed to say this?
What a hypocritical bitch you are, Hasan.
You actively said that someone should go and beat up your representative.
And beat up a real representative in the gauntlet.
Out of curiosity...
I'm terrified of Hasan Piker. He said violent things to me.
Out of curiosity, why do you think this would work?
Because he doesn't think it will work because he doesn't think. And by the way, just to replay a classic.
You stupid long-haired
sign in to
fucking
confirm your
gimp.
age. Hang on. I'll have to change my thingy. Give me a second. Okay, I know people also hate that I'm not in dark mode. I don't...
Who cares? We already know the clip.
Have you seen it where he talks about...
Yes, I know the clip.
Dan Crenshaw getting his eye hole fucked out? Okay.
Yeah, and he said, fuck it, we deserve 9/11, that one.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
So we know that Hasan has called for violence before. Whatever.
He's also a complete
hypocritical bitch.
Fag.
Yes, he's a hypocritical bitch.
Knocked out.
Already. This stream's already fucked. We're gonna get another fucking strike.
I can
whatever.
mentally hear what he's saying right now. This is gonna hurt so much. Ashton, how am I gonna pay for our baby? He's gonna hurt me so much.
Everyone in this particular picture looks worried.
Look at the disgust on PPP's face. He knows he's setting him in to be just destroyed. He's like, Andy, every time I rang that fucking bell on stream, it's a stress reliever, but boy, am I looking forward to watching you get your ass kicked. Now, when this match happened, I quite literally tweeted out, here we go, it's starting. And within 10 seconds, it was over. That's not even exaggeration. Salt Poppy walks over to him, does a little razzle-dazzle, a little bit of footwork, and just a 2-hit combo. And Andy folds so quickly.
Look, I've never fought anybody, so
Salt
I don't
Poppy,
know,
look at him.
but...
He's just staring at him. I love Andy.
Carnegie for Fives
there's
is
this
a
thing
champion,
animals do,
i.e.
dogs
not him.
especially, like the submissive posture.
Oof, yeah.
Where they're like, oh, you're in charge. That's what Andy's doing. Look, I want you to really look at him. His legs are up in the air and spread. His arms are up in the air. He's got his tummy exposed. He's waiting for Salt Poppy to give him tummy rubs, like a dog would.
I like Andy, so
please give me tummy rubs. I'm sorry, Master. You're in charge. Give me tummy rubs. Andy's a good boy. Andy is a good boy. Please stop hitting Andy.
Holy crap,
I won't pee on the carpet no more. I promise.
I like Andy.
Give me tummy rubs.
But
10 seconds.
It was not the best.
Well, 29 seconds,
right?
but it took Salt Poppy a few seconds to walk over. You know, And then he spent a few seconds thinking about how hard am I going to hit Andy? And then he hits Andy, and then it's over.
And Andy's a good guy. Whatever other people think about him.
If you watch him
I think
too,
he's a
like
nice guy.
he's all he. I mean, he's got his hands up and stuff. And, you know, it's basic form, but you could tell he's a little jittery. Understandable. You're in an arena with 40,000 people watching, maybe 100,000 at home. It's a lot of eyes on you. You've never boxed before. All you've done is shit talk this guy, and now he's coming for you. He's breakdancing and shit. Salt Poppy's out busting a move.
He was supposed to fight people in
He's
the
acting
past,
like it's
yeah.
he's playing Just Dance on the fucking Wii or something. As he's slipping and sliding over to Andy, and then just bam, right on his ass.
He really did knock him right the
And then
fuck out,
he dances away. A little dancing before the beatdown, a little dancing after the beatdown. Now Andy actually got up, you know, and he was like, "I'm ready to go. I'm ready to go." But the ref was like, "No, you're not." And in a video Andy put up on Twitter, of course, he was like, "Yeah, no, I wasn't ready to go. I got savagely beaten in this fucking ring."
Oh, it was not a good
No,
look,
Andy lucked out. Didn't get any broken nose or black eye or busted
all right.
cheek or dislocated jaw, nothing like that. He just got hit really hard on the button.
He didn't get
that chin shot, I think it was.
Punch
Just
in the eyes
sent him
and have
down.
his skull.
And I'm
permanently
not saying
fucked
I
like
would have done
Ralph
better.
did.
Salt Poppy would have beaten me like I owed him money. But I probably wouldn't have shit talked him ahead of time. I'd be like, listen,
you gotta
man,
do that for the kayfabe.
think
You
you're
gotta
the
shit
world's
talk
best
for the
boxer.
kayfabe. You gotta do that.
Yeah, promotion.
maybe could you
Yes.
miss a few of those punches first? You know, give me a second
Just
to
that
kind of
I've
cope
seen
before the
some of the stuff
fucking
like
freight
Salt
train or
Poppy
your
has
fist
posted
hits
about
my
like his
face.
training, and it's like unless I was super sure
Chad,
that I
should
was
we do-
gonna wreck
we do-
somebody,
let's do a
I would
poll.
not. I wouldn't have taken.
Let's
the fight,
do a poll.
You know,
Did Andy do well?
He didn't get knocked the fuck out.
10. Done. That was That was Andy's boxing career.
all right, we're gonna skip a little bit. No,
32%.
Again,
people love you, Andy. Even after getting, you got to remember, like 6 or 7 months ago, Andy
just give me a little bit
Worski
ahead
was doing
because-
video game streams, playing Super Mario like Let's Plays to 20 people watching, with no donations coming in.
Oh,
Then he
wow, we
starts
got a
doing
whole
a stream
50,
with PPP and
59 or
started making
56
money
somewhere in
and
there
started doing well.
kind of range people watching.
And then he's in a
Yay!
pay-per-view event in one of the biggest arenas
we
in
give more
London,
money.
getting paid big dollars
Who cares
and
about
being
that?
watched by probably 150,000 people in person
We're
and
just
online.
chilling out. So right now,
So,
normally
like,
we do. We will.
that's
I think
so
we'll do
fucking
another
weird to me.
stream.
Yeah,
Oh,
it's
To
how
more
think
hard
of a
is
fun.
it? Hear me
streamer
over,
that
Jim.
went from
Sorry.
20 viewers watching
I will shut
Super
up now.
Mario Let's Plays to standing in the middle of an arena in London on a pay-per-view event. That's why they call him the Phoenix. He got felted. He got knocked on his ass. But that is an accomplishment.
Deckwell, I'm also trying to be transformative.
I'm proud of our little retarded boy. I'm proud of our little retarded boy. I gotta admit, I'm stunned that he pulled that off. It's such a weird twist, a turn of events to end up in that situation. Could have been you, Ralph.
It
You
would
could have been in that
fun.
arena. You could have made however much money Andy and PPP ended up making, which I'm sure was a good amount.
He was offered, by the way. Ralph was offered like tens of thousands of dollars to be involved in this event, and of course he turned it down.
That's a lot of cocaine money.
Got a bunch of publicity.
Sure is.
Get to network with a bunch of people, but you wanted to sign a fucking permission slip. So Andy went for it. Andy grabbed for the ring. He may have fallen down, but fuck. Going from 20 viewers on a Mario Let's Play to 150,000 people at a pay-per-view event, you gotta respect that a little
Yeah,
bit.
that's crazy.
Would I have taken that punch if I were a healthier man in Andy's position? Probably. I probably would have. I probably would have gone down quicker, Andy. If it makes you feel any better, I'd have been down in 4 seconds. Of course, I would have been ducking. What is this guy doing? Can't do. Why is he shimmying across the fucking boxing ring? What is this guy doing? Acting like it's Call of Duty. I'm trying to hide in a bush and shit from Salt Poppy as I crawl my way around.
Bruh.
So there's your Andy news.
Yeah,
Andy went to fight,
Joe, I saw
so
you
he
in the
has the
chat.
money to raise their
everyone.
beautiful baby, Ashton,
Jim's
our
channel.
baby. And he got knocked on his ass. Oh. Now I am a bit sad, chat. I will say this. This was going to be like the Acer Thorn stream, right?
Oh,
That is
yeah.
what
You were
I
supposed
really
to do an
wanted to
Acer Thorn
cover.
stream today.
All
but
the
yeah.
legal stuff, the turkey stream, everything else. But the Keffels and Kiwi Farms thing is a bigger deal to me for a lot of reasons.
Yep.
So That's primarily why I'm going to be focusing on that. But before we get into that, as long as we've got some high chud energy going on.
Oh no, what's up next?
I just want to remind you, we will get to Acerthorn. More than likely next month. So that will be the next stream. But I just, a little taste of the Turkey Man, I think, is fair. Just to remind you of what is coming up and why Acerthorn is the funniest fucking person on the internet. Because this is the dude we're going to be covering.
For interventions, they could
this stuff is bizarre.
What the Senate and other political institutions in the EU.
You of course don't know who this guy is, Spoon.
What am I hearing?
Him spurging off screen. I'm having a fucking mental breakdown off screen.
I fucking love the gobbles. I love the turkey noises. They're the best.
Yeah. This is the guy that Jim is about to make a stream on, Sleepy Shadow.
Soak it in, chat. Just drink it in. This is Acerthorn in his purest form.
Is it the bowl of gravy guy? It might be. I don't know a whole lot about Acerthorn, to be honest. Gobble, 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 gobble. Dude, he does sound like a fucking turkey, doesn't he?
Oh my god, I love that clip. That's a 1.5 minute clip. I'm sorry, a 2-minute clip from an 1.5 hour live stream. Acerthorn is remarkable. Has filed numerous lawsuits against any YouTuber that's talked about him. In fact, the crux of what brought me into finding Acerthorn was his fight.
Am I that statistician
with YouTubers.
Aiden? Yes, I am.
False DMCA claims.
Person whose name is in Greek that I can't read.
Millions of dollars he's suing people for. Suing massive corporations, suing universities. This is a guy that had a contract with his father for how to pay rent and internet speed. And because his internet speed wasn't fast enough, he stabbed his father in the face. And then after being arrested for it, he sued his father for getting stabbed.
Spoon may be getting drunk, DP.
So the guy that eats hot dogs half naked on stream and gobbles like a turkey sued a dude because he let himself get stabbed in the face by him. That is some next level shit.
We're mostly listening to Jim. So.
That Acerthorn stream will be worth it. I promise you. But the will of the internet sometimes, it's a fickle mistress. You plan out things and they just don't go according to plan. Sometimes crazier things happen. And that's what brings us to the Keffels versus Kiwi Farm.
Really quickly, before Jim gets into this, I want to answer a question from Ardent in the chat. Every single question, why does this person deserve mockery? Okay, couple reasons. Sometimes it's just because the person's funny. In the case of Keffels, which we will be learning about again today, I'm risking the channel again just because I want to watch Jim's fucking stream. Because this person does things that are crazy and that makes them entertaining. And in Keffels' particular case, they're related to actual real-world politics. So that's why. That's why the guy who's gobbling like a turkey, that's just, Jim just likes to laugh at people on the internet. That's what he does. He laughs at people who are silly on the internet. The Keffel stuff is important and interesting for... Well, you can't know why I said it before, because that stream was taken down because COVID violation.
Kerfuffle.
Yeah,
now, I don't know how many of you paid attention to this. Maybe you've seen
yeah.
bits and pieces of it. It's been an ongoing thing that stretches back, I'd say, the real origin of it, months and months and months ago. But I will try to go through this as best I can, because I do think this is an important issue to talk about. I know, you're the chud, high energy and laughs. But this is a legitimate, important issue to talk about because
It
it
is
has
fucking important.
larger implications for things that go on
It
the
has
internet.
important implications for free speech all over the fucking
Keffels,
world, and I'm
if you're unaware,
real serious about
things
it.
have escalated, and now they're in hiding. Keffels
Yeah, and I said this on Twitter, but real quick, if you are into crypto at all, you've got even a quarter of a fucking Bitcoin to give to Josh Moon, do it. I won't say anything about my personal stuff, but I would highly suggest if you've got a penny to give, anything, $1 to give to Josh Moon to protect freedom of speech. If you got $1, you got a 1/1,000,000th of a Bitcoin. Give it to Josh Moon if you support a site that does not like me or likes anybody, because it's a gossip website. But because freedom of speech is more important than the speech that we like. That's the part that's relevant.
Somebody that made a name for themselves on social media by ratioing
A quarter of a
people
Bitcoin's
on Twitter,
$5,000. I can't
which
give
I
that
don't even
much.
think is a
I didn't
proper.
know it was that
They're
much
using it in a
money.
weird way.
Give him 1/1,000,000th
Now
of a
ratio just
Bitcoin.
means
Give
how
him
many
$1,
little,
you know what I mean?
ass slaps and
coffee.
upvotes. I got to get me my upvotes on Twitter. Apparently, that's ratioing now. Little likes, little
All right.
hearts. That's kind of how they made their name.
expectations.
But oh boy, did the drama hit over the past 2 weeks. And Keffels had to go into hiding. Not just hiding, had to flee the continent. Had to go across an ocean
Not
because of the
really.
goddamn ALOCs.
Those goddamn aliens can't stop
Keffels
posting
probably should have reached out to
of
Ralph.
where they're staying.
Could have given some
and what
pointers
they're
and tips
doing.
on how to deal with
And
those
if you're supposed to be
damn
hiding,
AHOGs.
People are trying to kill you. Maybe
Now,
you
I like to
shouldn't
call this
do.
properly. This video itself, like marking it in time chronologically on like a fucking a track, I would call this phase 1.
But then again, if you were
This is
actually
officially
afraid,
phase
you wouldn't
1.
do
Things
that.
have
Now, would you?
escalated,
You wouldn't
and
show
now I've
pictures of
gone
where
into
you're
hiding.
staying constantly, would you?
And what does phase 1 consist of? Well, I think it touches on what
I mean,
is
unless
a larger
you're
issue here.
insane,
Who is Keffels?
right?
Who is Keffels? Keffels is the same type of person you've seen 1,000 times on the internet. Grifting gets thrown out a lot.
Farms is the
about
opposite of
fucking
censorship.
everybody
That's why I
at this
support
point.
them financially.
Oh, it's a grifter. Oh, it's a grifter.
And in general.
Keffels is a grifter. A con man. A
Not
flip-flap
financially.
man
I haven't done
selling
anything.
snake oil.
Yeah.
Literally.
But, like, that's
And
why
we'll get to that
I
later
would
too.
suggest people support them financially. Is what
But
I mean.
Keffels is, it's attention whoring. There used to be terms for things like this. GOTUS. It's somebody that wants power, money, fame. And you can see, the implications and the effects of that after the
I don't know how to
phase 1 I've
into
gone into
Bitcoin
hiding
otherwise.
kicked in.
Yeah, I would just
The
if you
grift has
know
worked.
anything about
Look at the
crypto,
numbers.
because Josh has
On
a
their
bunch of ways of
GoFundMe,
supporting via crypto.
nearly
I don't understand how to input it. I need
$100,000
to,
raised.
but yeah.
Their Patreon sitting at $2,500 a month. Now, what does Keffels do? They ratio people on Twitter. That's Keffels' content that they're getting $100,000 for and are being paid monthly.
Yeah.
$2,500 for.
Just to ratio people on Twitter using
But
bots.
it's not just the money.
Allegedly.
No, it's the attention. This is a typical example during what's been going on. I got denied for verification on Twitter.
Well,
this
they're
is them
verified now.
using and leveraging their audience to try to force a social media
person who
platform
gets
to give them a little blue check
used to
mark.
get like 500.
So they have just a
before all
bit
this,
more
500
power
viewers on Twitch
that they
after
can
years of doing
use
this.
and abuse when they get into fights with people that disagree with them. And that's what
Like, we
Keffel
got a
does
good, strong,
day in and
sick
day
people
out.
watching.
Now, Keffels has stated that they've
Watch
run
this
for their life.
snipe Jim.
They've taken a fucking secret plane flight across the ocean. You're never going to find me. I've gone into hiding. I'm at some super secret military base 450 miles down in the Antarctic. But I'm still going to get on Twitter and start slap fights.
Of course.
Okay?
So that's what they do.
So, what have they gained so far from phase 1? A fucking lot of money.
$100,000.
Verification to
Canadian dollars.
piss on anybody they
like
want.
120 US.
And they are
Thousand.
the darling right now, the media darling of the press, because they're all writing articles. Now, you can see how Keffels...
By the way, the
let's
media is
start,
fickle and they
I'd
will
say closer
turn
to
on
the
you
beginning,
when they find out what
right?
you've done.
With Destiny.
Clara.
When Keffels was on Twitter, ratioing people and reporting things, this is stuff they were talking about. They were glad. This is who Keffels is. These quotes, these tweets, these are real. I just took away your primary source of income. I will continue tagging Twitter support can my followers boost this?
This person is in favor of
So
taking away
Keffels
people's
wanted to get
livelihoods,
Destiny because he had an opinion they
including
didn't
Destiny.
like. Wanted to get Destiny banned off of Twitch.
It did happen, by the way.
Banned off of Twitter.
It happened.
Have their income taken
Destiny
away.
was banned off Twitch.
Have their life get shit on. They went after his fucking wife
Yes.
when this was all going
Went after
on.
his wife.
Sound familiar? Have you noticed a theme of Year of the Chud for the last, since the beginning, all the way back to Jack Murphy? It seems to be a certain type of person. It's not even political. It's personality that want to basically deplatform, ban, censor, and just ruin anybody that disagrees with them, makes fun of them, talks about them, and they will use any means available
I'm tired of
to them
censorship.
to do
I'm
it.
so tired of it.
We had Murphy going after people because of a super chat. We had Nick going after people because he doesn't like being laughed at. We had Ralph
Fuentes,
going after people because he's an idiot. And we've got Keffels doing the same. It's the same fucking thing. These people are all the same. It's
yeah, right or
baked
left
into them.
doesn't matter. They're anti-free
It's not even a left
speech.
and right thing. It's a personality fucking
Thank you, Jim.
problem
Yes, thank
with
you.
these people.
If you're mad that I'm talking over Jim,
And this wasn't even good
I'm
enough.
doing this for
As
it's
Keffels has
transformative.
gained more followers and more money and more power and has become their, the media darling, they're still fucking angry about Destiny. This is a more recent one. Listen to this shit. This is what, just 4 days ago. They're referring to Kiwi Farms. If this site stays online, another trans person will be murdered by Joshua Moon and the users of his forum. If we can get Destiny's account clapped, there will be a chilling effect on people who are willing to show public support for Josh and his legion of sociopaths.
All right, hang on. I gotta come in here for just a
So
second. We're gonna
even
pause
months-
for a moment. Okay, Kiwi Farms has never killed anybody. This is insane. Destiny's a verified psychopath regardless of politics. Destiny's come on this channel. We didn't agree, but I actually we neither might have friends or anything with Destiny, but I'm friendly with him. He certainly didn't deserve his Twitch deplatforming. And I'm talking about people who Destiny's fan base are the ones who doxed me, by the way. Just letting you know. Kiwi Farms doesn't have many nice things to say about me because it's a gossip website where no one says anything positive about anybody in a thread. It doesn't happen. You know what I mean? That's the nature of the website. But Kiwi Farms has never killed anybody. There's going to be 3 examples they're going to bring up. Chloe Segal, I think her name is Julie Terryberry, and Near, or Bew. Near/Bew, there is no evidence is dead. They claim to have ended themselves, right? That did not happen, as far as I know. It's not past midnight in Dublin. They claim to have, but they lived in Japan, and the Japanese government releases information on the deaths of every single foreign citizen in Japan every year. Okay? There's no information that has ever been able to confirm that Bew killed himself. Okay? That has never been released. And that's the big person that Keffels and others use as an example of Kiwi Farms ending people's lives or causing them to do it to themselves, which is really because, again, they haven't killed anybody at all, but the accusation is that they have caused people to end their lives. Julie Terryberry, I believe, or Chloe Segal, I can't remember which one's which. I really can't. But one of them, I think it was Terryberry, their own partner came out and said, do not blame KF because it was other shit in their life. And again, these people had like threads that had like 2 pages on them. My page is like 100. I have like 100 pages on my thread. People, again, they don't like me. But it doesn't mean that that's because people there don't like me and say mean things about me. They shouldn't have the right to. If you don't have the right to say what you want, then what's the freaking point of free speech? The point of free speech is to say what you want, even if it's not nice, and even if it's things that other people don't like. That's the point. If you remove that, then there is no point in the First Amendment. First Amendment covers speech that you don't like.
Later, after trying to get Destiny's income taken away from him, after trying to get Destiny deplatformed, they are still fucking angry about it. And they still want to get his, quote unquote, account clapped. Want to take out Destiny.
From Twitch.
Destiny. He's really well known for being, a horrific right-wing troon hunter, isn't he? That's what, when I think of Destiny, I think neo-Nazi. That's what we all know fucking Destiny for. Oh, boy, that guy's right-wing.
I know,
But
right?
Keffels wants
Oh.
him destroyed because he didn't put up with their shit. Because Destiny wasn't going to fucking bend a knee to this bullshit.
And I would say ultimately, in a weird, warped way, Keffels is a product of Destiny. Because Destiny created Vosh, platforming him and creating his whole style of content, and Vosh created Keffels. Destiny also created Keffels. Destiny does not deserve to be castigated and destroyed for the fact that, for the things that his audience does, by the way. Okay? It's just something that I had to learn too. Long time ago. Because when this stuff is happening to you, and I understand this part, Clara, okay? I understand that when this stuff is happening to you, and I didn't get 1/10, 1 fraction of what's happening to you. But what is happening to you is because you are provoking it. Okay? You need to calm the hell down on this. And calling for other people to be censored and to be removed from platforms that ain't it, chief, okay?
Unfucking real.
Yeah, it is unreal.
So what is the origin
Also, I hope
of the current kerfuffle?
I'm assuming Josh. I'm assuming that Jim's going to cover this, but Keffels has, in the interim, doxed shown an image of Joshua Moon, the guy who runs the QB Farms, mother, and said, "Get her fired from her job." Josh has something like, I assume he still is in contact with his mother, but his mother has something to do with the freaking website.
It's a war.
And then he's complaining about being doxed and doxing at the same time. This person's a hypocrite. This is why I couldn't stop myself from talking about this person last week. Because it is political. And this, I think we are reaching a fever point, a fever pitch here. You know what I mean? And tell me if you're still there, Spoon, what do you think? That these people who are using their trans identity to do literally anything that they want to get away with breaking the law, get away with breaking, let's put it just this way. Keffels has broken literally every single freaking rule of Twitch and Twitter's TOS, and yet is still allowed to exist on these websites. Got a 3-day ban from Twitch that was lifted early. None of the rest of us would ever have that opportunity now, would we? Nope, of course not.
Between a forum on the
We're
internet
not part of a special protected class.
at Kiwi Farms and our little media darling here, Keffels. And why is this war going on? It's because they have a thread on Kiwi Farms where people talk about the dumb shit Keffels has said, where people talk about the dumb shit Keffels has done, where they talk about Keffels' past and past statements and past actions and associations, where they say mean things about Keffels.
Mm-hmm.
And Keffels has decided that Kiwi Farms must be destroyed. Joshua Connor Moon must be destroyed.
Moon.
I mean, you can see it in this fucking tweet.
Moon.
If that site stays online, another trans person will be murdered by Josh. Who the fuck is Josh Guild? I'm pretty sure the last time a trans person knocked on Josh's door, he was in the toilet taking a shit. I don't think Josh Moon has personally murdered anyone. Nor do I believe that his fucking forum has killed anyone. But we'll get into more of this as we go. So Keffels is mad this fucking forum exists. Keffels is mad there are threads talking about dumb shit Keffels does. And Keffels wants to use their growing celebrity status, social media influence, to take on anybody that would dare to question that or to run contrary to that. And the ridiculous shit that they're saying out there as this has been going on, because they're really full of themselves. I mean, they are narcissistic to a T. Keffels and their supporters are very narcissistic. They think they're untouchable, that they can get anything done. And if you've watched for the last week, you've probably seen that's not true at all. I mean, they're talking about the Kiwi Farms Air Force. Kiwi Farms, an internet forum. They believe Josh Moon has a drone swarm.
Oh my god.
There's only one person here that has a drone swarm. You're listening to him talk right now. And I don't rent my Air Force out to Kiwi. This is from Trans Salamander on Twitter. Drop Kiwi Farms because they've flown drones over our ranch to take pictures trying to get us in trouble with the cops claiming we abuse our animals.
You
and made the choice for me as to whether or not I'd make my last name public.
This is someone who runs the ranch. This person actually does abuse animals. They've had a whole bunch of animals die in their ranch that they started to be like, hey, trans people can go live out in the wilderness and be self-sufficient, except they can't because they keep killing animals because they can't take care of them. Like, whoops.
So in there, like this, you know how Ralph talks about fan fiction farms? Picture this. They believe that Josh Moon, hiding somewhere in Eastern Europe, has an it would have to be international, because it's got to go across the fucking ocean. Intercontinental. So Josh Moon has an intercontinental air force of fucking drones that he uses to hunt down trans people all across America. He's flying them over, taking pictures of their am holes against their consent. And it's just believed. Throw it up. Sure, why not? Josh Moon has a drone swarm, and he's out there troon hunting. That's fucking case closed. We don't need any validation on it. He's doing it. Amazing. Now, you could... I love, one of the funniest things about Keffels is they get super arrogant and high off their own farts, and they'll make a statement, a very grandiose one.
Oh, it's amazing.
And then, like, an hour later, the opposite happens. Here's a great fucking example. Josh Moon, you laughed at me when I said I was going to work as hard as...
Okay, by the way, this is, weird. I don't know if you've ever noticed this, Spoon. You probably haven't, because you haven't been involved in this side of the internet. It's very bizarre that people like this, who are complaining about doxing and stuff, will constantly use the other person's real name. Like, I'm not saying that you can't refer to Null as Josh Moon or whatever, but it's really bizarre, because it's the same thing of... I have noticed this. People will... ED used to call it the power word when you use someone's real name, and it's supposed to evoke them. You know, it's the true naming, right? In the D&D sense would be the terminology. It's interesting that Keffels constantly uses Josh's real name, and yet is complaining about doxing while doing it. Also, we'll eventually, as I'm sure as I'm sure that Jim will get to, posts a picture, as I mentioned, of Josh's mother and says that she should be fired.
As I could to get your heinous website offline. Now who's laughing? Yeah, Josh Moon.
I'm laughing.
Who's laughing now with your website? Oh, wait, the website's online right now? You could go to kiwifarms.net right now?
I sure can.
That website, that's still on the internet? Oh shit, Keffels, I think I know who's laughing.
I love it. Pick a Josh, too.
You probably shouldn't laugh anymore.
My favorite Final Fantasy game, and I don't give a shit. Judge me all you will.
I don't know, maybe fucking Josh is laughing, Keffels. Because every time you've threatened to take down his website, he somehow has gotten it back online in an hour. Or a day.
Yeah.
Kiwi Farms goes down every month because there are a bunch of people, Keffels, just like you, that are real big mad about it.
Big bitches.
So they spend their check every payday trying to take down Kiwi Farms. It's the new Ed. Maybe you're too much of a fucking Zoomer to remember this, but when Encyclopedia Dramatica was the big bad...
Yeah, please don't call Keffels a Zoomer. Keffels really wants to be seen as a Zoomer, when in reality, they're 27, okay? This person is not a little baby. They want to have themselves seen as a little baby. They're not. They're 5 years younger than me.
That boy on the block. And everybody...
To be fair, I also spurred out about Kiwi Farms when I was about 27. So, okay, to be fair, but I spurred out for like a week. I didn't go on a fucking crusade. And also because it takes about 10 minutes to realize that, like, wait a minute. Calm the fuck down, okay?
I had a problem with that. It was, I'm going to take down Ed. Now, they had a lot of help because half of the sysops and owners of Ed were all heroin addicts.
Yeah, that's true.
That would, not out for
Literally
a week and a half.
Didn't know where their own
or they'd steal donation money.
Yeah.
But the point is, it's not a new concept. I'm going to take down Kiwi Farms. Oh, we're just doing shit that's already been done. So there's Keffels, very angry, start their crusade against Kiwi Farms, goes into hiding because they've been swatted, claiming to have been swatted. Changed the story 3 times on how the swatting happened.
Yeah.
Did the cops come in with guns?
This is a thing, too, that Mercado went over with the person he had on last night. The claim, of course, is that we went over this in the stream that has been deleted. Was the claim is that they had a gun, an AR-15, shoved in their face by the police. The police have fully denied this claim. It depends on who you want to believe, but I do not believe anything that Keffels says because they are clearly and have proven themselves demonstrably to be a persistent liar. Okay, I'm not going to use a psychological term, but a persistent liar nonetheless. Maybe not pathological, but certainly persistent.
Did they knock on the door? Did they have a warrant? Did they not have a warrant? Did they take anything?
They did have a warrant.
Nonetheless, Keffels is fleeing the country. And in the midst of all of this, for no reason at all, because the internet loves insanity and everybody loves a good fucking drama, let's get MTG involved.
Again, this is what we talked about last week that we got.
There we go.
We got our stream
Marjorie
over.
Taylor Greene, one of our elected representatives, ends up getting swatted, and this is mind blowing because they're so dumb they believed. I'm actually, my brain is slow. It's stopping. The words "no work, no good" no more. I feel like Andy Worski. I just got hit by salt poppy, because when you read this, you'd think that maybe you don't take it as seriously as you would be led to believe. 911 received a call from the suspect, claims that he's connected to the website kiwifarms.net, stated that their username is autistic right. So they get swatted while this is going on, and then the person that swats them calls back and says, by the way, just in case you didn't know, I'm a moderator on kiwifarms.net. Hail Joshua Moon, the corn harvester. Also, I'm a mod there, and I love to sweep it up.
So you see why this is insane. This is, of course, this is the proof that it was Kiwi Farms that swatted Keffels. Someone claiming to be a admin on Kiwi Farms says that they did it. I talked about this last Wednesday, but I wasn't allowed to keep that shit up because, look, if you're a trans person, I have to be clear, you have power. You have an extreme amount of power right now. And I made some posts on Twitter about this. I guess I could read my posts, but I would be very suspicious and I would be very skeptical. Well, I'll just read what I posted. Men who wanted power over women, realizing that they can just hijack feminism, which is already cancer, to become women to electric boogaloo and have 2 times the power over women. That is the current reality. The truth is, someone who identifies as astral gender could call me every slur in the book, and Twitter has made it clear they will defend that person. Meanwhile, if any of us accidentally misgender someone, that's moral murder. And I want to let those in the trans crowd who are celebrating this current state of things know that this is temporary, as are all things. And I do feel awful for the regular, normal trans people who are going to end up being punished and lumped in with these activists inevitably. From a social science perspective, it's fascinating. From a human perspective, it's nightmarish for everyone involved. And that's how I feel about it. And don't get me wrong, that's coming, okay? Don't you think so, Spin? You don't think a reckoning is coming from these people who are abusing everything? Because I'm trans, therefore I can literally do anything. I can break. Keffels has broken again every single Twitter and Twitch TOS, and is still allowed to be on these platforms.
Yeah, that I don't see that changing anytime soon, which is shit. Because that is the one thing that should change.
We'll see. Because again, what's stopping me from identifying as trans, right?
Common sense.
No, I'm saying like just for political reasons. Why can't I just say, okay, I'm trans now? If you do anything to me, YouTube, Susan, I identify as trans. I'm trans non-binary, which means I don't have to do anything. I am trans non-binary, and if you ban me or you strike any of my streams, then you're being transphobic, Susan. Thank you. That's all you have to do. That's it. Now, we'll see. Next time I get a freaking strike, I'll just say that. Excuse me, you're silencing the voices of a trans non-binary person. How about that?
And of course, Marjorie, being the big brain person that she is, goes on and says we need to eradicate Kiwi. I don't fucking believe this is happening.
The suspect claims that he or she is connected to this website, which
We
is
went
a
on this
site
last
that
Wednesday. We went
actually
last Wednesday, but
supports cyber
that's
stalking.
been
The
removed.
suspect even gave police their username. So basically, as you pointed out, this is a suspect admitted to intending to do harm via cyber stalking. You said you fully want to, prosecute whomever did this, and I'm assuming that suspect is still at large, right?
Yes, there's an investigation underway, and there's an even investigation into whether that's really the person that did this. But isn't it concerning that such a website exists? Like, why does
No, it's not concerning. Like, again, I said this last week when we got removed, so whatever. Marjorie, it's concerning for you because you just found out about it. It's not concerning. It's a gossip website where people talk shit.
even exist?
Mhm.
That
It's
website
free
needs to be taken
speech.
down.
So this big brain politician, well, I don't know if that's really true. It's probably not, but that website's bad. We need to get rid of it. What the fuck are you talking? What are you smoking?
It's free goddamn speech.
What the fuck do you mean? That'd be like if the person had called back and instead of saying Kiwi Farms and I'm a moderator, that said something like, "This is Elon Musk.
Yeah.
This is Elon Musk from Twitter."
Thank you, Jim.
It's just like we need to get rid of Twitter right now. That Elon.
Or what if it was someone's like, "Hello, inshallah, my brothers, like this is a Muslim attack." Like the left certainly would not be on board with that of blaming all Muslims for that kind of stuff. Do you know what I mean? But all right,
Musk guy's a bad news.
There should be no business or any kind of service where you can target your enemy. That's absolutely absurd. And this is the type of lawlessness that Democrats want all over the country. You know, the Democrats are the party of defund the police, which has created crime that is going out of control all over the
This is
country.
infuriating.
But it's also failure of our government and failure of our law enforcement to not take down a website like that. Like all
because
of
it's free speech, and this is why unless she retracts all this, I'm done supporting Marjorie Taylor Greene over this. This is such a dumb statement. It's such a stupid, ignorant, dumb, just completely pants on head thing to say. Marjorie, I know that maybe you don't understand this whole internet thing, but you got to educate yourself then, because what you have just said is so completely politically and illiterate that I can't support you over this. After this, I can never support Marjorie Taylor Greene unless she makes a retractment statement of this. No, sorry.
these types of groups need to be completely eradicated.
Completely eradicated. What a dumb.
Yeah.
What a dum-dum. Let me just say it like that. Let me use my censored speech and just say what a dum-dum.
Yeah, what a dum-dum, for real.
So Kiwi Farms needs to be eradicated and removed from the internet because you got swatted by somebody obviously using a fake name.
Mhm.
And then what happens? What's the follow-up? Swatted again. Swatted.
And as I said before when talking about this, you know what? If they asked, if the police, while they were on the call, I know that it's like, oh, okay, well, things are really bad. Like this is an emergency situation. It takes 5 seconds for them to ask for and for you to retort with your social security number. Give your social security number if you're going to call in a swatting. It's the very least that can happen, and it should be. It's not a perfect solution, but it at least is a bit of a mitigant.
Twice. It's a twofer. The rep got a twofer. Marjorie got a twofer. Now, I don't know what name they gave the second time. I'm pretty sure I saw the police report. I don't know if they called back in saying it was another moderator or a completely unrelated person. Who fucking knows? Swatted twice. So here's Keffels. They start their war with Kiwi Farms. Now we get a rep that gets swatted, making the story bigger. News media is picking it up. But I wanted to focus on one aspect I've personally seen. We can talk about the stuff Keffels has said, Keffels has done, and we will get to that. But I want to show you how Keffels behaves. Because it's really interesting when somebody paints himself as a martyr or as a victim on social media or, just anywhere on the internet. And then how do they behave once they have the spotlight on them? Keffels' argument is that Kiwi Farms is terrible, that they dox people, that they swat people, that they put up information that leads to harm.
By the way, all those are
and
bannable
these
offenses.
things, these actions
Doxing's
are
fine,
bad.
but not swatting. That's against
Kiwi
the rules.
Farms is a place where these actions can happen, and it needs to be removed because it's a bad thing to have happen. So clearly, if Keffels believes all of that's terrible, well, they would never engage in anything like it,
Oh,
right?
of
They'd be
course not,
squeaky clean,
Jim.
except
They
they're not.
wouldn't. Oh, wait a minute.
Now, my good friend, Quarantined Coof,
I don't
on
know who
Twitter
that
had
would be.
a run-in with Keffels for about 2 days before they decided it wasn't working out well for them. And just some of the statements and shit that they said during that 2-day period, I think really helps to highlight that they're not they're not a martyr by any stretch of the imagination. This is Keffels.
I knew Jim would bring this up. Here it is.
You know, this is an interaction, but take a good look.
That's a picture of Josh Moon's mom.
Oh, what a cute family, Keffels says. Surely his mother will not lose her job because of her son's heinous actions and have to leave the internet.
Complains about
So
doxing.
Keffels, who cries about being doxed.
Thank you, Jim.
Keffels, who cries about family members being involved in things. Keffels, who says that's bad, and these bad things happen on QE farms, are doing those, you know, quote unquote
Exact same
bad things on Twitter instead.
Oh no, you're
But
a
that's
hypocritical
okay.
bitch.
Their
What?
justification you can see higher up. My thread is full of pictures of my entire family, and Josh encouraged it. I post one photo and did not ask people to harass them. I don't care about your cry bully bullshit.
Okay, right. You're a cry bully. Are we gonna stream tomorrow? What are you feeling, Spoon? You want to stream tomorrow to go through the? Yes, we'll stream tomorrow to go through our actual news stuff since this happened tonight. So we'll actually go through. We'll do the proper news stream tomorrow since we only got through like a little bit of it. Is that all right? So if everyone's all right with that, we're just gonna watch the rest of I think Jim's video or Jim's stream and then probably head out. But yeah, we'll do a regular proper stream. I have all the stuff set up. We'll do that tomorrow if you guys are all down for it. I have so much work to do, but it's fine.
That's interesting. Cry bully bullshit, Keffels. That's your grift. Who the fuck are you calling a cry bully? You did not ask people to harass them with your wink wink, nudge nudge. Boy, hope nobody takes a look at this picture of this dude's mom and fires her ass. That'd be tragic. Really? We're not 5 years old. This isn't, the internet is not comprised of kindergartners, Keffels. We can fucking read between the lines.
Castle's chat's full of kindergartners, and that's on purpose.
It's fairly obvious what you're doing.
Allegedly,
what the
in
intended
Minecraft.
effect here is.
I don't want to.
It's tragic when it happens to me.
The anointed.
In fact, they actually say that. You don't get to dox my mother and then cry victim when I post photos of your mother, Joshua. You started this. I wouldn't even have known about your shitty website had you not pinned my newly created thread to the homepage. Anything that happens to you is your own fault. Somebody ring a fucking bell. Keffels, is that really? Anything that happens to you is your own fault. Keffels, are you sure you want to go with that? With all the shit that's happening to you right now, anything that happens to you is your own fault. That's a mantra.
Wowie.
Is everything fair game? Is that what you're saying, Keffels?
Sounds like it is.
So, I guess I'm fucking confused.
Yeah, me
Is
too.
Kiwi Farms bad because it allows you to do shit? Because it seems you can do that exact same shit outside of Kiwi Farms. Or is doxing people's family bad? Because, again, I'm confused. You're doing it. Which is it, Keffels? Also, I love it. Quarantine Coof calls them out on misgendering Josh's mother, because they did, by the way. They said lose their job because of his sons. You know. And this is what your trans activist, your martyr, your freedom fighter said. I don't care that I misgendered Josh Moon's mother. Why am I being virtue signaled at? Are you fucking kidding me? For the last 2 years on the internet, if anybody doesn't use the proper pronoun, they get just screamed at. Just screamed at. Not using my pronouns is an assault on me. Not using my pronouns affects my mental health. Not using the proper pronouns will lead to more trans suicide. Not using the proper pronouns is a form of bullying. But here's the trans activist, the martyr themselves, Keffels, on social media in front of their entire audience saying, yeah, I don't fucking care. I don't care that I misgendered Josh Moon's mom. Who cares about pronouns? I'm in it for the money.
Okay, I want to ask you a question, Spoon, if you're still there. You around? You might have left. I'll ask you guys this then. I think this is a major problem and a miscalculation on the part of people like Keffels. By being like, no, we as trans people need to not just have equal rights, we need to have super rights over everybody else. This is going to make people despise you. You have to know this, but I know that you don't have the wherewithal to understand that this is what's going to happen. You have given yourself superior rights to everybody else. You have made it so that you have a right to not be offended now baked into some laws. That is not how reality works. You do not have the right to not be offended. And I said this on my Twitter thread that I read earlier, and I will reiterate. This is going to come down very hard, ultimately, I think, on trans people. Real trans people. I'm not saying that Keffels isn't trans, really, but trans people who are just normal and just want to live their fucking lives. This activism garbage is going to destroy them and their lives if they just want to live and be left alone. This is going to cause serious goddamn damage. And of course, Keffels could give less of a shit about that because all Keffels cares about is their own personal fucking life. Even though they claim to be a trans activist. What you are doing is going to cause serious, permanent harm to trans people. And of course, Keffels couldn't give less of a shit.
I'm in it for the money.
It's sickening. It really...
I also like how
irritates the
Keffels
fuck out of
will
me.
put out information to try to make Kiwi farms look terrible and then not give any context to it. Again, engaging in the same things they claim are being done to them. Kiwi Farms was initially created to stalk and harass an autistic trans woman. The main people they focus on usually have similar traits, being transgender and or neurodivergent.
Oh,
Again, our
hang
friend,
on one
Quarantine Coof. That's terrible. What happened to the poor...
Oh, Nick, though. Oh, you're going back down. Okay. So here's an interesting little bit about this, right? It's an interesting little bit about Kiwi Farms was designed to attack and harass a trans woman. Is that true? On paper? Unbreaded. Kind of. Chris, of course, Christine Weston Chandler, nay, Kristen Weston Chandler, was the impetus behind the creation of the Kiwi Farms. It comes out of the term quickie for CWC, Kristen Weston Chandler, wiki, which Chris could not pronounce, so he called it the Quickie Farms, which because of his mispronunciation became the Kiwi Farms. There is nobody on this planet who has done more to help Chris Chan than Joshua Connor Moon, that goddamn racist who's picking on that Keffels. No one has done more for Chris than Josh. Let's just be... anybody who knows anything about this knows that this is true. Josh tried to get Chris to find things to use his internet notoriety to make money. Josh has been a confidant for Chris for years. It was only after Chris raped his own mother that Josh actually dropped him. So if you are upset about Kiwi Farms, that they're so evil, there has been no one on this planet who has done more to protect and help Chris, even though Chris, the website was making fun of him and documenting everything he chose to put on the internet. Nobody on this planet has done more personally. When Chris's house burned down because he put his coffee maker in his bathroom, do you know who raised funds for Chris to get him necessities? It was Josh Moon. Okay, so just fuck off with this shit, Keffels. You do not... I'm not saying Josh Moon is some kind of fucking good guy, by the way. He wants to laugh at dumb people on the internet. That's what he's there to do. That's his prerogative. But he's... And I know he says that he feels uncomfortable when people call him a free speech warrior or some shit like that, so I'm not going to do that because obviously he's not. He just wants to laugh at idiots on the internet. But if you want to say that there's... point to me to one person who has done more for Christine Weston Chandler than Joshua Connor Moon. You cannot. You absolutely cannot. I already know, because I know the fucking lore. You can't. No one's done more to actually try to improve Chris's life than Josh. So fuck off. Just absolutely fuck off with that one.
Poor innocent person this forum targeted checks notes. Oh, they're in prison for raping their mother.
Yeah.
Because Keffels is talking about Christian. You know, the person we just said was on the run from the police, squeezed out of that fucking jailhouse window. That's who they're talking about. Now, Keffels wants to make you think that Christian has become a terrible person solely because Kiwi Farms exist and solely because of the trolls. I would counter that Chris was drawing nude pictures of Meghan all the way back in the day. That she was constantly talking about what a sex pest he was.
Yep.
And if you go and watch the Geno Samuel documentary, you will hear in multiple parts of that Chris talk about weird shit in regards to his mother and a sexual nature. This isn't something that Kiwi Farms cooked up. Josh Moon wasn't holding a camcorder while Chris was slamming that bar pussy, Keffels. All right, Chris took advantage of a dementia-ridden old woman who was so far gone with Alzheimer's or brain damage or whatever the fuck is going on that he raped her. Christian raped his mother.
And thank you for calling.
And you're trying to make it like, oh, what, this poor brave trans woman is being affected. Chris didn't even become trans until like 2 years ago.
Chris became trans because weirdos on the internet told him he was.
What the fuck are you talking about?
To external
You're leaving out some small details, Keffels. You know, some minor points of interest when you talk about the terrible Kiwi people. Oh, poor Christian. If only that forum didn't exist, he wouldn't have been raping dementia-ridden 80-year-old women.
Chris was being relentlessly mocked on 4chan.
They don't know what time of day it is.
Kiwi Farms existed. It was just a way to keep track of all the shenanigans. Based on the quickie, the Kiwi Farms.
Keffels didn't like that tweet, probably because, you know, nearly 10,000 likes. Oh, the ratios or some shit. I don't know. Everything's a number.
Again, how is a millennial? This is what I go.
This was their reaction to bringing up the fact that Christian raped his mother.
Like I said, Keffels likes to kind of LARP as being like a Zoomer who's like 19 years old. Keffels is 27. You lived through this shit. I mean, you are 5 years younger than me, but you're not excessively younger than me. There is no excuse for you not being able to look this shit up because you lived through it. You're not like you didn't just wake up yesterday as a little baby infant and realize how the internet works and just walk on the internet. This is completely ridiculous. It's absurdist. It's stupid.
Whether or not this is true. Who starts? What kind of fucking reply is that? What do you mean? Whether or not this is true?
Truth doesn't matter to object.
Hey, now you're being awfully mean to that rapist. Hey, everybody, wait a second. That guy's bullying a mother raper.
Chris admitted to it.
Don't bully the mother rapers out there. Whether or not this is true.
Chris is in jail because of it.
Does not mean Kiwi Farms victims driven to suicide deserved it. Christian didn't kill themselves.
In fact,
Christian raped their mother. I would be more concerned about what happens when...
In fact, Chris has not only admitted to it multiple times, Chris has said in his letters to Josh, because he used to send letters to Josh Moon, and he now sends letters to all kinds of people, that it was because he's Jesus Christ. I'm not joking, that Chris believes he's now Jesus, or the reincarnation of Jesus, and he was saving Barb's soul sexually. So he's never denied that he molested and sexually abused, and let's be honest, raped his own mother. Okay? This is the person Keffels is now defending.
Twitter support finds out about your We Was Medicare ban evading. You're already banned on YouTube. Oh, don't even.
Shit. Everybody, yeah.
You're already banned on YouTube, Patreon, and everywhere else. Keep your head down. Have you noticing a common trait? They get very sassy. Who's laughing now, Josh? Destiny's about to get clapped. You better keep your head down.
Destiny said he's going to take his own money and personally finance Kiwi
I don't give a shit about politeness.
I don't got that kind of money.
People like him, they're referring to Quarantine Coof. I don't give a shit about politeness. People like him want me dead. He wants all of us dead.
Okay.
Make sure to boost this post and let Twitter support know about his ban evasion. This is the last account
you say
he has on a public-facing platform.
If you send death threats on KF, you're banned. You get banned.
Kerfuffles, what are you doing?
You get banned instantly if you send death threats. That's how the site works. Idiot.
That guy said Chris Chan raped his mother. I don't know if it's true or not, but he wants every one of us trans people dead. Ban him. Get him out of here. He made me look stupid. That means he wants me dead. Ban him and get rid of him immediately.
He made you look stupid.
Brianna, start up the hashtag. It's Gamergate 2 time. Brianna, come here. It's Gamergate 2 time. Are you fucking kidding me? He wants us all dead.
And there's some people I've seen have bad takes on this, like Mr. Epstein.
Speaking of getting people killed, here's a real gem. If I have any Ukrainian followers here, is
This
the
is
phone number and
insane.
address for where Kiwi Farms is currently hosted. Do your thing. The
What do you
site
mean,
is
do
down,
your
but I know
thing?
Josh Boone has expressed warm sentiments to Vladimir Putin, and the site has many Putin supporters on it. I would let them know this.
Okay. Josh
where do
lived
we
in
even begin with
Ukraine
this
for a couple years, all right?
There are like 9 different directions we could approach this from. Let's start with a basic just narcissism.
Yeah.
Ukraine and Russia
Mhm.
are engaged in a fucking war right now.
Yeah.
But Keffel's so deluded and drunk off social media e-fame believes that they can interrupt a fucking war and
It's
get some
insane.
shit done.
This part's truly insane. This part's truly ridiculous. You want people who are in an active war zone to go screw with Cloudflare. And well, this is not Cloudflare. This is the host. Because, well, Josh lived in Ukraine for a while. He does not anymore, I believe. But this is insane. I hope that you all are seeing why I wanted to talk about this person last week, even though our stream got eliminated. Because this is who this person is. This is not a good person. They hate free speech. And they... Look, I've said this many times, and Mercada has said this many times. The people on Kiwi Farms do not have nice things to say about us, okay? A lot of it is lies. A lot of it is bullshit and gossip. But if you... That's free goddamn speech. It is not limited to speech you like. I will say again.
Oh, guys, could you put your guns down? Could you, Mr. Putin, Mr. Zelensky? I understand. There's some issues going on in your countries.
A little bit of a kerfuffle.
But there's a
going
guy
on
on the
here.
internet that's making fun of my am-hole, and I need it shut down. Here's their physical fucking location in Kiev. By the way, everybody associated with it loves Putin. Hope nothing bad happens to anybody. Fucking really?
You know what this is, right, guys? I mean, Jim alluded to it there, but that's what this is. This is a call, an active call for violence, a real one. Do your thing. What does "do your thing" mean in this instance? When we're talking about a country involved in an active hot war, what is "do your thing"? What does that mean? All right, I think we all know what it means. I don't have to elaborate further, but I think we can all guess.
Really? Did you think that what? You think fucking NATO's gonna jump on that? The UN's gonna do a binding resolution? Because Josh Moon's international intercontinental fucking drone fleet is taking drone pics from the air? Is that what we're believing is happening right now? Mr. Zelensky, Mr. Putin, please stop this evil Joshua Moon. Wow. It's a level of hubris and arrogance you don't really see very much anymore. It's somebody that's just so far gone. Like, here's another example. There are many examples. Here are a couple more. The lesson I learned is the only way to earn respect is through fear. Keep up the pressure, and they will march in pride parades with us. That's a doozy.
I'm a gay. You don't represent me at all, you weirdo, and stop pretending to. I don't appreciate this at all. It makes me upset. Like, this is the thing about all this modernistic stuff, right? This modern LGBTQIA plus 2 gender whatever stuff. I'm bisexual. I find women attractive. I don't want to be in any way associated with these weirdos. In any way. You don't speak for me. Don't fucking put me along with yourselves. Because whatever crazy shit people say about me, I do not. No, I don't want to be associated with you. Sorry, you're a weirdo. You're anti-free speech. You're in favor of deplatforming, doxing, swatting, all of which you've cried about yourself. No, I am against all of this. So no, you don't speak for me, and please fucking stop. I know that bisexuals are the most hated part of the LGBTQ. They want to really remove that B from it because we can pick. No, I don't get to pick who I'm attracted to. That's the thing about being gay, idiot. But apparently, because I'm married to a man, well, then I'm not. I can't have attraction towards women. I can't. The past has erased the fact that I've dated women and been with women. Cool. Fucking. Oh my god, it makes me so angry.
What are we learning about Keffels? This is just from like 3 or 4 days worth of tweets. They are fine doing everything they complain about.
Mm-hmm.
They don't have a problem with Kiwi Farms being the place to do it. Or I'm sorry, it's that Kiwi Farms allows things they don't like but want to engage in, and because they don't have the same kind of control there that they would on Twitter, that's why Kiwi Farms is bad. So they're fine with putting up family members' pictures, trying to get people fired, trying to get their income taken away, get them deplatformed, get them banned. There were more tweets. I won't put them up, but Keffels is putting up pictures of Josh's mom, arrest records, everything. And I'm not even saying that's not...
By the way, Josh's mom like has some arrest in the past that was not related to anything, and yet is pulling all this shit up. It's ridiculous, it's insane, and it is beyond all comprehension the most hypocritical shit that's even imaginable. It's so hypocritical. This person, I will use a word, a term that they are probably very familiar with. Ontologically evil. You are ontologically evil, Clara. You are ontologically fucking evil.
Not fair game. If Keffels' point had been, I'm totally fine with all this shit, there wouldn't be any issue. But Keffels has directly said that this is all terrible, that these things are terrible, you should never do them, and then he engages in them. And then makes statements about how people should live in fear, how they're going to. I'll show you. I'll show you some of the shit Kerfuffles has been saying. This one is really good. This is a follow-up to the posting pictures of Moon's mom. Everyone upset that I posted a photo of Josh Moon's mother being performative as hell. As a result of this forum targeting me and my mother has been doxxed, gotten threatening phone calls, letters sent to her house in my dead name, and emails harassing her from...
No, there's so much of the dead name stuff. It's not over the first name. It's over the last name. They've changed their last name. And their last name is what got them dead named, which is Roberts, I believe. And they're saying that which I actually think is still their legal name, their last name, not their first name. That's the part about this that's so insane.
For months. Keep crying.
So the part, there's a million parts about it that are insane.
And then they followed up with this. This is archived, by the way. They deleted a lot of this. If you have an active Kiwi Farms account, I will not only post your name publicly,
all right,
I will find your employer and forward them their post history.
So this person is, I post on Kiwi Farms very rarely, but I have. I posted my own thread. I posted a couple other threads. This person is saying they will dox me. I've already been doxed, whatever. Not my current location, but whatever. This person will come and fuck with me because I guarantee I'm on a big fucking hot list because I made a whole bunch of public statements about why I'm cool with Kiwi Farms and why I think it's free speech. And I have to say, now, guys, you don't have to agree with me here, okay? You do not have to, of course. It's your freedom to do whatever the hell you want. But even though Kiwi Farms is full of people who are mean and say horrible, wrong things, evil things about other people, okay? The reality is it's their right to say it. And it's their freedom of speech to have the right to say it. So even though I used to get way triggered about it, I have to stand by my libertarian roots, my libertarian beliefs, which is that it's their right to fucking say it. And trust me, there's not a lot of YouTubers who agree with me on this, okay? Because they all have threads. Because we all have threads. Because it's how it happens. It's how it works. And I am not calling anybody out and saying that they're wrong or they're not a good person or they don't live by their beliefs necessarily for not supporting KF. But I do kind of think that if you are somebody who portrays yourself as a libertarian on the internet, then you have to support Kiwi Farms as being a source of free speech, including speech you don't like. And for people who go against that, I'm not going to like say anything negative about you necessarily, but I think you are being hypocritical. You have to. I think you have to. That's just that's my take. You can disagree.
I have no tolerance for hate, and users of the site should feel more scared to get as bold as they do. This is a hate group. This is mask off. All right, there's no subtlety here. I mean, they're reveling in the idea of this. You know, little doxing here, little harassment there. But now they're going to get the names of everybody that posts on Kiwi Farms, which will wipe out half of YouTube.
Yeah,
Because
true.
they all get their shit from Kiwi.
This is a true point too. Also, that Jim makes. Every drama YouTuber gets all their shit from Kiwi Farms. Every single one of them does. So you're gonna wipe out the entire tea community on YouTube. But all right.
Farm, so half of YouTube's gone. They'll post their names and then forward it to. Why would you forward it to the employer? What the implication be, Keffels, of forwarding it to somebody's employer? Oh, you want to get them fired. Now imagine you're on this forum, and you've never even been in the Keffels thread. You're in the, I don't know, Chris Chan thread because you want to know.
Ontologically, it's just another word for metaphysically, Jarnegi. It's just particularly these kinds of people. Keffels comes out of the Vosh school, which means part of their tactic is to use words that people aren't generally familiar with, so that they can use jargon. It's something that we are taught not to do as as scientists in general when we are speaking public facing to the public. Keffels and Vosh et al. Are intentionally using jargon to obfuscate the truth and to make people confused by using words and language that they don't understand. I've tried very hard in my videos to, when I say something that is in academic language that's not common speak, to then reiterate what the fuck I said in common language. This person and people like them intentionally obfuscate speech using words that they know are not common parlance for that exact reason. And it's obvious why they do, because they do not want you to understand what the hell they're actually saying.
I know about the guy that raped his mother, Keffels. And here comes Keffels, and they magically get your name, I don't know how, and then forward it to your employer. Because you need to be taught a lesson.
Yeah.
What is it with people wanting to teach everybody a lesson on the internet lately? I guess I'm just a little confused as to why so many lessons need to be taught on the internet.
How cute.
Teach you a lesson. You're going to learn. You're going to learn.
Right.
Good.
Huh. Fucking cute.
Oh, my God.
Insufferable.
Oh. So this has been going on for a week. Longer if you count the initial start of it. So you got a person that desperately wants attention, power, and fame. They do it by being a reply person on anything they can. They eventually reply their way into getting attention by going after Destiny, and then start ratioing anybody they can, which is basically just banging a drum and screaming, "I'm an attention whore." They want those likes and follows. They start building that up. People start digging into them to find out who the fuck this person is. Start finding some pretty shady shit in their past. Information starts getting spread. People are looking into them. Now suddenly they're saying they're getting swatted. They've got to flee the country. And after they've fled the country, they're screeching on social media daily about how they're going to not just go after Josh Boone or Josh Boone's family, but everybody associated with this forum. They're going to dox them and get them fired. Because you need to live in fear. You need to live in fear because that's how we get you to march in pride parades.
Yeah, apparently,
this is your trans activist. How do we get people to support us? Oh, we put them in a state of fear because they have no other fucking alternative.
How fucking cute.
Really? It's really what you want to go with. That's what we're going with. Put them in a state of fear and force them to do it because they have no other choice. Just keep the pressure up.
God damn it.
Just dox them and put them in a state of fear. And, I'm a trans activist, but I don't give a shit about pronouns. Here's my donate button. Don't forget to subscribe. Hit me up on Patreon. Who cares about pronouns? Also, let's put them in a state of fear because they have no choice and they need to do what I want them to do. Oh, this is a dime a dozen bullshit that you used to see on the internet all the time. We've seen this over the last decade. This approach has been done before, Keffels. You're not unique in it. You're just really bad at it because you're flailing all over the place. Because you'll go on social media and say really stupid shit that people will screen cap and archive, and then you delete it hoping that, it just goes away, but it doesn't. Which got you into this in the first place because your fucking thread was full of statements you'd make, and then you'd kind of hush them away, kind of make it go away. No, you clearly don't have an issue with Kiwi Farms in and of itself. You have an issue with the fact you don't have power there to do the shit you do on Twitter. That's what it is. That's what you're upset about.
Absolutely.
All the things they do and say. Yeah, you don't give two fucks about that because you engage in it. You do it. You're mad because you can't throw your weight around on Kiwi Farms. That's what this is all about. It's attention whoring, grifting, and you're mad that Josh won't give you a special sticker that says Keffel's in charge. Well, I'm sorry that he's too busy watching Boruto, whatever, to give a shit, Keffels. But apparently it's not going to happen.
Smoke that cigarette, my dude. Smoke it.
Oh,
Woo.
sorry, Chad. Voice is getting a little sore there for a second. Let's take a small break, because this was phase 1. Okay, I know I'm condensing things down a bit. I am. But think of this as phase 1 of what Keffels is doing, which is making themselves look stupid. That's phase 1. Remember, phase 1 is, I've got it, things have escalated, now I'm in hiding. That's phase 1. And phase 1, again, made him a lot of fucking money. Made him a lot of money. Got him that verification they've been wanting. Got him all the press accolades they've been wanting. Oh, no, are they high on their farts right now going after anybody laughing at him? You know, Keffels didn't just threaten Josh or Kiwi Farms users. Threatened anybody that would ever say something in response to them. Wanting Destiny to get banned. Went after Nick Diorio. Went after Augie RFC. Went after Nick Rekieta. Tried to get him not just banned and deplatformed. Tried to get his legal license taken away.
Yes, this part's insane. Yep.
Why? Because Nick doesn't agree with their stupid shit. If you make a statement against Keffels, they're going to start doing their ratio thing to try to get you disappeared from the internet. So that's phase 1. But that still leaves, we've got phase 2 coming up. So before we jump into phase 2, we'll take a small break. I'll get to super chats too and stuff later on. We'll take a small break. I'm going to grab a drink. If you want a drink, grab a drink.
Go forward.
Do a little Rama Rama. Always a good song.
As good as Rama Rama is, I'm
positive message.
Skip through.
It's phase 2. Let me sum it up for you. Phase 2 was an hour-long live stream in which Keffels basically said 3 things. 1, they created a website where they could yell about Josh Moon and how terrible Kiwi Farms is and blame Kiwi Farms for the suicide of 3 people. That was the big thing. There's also a giant donate button. Can't forget that. That's part 1 of phase 2. Part 2 of phase 2 was an email campaign. They're going to email Cloudflare and complain a lot and make Cloudflare get rid of protection for Kiwi Farms. That way they can DDoS it. And I'm not even kidding you. Initially, when Keffels was talking about this, it's blatant what they're talking about. We want to get rid of, DDoS protection for Kiwi Farms so it can be taken off the internet through illegal means. That's phase 2. Part 2 of phase 2. And then part 3 of phase 2, the real, the cherry on top, is a in real life announced protest for October 18th at a Cloudflare event out in, I think, San Francisco, California. So build a website to put up all the things you want to say because you hate Josh Moon and you hate Kiwi Farms. Give out a bunch of email.
Do you want, you guys, I don't know if Jim's going to bring this up. The cherry on the top of all of this is that Keffels is telling their followers to go protest Cloudflare. Yet their own website utilizes Cloudflare DDoS protection. What an idiot.
Addresses to people that, like the janitor.
What
the janitor
a fucking
at Cloudflare,
moron.
Keffels. I mean, who are we emailing? And then the final, thing is a in real life protest. And then, saying they can't ignore us. They can't ignore us. This is the big deal. Now you can tell this was kind of cobbled together quickly. They're repeating paragraphs and spelling mistakes. Looks very Angel Fire-esque in its construction. Now you're saying, Jim, why don't you go on the website and show it to us? I'm not touching that website. Keffels has proudly declared that they've, IP logging people that use their chat feature through, Keffels.gg. So who knows what the fuck's going on with that website. But I saved you an hour, and I saved you a scroll. Now, if you want to see exactly what's on the website, you could go there. Or you could go to Keffels' thread on Kiwi Farms, because Kiwi Farms is still up, isn't it, Keffels? But this was the big thing. Now, again, I noticed something really interesting, by the way, when Keffels was doing their presentation about this, and they talked about the Josh Moon section of the website. Because Keffels decides that they're going to, what's the term? What's the term when you use somebody's name that's been changed? When you have an old legal name and you change it, what is that trans activist term? Dead name? Is that what it is, Keffels? Did you dead name Josh Moon? Because Keffels
Well, he
pulls up
sure
his
did.
name change.
Sure
He
did.
changed the name his daddy gave him.
Oh no.
I'm sure Ralph is doing fucking cartwheels
His
over
daddy
this.
gave him.
But
That
Keffels
your
pulls that up
daddy
and
gave you.
dead names Josh.
Oh wow, wait.
Which, by the way, if you've listened to
I
Keffels
should
for
know
the
this
last
part.
2 weeks, all they do is complain about being dead named. Don't.
Real quick, Kizza for £5 says, gotta go, guys. You have a good night. Take care and stay safe. And surprise movie stream Friday night. Please do all join us for that. Yes. We also, if people do not know, I know that most people have left. Not everybody. There's like still almost nearly 60 of you here to hang out with us while we stream Snipe Gym. Many minutes behind. But if you don't know, we do a movie stream every Friday. Well, excuse me, Kizza does a movie stream every Friday. So if you also want to watch a movie with us, that I try to always be there. I think I've only missed like one, maybe two. But I try to always be there. Spoon doesn't do it because he's a lamoid. He's probably asleep, to be honest. But
Wanna fucking bet?
oh, you're awake.
Yes, I'm
Finally
here.
You're finally awake. How are you feeling about all this stuff that Jim's talking about, by the way?
That they're insane.
This person is insane, right? Like, obviously.
Yeah, no, they're rules for thee and not for me.
Of course. It always
Yes.
is, isn't it? For the
Yeah.
left. It always is rules for thee, but not for me.
Yeah, because they're tyrants. And they have
yes,
no
they are
morals
tyrants.
or standards. They
Thank
just want
you.
power.
They are 100% tyrants.
This is like you. This is kind of like I disagree with Store of Mobog, where he
We
thinks
get called tyrants for being monarchists, and it's like, you don't understand what the word tyrant means, do you, homie?
yes, it's we want to hold power because if you give these fucking morons power, they
Look
will
what they
do
do.
this shit. Yes,
Look what they do.
yes. Mobog thinks that if you just wall off that thing, that they will return to normal. Like this is essentially the current apparatus is responsible for their behavior. Like it enables it, and if you take it away, they will return to normal human beings.
Yes, if you want my honest
I'm not
opinion,
sure about that,
and
to be honest.
I'm going to give you it either way, is that are there people who are legitimately transgender? Yes, absolutely there are. People who have a serious dysfunction in their brain, and we can see it using fMRI brain scan to show that transgender people have
No, they're just retards.
no, they have an issue with the way that their brain communicates with itself. Okay, we can see this in fMRI brain scans. This trender shit, let's be honest about what the hell it is that these people know that if they no hang on, I'm not actually saying that hang on, I am not saying that Keffels is not transgender, because Keffels cut their dick off. Okay, that takes, I don't think people do that on a whim.
So it's just
saying.
a guy with a mutilated penis.
Yes, it is.
Yeah,
that is true.
I mean, no wonder.
I think they certainly though. Yeah, no wonder they're pissed off. They've mutilated themselves. That's why they're so fucking angry, I would imagine. This person, however, out of their anger and desperation, their evilness that has been done upon them, has decided that the way forward for them is to do evil unto others. And I think that is unconscionable. I understand where it comes from, and I feel very bad for this person in that level. I'm sorry. I am so sorry that happened to you. I really am, Clara. Lucas, I'm very sorry that happened to you. I really am. But it doesn't mean that you should be able to go ahead and do it to other children. Do it behind their parents' backs. That's not okay. I find that very bizarre and very weird. And I do not think you should be allowed to give unlicensed drugs to children. And what you're doing is evil. Ontologically evil, by the way. Ontologically evil. I know you like that term. So it's ontologically evil. Telling children this kind of stuff. Children who you have to know, are not developed. That they need to
neither are they.
permanently. This is okay. I made a post on Mercator's video that he did with the Keffels simp who came out to defend him, which was insane. I will read it very quickly. I also read my other comment, but I will read this one. Only parts of it. The guy who was supporting Keffels, who talked to Nick last night, said that hormone blockers have been used for 200 years. That's a lie. That is not true. And that because they've been used for 200 years, that they're perfectly safe for children. By the way, find me any medicine that's been used for 200 years besides like penicillin. Not much. We certainly were not looking into hormone blockers 200 years ago. So he's either, well, I'll explain I'll read the rest of my comment. It is so demonstrably false, and it's made evident that he's either a liar or an idiot. And either way, he's completely coasting on the idea that Nick, in the response to this guy who is defending Keffel's giving children hormone blockers, actually, and again, Keffels was not giving children hormone blockers. Keffels is accused of giving children hormone replacement therapy, which means testosterone and estrogen. Now, let me ask you a question really quick here, Spoon. Can you order testosterone in the mail?
Not that I'm aware of.
It's a class 3 restricted substance.
Oh, is it?
Because it's what people used to dose with. You have to know this, yeah? You're into bodybuilding a little bit. Can people just order testosterone?
I'm into bodybuilding because I like lifting heavy shit, not
I-
because
I
like
know you do.
injecting weird shit in my body.
Well, yes. I thought maybe you might be, because you know some. You're
I'm
involved
familiar
maybe
with
in
some
it.
of the shit that they insert for like competitions, but the idea that you can just do that normally is fucking bad shit.
Yes, and that this is so. I'll continue reading my comment that I left. The fact that Nick, this idiot or liar, is coasting on the fact that Nick Rekieta is not a doctor, and thus would likely not be familiar with something like Lupron Depot, which is one of the most commonly prescribed hormone blockers. Also, a prescription. I said prescribed hormone blockers. Also, prescription or not, it is not what Keffels is in hot water for allegedly promoting to kids. Keffels instead promotes, quote, bathtub estrogen. That's from his own friend. That term, bathtub estrogen, is from his own friend who is the one supplying this stuff. His name is Bob Posting. That's the guy, he calls it bathtub estrogen. Let me be real what it is. It's shit from India and China that's off-label. That's what it is. And testosterone, the latter of which is a Schedule 3 controlled substance. But despite having strong feelings about all this, the guy that Rekieta is talking to knew nothing about that, as he knows nothing about hormone blockers. This guy brings up hormone blockers as a medicine or a treatment for something called precocious puberty. Do you know what precocious puberty is, Spin? Precocious puberty is a very rare condition where sometimes children who are like as young as 6 will start to go through puberty. It's very rare. It can be harmful, but one of the reasons, and the main reason that some of these hormones were used initially was to prevent, these hormone blockers, was to prevent young children who had this serious medical condition from developing puberty symptoms when they were 6, okay? Because that's wrong. It's an abnormality. And as I say here, unlike precocious puberty, which is an abnormality, in the case of potentially transgender children, and don't look into desistance rates if you're upset by stuff like this, it's being used to prevent a normal, necessary bodily function from occurring, outside of the cases of people with precocious puberty. Hormone blockers can create a similar hormonal profile as does menopause in women, and as such, I should say biological females, right? And as such, they can cause arthritis, brittle bones, osteoporosis, degenerative disc disease. But again, remember, it's all safe, and there's no reason why a child shouldn't be given any of these drugs except for bigotry. Also, it's all largely a moot point because Keffels is giving people Chinese bootleg estrogen, not hormone blockers. And there are 2 major uses for a hormone blocker like Lupron Depot. One of them is cancer treatment. There's 3. There's many uses, but the ones that I wrote about, like one of them is cancer treatment. But the 2 I wrote about, one is to chemically castrate pedophiles, male pedophiles specifically. Remember, this is supposedly a harmless drug that doesn't do anything. And the other is the treatment of a disease called endometriosis. I have that disease. I took Lupron Depot, the drug that is used to castrate pedophiles and given to 10-year-olds who are transgender. I was on that drug for 3 months when I was in my early 20s. I was on a very, very high dosage because it's used as a shock treatment for the disease that I have, again, endometriosis. After 3 months, I had lost so much bone density that I made one little misstep off a curb and I shattered my left metatarsal bone. And 2 of the other ones were also damaged. The far left metatarsal, that's not the pinky toe, but the toe that's in the foot that attaches to the pinky. Do you know what I mean? That's the metatarsal. The pinky is the tarsal. the bone in the foot itself is the metatarsal.
By the way, have you noticed something?
Hmm.
The stream hasn't crashed this week.
It didn't crash this week. How interesting, right?
Yeah, it's because I went to a previous version of OBS.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, because I got sick of the fucking thing crashing. Because of it crashing so fucking much. Because as soon as I started today, it crashed on startup, and I went, "You gotta be fucking kidding me! Is there an update?" And then I went to the update and went, "Oh look, there is an update," and the update was actually fucking worse.
What? Actually, hang on. When was penicillin? I thought it might have been in the 1800s. It's the 1930s. So this person's saying that hormone treatments have been around for 200 years is so incredibly. I mean, I knew he was stupid, but I didn't realize that penicillin was only fucking 70. Well, at this point, about 100 years old. That's insane. So this person's more of an idiot than I even thought initially. So speaking of my experience with the Lupron, chip off the curb, shatter my foot. After 3 months that had happened to me, I had lost so much bone density that I shattered my foot. And having taken Lupron and knowing both personally and scientifically how incredibly powerful of a drug that it is, and how serious its side effects can be, when this guy talking to Ricado or this Keffels person is being like, "Yeah, just take the drugs, just delay your puberty and then take E or T. There's no side effects, it's all fine." No, fuck you. You're either supremely stupid or you're actively evil, and there is no in between. You could be both, I suppose, but you're either stupid or evil or both, and that's the reality. And I don't know really which one's worse. We're talking about putting drugs into children that cause permanent damage to them. But that's what these people are talking about and what they are doing. And they're doing behind closed doors and saying we need to have the right to give little kids this hormone therapy. No, excuse me, you do not. I don't want to call it, look, everyone gets called a pedophile anymore. I don't know if this is an instant cancellation thing. I've been called a pedophile many times. I'm not, but whatever. In fact, I have a lot of people who have been like, who have said on Kiwi Farms, for example, in particular, that if my husband and I manage to have a child, that they will call services on us, try to get that child taken away. The website that I am defending here is a website full of people who have said that they would try to have children of mine taken away from me. But it's their free speech to do so. As long as they're just doing it on a website and they don't actually do anything, which they won't. Because I know how Kiwi Farms work. I know it can be scary when you see that shit. It's very scary to me. Even now, it's scary. Do you think it's not horrifying to me, Spoon? The idea that if Bill and I try to have a child, that it's possible some weirdo from the internet will just be like, this person's a pedophile and needs to have their child taken away? Yeah, it is. It is terrifying.
I'm scared that people will listen to that crap and not go, "Yeah, this is hyperbolic rubbish."
Yeah, it is scary. It is terrible. This is why I do this part. I do understand and I do empathize with Keffels on this little bit. But it's against the site's rules. And if you get caught doing it, you're banned forever. You're IP banned, by the way. So fuck off with this, man. Like, people are going to always talk shit about you. You cannot force people to like you, idiot. All right, let's go back into Jim. Sorry.
You dare call me my name that I was legally born with? It's actually, I don't know what Keffels goes by. Is it really Keffels? Maybe it is. I don't know. But don't you dare dead name me. Dead name.
Their name is Clara Sorrenti. Of course, their dead name is Lucas Roberts. They for whatever reason want to like LARP as an Italian. I don't quite get it, but whatever.
Name's Josh. Our trans activist, all right, doesn't care about pronouns and loves to dead name people. Are you fucking kidding me? Come on. Oh, now I know a lot of you out there are really curious. What is Josh's real name? I can't. I'm not going to dead name him.
Uh-oh.
But I'll tell you this: he was the boy that lived, bitch.
He did live. Yay.
He was the boy that lived. Keffels, what are you doing? How's Gryffindor's fucking your shit up?
Like, these people like Keffels can only understand Harry Potter references anyway, so good. Use a Harry Potter reference, Jim. Good.
Dead naming a wizard? What are you doing, Keffels? What are you doing? He lived, motherfucker. He lived. Keffels. You need to think about who you're fucking with. Abracadabra and shit. This wizard loves anime and you're fucking with the wrong person. Oh.
Oh, goddamn.
Fucking House Gryffindor. She's picked a fight with House Gryffindor.
I guess
what
so,
the
yeah.
fuck is going on the internet?
I guess so.
I love it. I absolutely love it. Keffels, you're dead naming a wizard.
Bruh.
You see this scar, bitch? I got it from an am hole when I was flying my drone storm over a ranch. I was personally on that drone, Keffels. They shot me down, but I lived, bitch. I lived. Amazing. Oh, the internet is a just magically silly place sometimes. I love it. Absolutely love it. Okay.
I do love that part too.
So this is I want you, like, when you talk about spectacular failures on the internet of just people imploding or shit going wrong. I mean, we've seen this with Ralph for like the last 6 months, right? But Keffels is like, they're really living up to that speedrunner mentality of how to embarrass yourself repeatedly over and over again. Like 4 or 5 times they've declared victory over Josh and the website, and then the website comes back up in like an hour. So now here's their big thing. They're going to protest Cloudflare.
Real quickly, I have been sent some fan art I would like you to look at and give me your opinion on. Spoon. From also Tweets Unlimited. What do you think about this one? I don't think it's accurate. Because I don't think that you're interested in me at all. We're just friends, is the whole thing. Is that we have completely... And that's why I like hanging out with you, is that we're... This is a completely non-sexual interaction. But it is inevitably going to happen. You know what I mean? Did you see the image?
Which one?
It's on the screen. You as your little cat boy self down in the corner there. Thank you, Animation Unlimited, for the art. It's very cute. But yeah, that's accurate. Spoon and I are just good pals. That actually is why we get along well. Because there's no sexual weirdness there. You know what I mean?
And we hate a lot of stupid things.
And we hate each other, obviously.
A little bit.
All right, let's continue with Jim.
They're going to do an email campaign against Cloudflare. They've got their journalist friends writing articles, Time and Bloomberg and everybody else about Cloudflare to try to create artificial.
As I said earlier, it's over. Cloudflare told them to fuck off. So,
sense that there's an organic movement that agrees with them. Well, today Cloudflare decided to respond.
Oh, here we go.
Cloudflare heard you, Keffels. Cloudflare understands. So let's go look at the response.
I had to joke animation.
That Cloudflare
put
up. Let me make sure I've got display capture up here. Hopefully this works. Here we go. We're on the... excuse me. A little bit of a sore throat.
Oh, no.
So this is Cloudflare. This is a blog. They just put it up. You can see right there. August 31st, 2022. This is today. Just hours before this stream. Matthew Prince, that's the guy, what is it, Dakota East or whatever, that she's constantly screaming at.
We got so much left of this.
Cloudflare's abuse policies and approach. This is the blog they wrote. Ready? Here we go. Wait a minute. What? Chat, what is that? I don't know what does this mean? YWNBAW? Quote us on that. For more information, hold your breath or click the link below. What? Chat? Do I have the... maybe... Is this the right... I think... Hold on a second here. Let me just double check my fucking sources here. I think I might have gone to the wrong website. I don't know what's going on. Matthew Prince is going a little bit hard there. Matthew Prince going a little bit hard. I'm not sure. Oh, I see. I see. I just needed to refresh the page. I'm sorry, Chad. Needed to refresh the page. Guess that was a technical issue. Yep. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Here's the actual. Here's the actual article. Guess they had to do some editing, maybe. That was like a placeholder for the actual article. Here we are. Cloudflare launched nearly 12 years ago, and we've grown to operate a network that spans more than 275 cities in 100 countries with millions of customers. So they're just talking about their history, talking about their abuse policies and what they've updated. Now they start to get into a little bit of things. However, as questions have arisen, we thought it made sense to describe these policies in details here. Again, going over what their take is, how they work, what services they offer, DDoS mitigation, web application firewall, access rate, rate limiting, authoritative DNS, recursive DNS, just all that shit. A basic primer in what Cloudflare does when it offers DDoS protection or when they host different products. Talking about security services, talking about avoiding abuse and power. And this is where it gets interesting. Some argue, starting right here, some argue that we should terminate these services to content we find reprehensible so that others can launch attacks to knock it offline. Remember when I told you that Keffels was blatantly telling people, it wasn't even subtle. They wanted to strip away DDoS protection so they could illegally take down a website. And here's Cloudflare basically acknowledging that's what they heard too. Some argue we should terminate the services we find reprehensible so others can launch attacks to knock it offline. That is the equivalent argument in the physical world that the fire department shouldn't respond to fires in the homes of people who do not possess sufficient moral character. Both in the physical world and online, that is a dangerous precedent and one that is over the long term most likely to disproportionately harm vulnerable and marginalized communities.
Idiotic fucking cope.
Wow, that's really weird, Keffels. It's
Sure
almost
is.
like it's almost like Cloudflare, saw you saying shit like, I don't fucking care about pronouns, and I'm a trans activist, and I want to rule people through fear and dox them, and
Let's be clear,
illegally
again,
attack websites.
Keffels, if you
And they
didn't catch
thought,
this part,
maybe that's not somebody we should listen to. Maybe fuck off. Maybe this is really a nice way for a corporation to say.
if you didn't catch that part earlier, Keffels misgendered people and then said they didn't give a shit about pronouns. Okay? This happened in the stream. Jim showed it. Because Keffels misgendered intentionally Joshua Moon's own mother and called her a he. Okay? And when called out by his own fan base, it was like, oh, well, I don't give a shit about pronouns. Pronouns don't matter. Just keep that in mind. You can't have it both ways, you fucking sociopath. You can't.
Hey, fuck yourself.
What a fucking psychopath.
Today, more than 20% of the web uses Cloudflare's security services. When considering our policies, we need to be mindful of the impact they have and precedent we set for the internet as a whole. Terminating security services for content that
Absolutely
our team
fuck
personally
you.
feels is disgusting or immoral would be the popular choice. But in the long term, such choices make it more difficult to protect content that supports oppressed or marginalized voices against
No,
attacks.
I don't give a shit. Oppressed or marginalized voices.
If you want to read between the lines a little bit. Keffels. Cloudflare's trying to put the
By the
training
way-
wheels back on your ass. They're essentially saying that useful idiots.
And good job. And let me ask you this question, Spoon. Do you think that people like this are destroying the transgender movement, such as it is? Because I think that actions like this, of being like, you're not allowed to criticize me, you're not allowed to talk about me negatively, you're not allowed to say anything about me because I'm a protected, special, super duper special class, is going to backfire fucking hard in these people's faces. And I said this before, but I reiterate, I feel really bad for regular ass trans people who just want to live their lives. And yet this is the person who is being made their representative publicly. Because I can't see this as not backfiring. What do you think, this, Spoon? I don't know.
Yeah, that's likely to happen. Because the public support is sure come on their side.
Public support's on their side, like right now, but they're trying to also teach
No, it's not.
3-year-old.
No. The
That's what I'm saying. It's
internet
turned.
wing is yes, but the overwhelming silent majority, which is difficult to see because they were silent,
Yes,
is
the worm
not
is
on
turning.
board. Yes.
Yeah, I agree that the worm is turning, and that particularly because they're also like, yeah, we also want to teach your 4-year-olds about anal sex in schools. And if you complain about it, then we want to take your children away from you and put them in, make them wards of the state. That stuff is not flying. It's not going to work anymore. And by the way, if you look into this transgender stuff, and do you know what they silence more than anything else, Spoon? Is detransitioners. You
Wonder
cannot.
why.
Or gee, why? Because people were like, and if you listen to them, both male to female and female to male, they will say, we were pressured into it socially. We were told that this would fix all of our problems. And it didn't. Because of course it didn't. Because you have some underlying fucking issue that is not going to be fixed. Now, are there people who are transgender? Yes, there are. Interestingly, the idiot who talked to Nick Recato last night said that gender dysphoria has been removed from the DSM-5. It has not been removed. It's just not cited anymore. This is like when say, I'm a geneticist. I know a whole bunch of shit I know everything about medicine. No, you don't. And don't fucking at me. I get so, not that he did, but like, oh my god, it is so goddamn frustrating, Spoon. I sometimes I fail to really, because now I'm getting a little drunk, but I fail to sometimes really illustrate how angry and irritated it makes me when people are like, trust the science. Okay, well, I'm a scientist, idiot. You're not a proper scientist because New York Times didn't say so. Fuck yourself. You have no idea how science actually works. And if you did, you wouldn't trust it blindly. That's the issue. Science is not faith. It is not religion. You should believe in whatever religion you choose to believe in, whatever it is. Do what thou willst in that way. Believe in your religion. Use it as your faith. Science is not faith. And once you start treating science as a faith, you have fucked the entire goddamn field. Absolutely fucking horrendous. Makes me fucking want to puke, dude.
Idiots such as yourself that go out and destroy things that are abhorrent, eventually become no longer useful, and then you get fucked by the power structure.
Yeah, eventually.
And Cloudflare is actually, that's basically what they're saying. They're like,
point.
hey, idiot.
Have fun.
Once you get rid of Kiwi Farms, and once all of this shit plays itself out, who do you think is going to be next? Probably fake activists, huh?
Again, Catholic's own website uses Cloudflare
they talk about
DDoS protection.
Idiot! The content. They talk about what happened in 2017 with the Daily Stormer, and in 2019 with the image board
moron.
8chan. And talk about how even after getting rid of them, they saw a dramatic increase in authoritarian regimes attempting to have us terminate security services for human rights organizations, often citing our own language as our justification back to us. Now,
wait a minute, one sec. Animation Unlimited. Why do I care so much about free speech despite being a monarchist? I'm a monarchist because I support free speech. I want an overarching system that will protect free speech. How is it working in democracy? Not great, is it, huh? It's not working out great, is it? Spoon, do you agree or disagree? I know that you agree, but like, you know, it's not, the protection of free speech is not working out really fucking great under democracy now, is it? Because things that offend people get fucking removed. Now, trust me, there's things you've said about me in particular, Animation Unlimited, not trying to call you out super, but I am a little bit, that are a little bit rude. But I would never try to restrict your right to say them, because it's your right, because it's freedom of goddamn speech. Those were the rights that our founding fathers in the United States based their system of government on. Now, if you also look into the writings of the founders, they did not think that democracy, that's why they made it a democratic republic, but they did not think democracy was a good system. We don't... If you think that the United States is a pure democratic republic at this point, you got to also check your shit on that. That's not correct either. The reality is that we are living in more and more of an oligarchy. Okay? So, you're not going to get real free speech. Real free speech, guess what? It hurts. Because it's going to mean that people are going to say things that you don't like. And if you can't tolerate that, okay, go live off the grid. Ted Kaczynski yourself. Actually fucking base to do that. But if you can't handle the things that people are going to say about you, then you got to just get away from it, because it is their freedom of fucking speech to say whatever the hell they want about you. And I know it hurts because they say terrible shit about me every single goddamn day. It doesn't matter. You have to take a moral, ethical position. And this is my moral, ethical position, and I will not move from it. And I haven't moved from it in 5 years. I've had some wavering. That's true. I have had some wavering. But I will not move from this position. My bad. Or my good, I guess. Whatever.
Let me close that for a second. So, Cloudflare is basically saying,
I wasn't getting mad.
yeah, we've done this a couple times in the past, and then governments want us to go after different groups of citizens. So, hey, idiot, maybe shut the fuck up. Cloudflare's also saying, hey, idiot, we know what you want to do because you basically said it out loud in front of everybody. Maybe shut the fuck up. We're not going to facilitate your illegal activities.
Sorry, I didn't mean
and
to get
attacking
angry.
a website once DDoS is stripped from it.
I'm being, I think not angry, but...
So that's, congratulations. Remember, phase 2. Where are we right now? Phase 2? How long has phase 2 been going on? An hour?
Jim.
Phase 2 has been going on for how long? Where is it? Where's fucking phase 2? Phase 2,
I'm
campaign, live stream,
positioned. I have a
website,
position.
email
I'm
campaign,
not
protest.
being angry. Sorry if I came up as angry. My bad.
I'd say in less than the span of 24 hours, Keffel's got absolutely nuked out of the water. Just blown the fuck out. How do you get blown the fuck out that hard, Keffels? How does that happen? How do you get blown the fuck out that hard, that quick? You've been complaining for a week. You thought that all the journalist friends and the activists and former names of, niche micro e-celebs were going to be enough to bully a massive corporation into letting you run rampant over things you don't like.
Run roughshod
And you
over
got
everybody.
blown the fuck out in the span of 24 hours.
By the way, I'd like to also point this out to people.
Now, I'm sure Keffels isn't going to stop.
I'd like to point this out to people. Like, yeah, I know we got like 50 people watching. Now, we had about 100 until Jim started streaming, and I told people to leave to go watch other people. And also Ricada. And that's cool. There's way bigger streamers who are live right now. Go watch them. That's what I told people to do. That being said, Keffel's, I think, like, maximum live stream is about 1,000 people. And I have to be very clear, if I go onto my main channel and turn on live, and I don't do that for many reasons, the main reason is that if I do that, it will destroy my viewership on future videos. Mercada has proven this, that YouTube does this shit. Then I get 1,000 viewers too. Keffels has a very small platform, and yet is doing this stuff only because they are trans. And we really need to get a hold on this. This transgender stuff needs to be quashed. And by that, I do not mean hurting trans people. I mean, they are not above the rest of us. It's insane that they are currently given more fucking freedoms than everyone else on Earth. And the reason why, when you ask, well, why are trans people given all this fucking leverage? Because they'll end themselves if you don't. How is that correct? That is, to me, super scuffed. It's super fucked. Why don't we help these people instead of being like, oh, just let them go insane on the internet. Just let them go nuts. Let them say crazy stuff instead of trying to get them help. Because if you don't, then they will end themselves. How is that right? How is that fair? How is that in any way ethical? It's not. It's just nuts. That's what it is. Let's be honest.
Stop. I'm sure there are going to be more articles. I'm sure there are going to be protests. I mean, you make good money off this. We saw from the GoFundMe. We saw from the Patreon. There's a lot of money to be made in this. So I don't think they're going to stop anytime soon. But as far as phase 2 is concerned, it fizzled out.
Oh, this is
Keffels,
funny, yeah.
it was so short-lived. Andy Worski's boxing career. Andy Worski in the ring with Salt Poppy lasted longer than phase 2 of your fucking operation to drop Kiwi Farms. The felted fucking Phoenix lasted longer on his feet in the ring, and he was knocked out in 10 seconds. They dropped on your ass with an elbow from the top ring, Keffels. Dakota
less,
East,
yeah,
he's
true.
out there. He's doing a little dance right now. He's doing a little Keffels dance. Laughing about it. I bet if we went over and watched Destiny's stream right now, Dakota East is donating to Destiny. And laughing about it. It's just, he said it
Let's hope
Bitcoins
so.
to Josh. and high-fiving people in the office.
Yeah, send some bitcoins to Josh Moon, by the way. Again, I already showed this earlier, but if you got any little bit of money, send some money to Kiwi Farms.
Oh,
if you got any kind of ability to give through crypto, give some money to Josh Moon and the Kiwi Farms.
There is one more modern update.
They should be allowed to talk shit about
the United
people.
States. They went over to Europe, whatever. They got doxxed by a doorknob. I'm not kidding. Somebody, you got to remember, the internet, this is another thing. When He Will Not Divide Us happened, right? Remember Shia LaBeouf wanted to do his art project about Donald Trump? And people showed up for the first couple of exhibits, and they laughed about it and screwed with Shia, and it was fun. And Shia got really mad and started beating people up, and cops are coming. So he moved the location somewhere, and they found that one. So then he moved it again where it was just a flagpole, and the camera was pointed at the sky. You remember that? And people used the sound of airplane noises and the angle of the fucking sun to find the exact location of the flag that Shia LaBeouf had put in the wilderness. And then they used a drone to steal it. And then he had to start putting it in like art museums, and they broke in through the rooftop. Like, that's what the internet is, Keffels. That's when you put a challenge in front of people. That's when you tell them, I'm in hiding, you'll never find me.
Let's be clear.
They're going to start doing CSI shit with doorknobs.
It's when you say
so they found
things
Keffels
like,
somewhere, I think, like England or Ireland. I don't
fucking
they found them. He will not divided us, Keffels, and found them with their collective autism.
That's the thing. It's not just in general. It's because you gave them a fucking challenge. You said, you can't do this. Ha ha ha. And then you found out that's how it works. God damn it.
And now apparently being posted on 4chan. So I guess 4chan's next, right? If Kiwi Farms is terrible, 4chan must be next, because this was one of Keffel's more recent tweets right before this stream started. Yesterday I was ending the stream where I gave updates on Drop Kiwi Farms campaign. This was posted online just outside my address. Shortly afterwards, Ireland. Northern Ireland police came to the apartment.
I can't help myself. I'm sorry. I really can't help myself.
I noticed, yes.
I know, but of all the things this person could do, goes to Ireland. I'm just gonna play a little bit of a fun song.
I was born on a Dublin street where the loyal drums did beat. The loving English feet walked all over us. And every single night when me dad would come home tight, he'd invite the neighbours out with this
Let's go, chat.
Come
on, cheap black and tans.
Come out and fight me like a man. Show your wife how you won
medals down.
Flanders.
What a call out, by the way. Show your wife how you won medals down in Flanders. What a fucking call out to the Anglo.
How the IRA made you run like hell away from the green and lovely lanes of Killishandra. Come, let us hear you tell how you slandered great Parnell when you taught them well and truly persecuted. What are the sneers and jeers that you loudly let us hear when our leaders of 16 were executed? Your black and tans, come out and fight me like a man. Show your wife how you won medals down in Flanders. Tell her how the IRA made you run like hell away from the green and lovely lanes of Killishandra.
Let's go! Let's go, chat.
Tell us how you slew them old Arabs 2 by 2. Like the Zulus, they had spears of bow and arrows. Oh, bravely you faced one with your 16-pound gun, and you frightened them damn natives to the marrow. Come out, your black and tans, come out and fight me like a man. Show your wife how you won medals down in Flanders. Tell her how the IRA made you run like hell away from the green and lovely lanes of Killishandra.
All right, sorry, that was my minor Irish rebel song interlude. Let's continue.
Staying in because someone had attempted to swat me. And let me just Let me just enhance a little bit here, folks. Hold on one second. I'm gonna need to get some CSI.
Can I get in trouble for that in the UK? I don't live in the UK. They can sure fucking try. I don't live in the UK properly. I'm in a crown protectorate. I don't give a shit.
Hi, boys out here. There's something of interest in this picture that I think we need to take a look at. Let me just put that up there. There we go. Let's just zoom in on the note that the person had. Now, I don't know, chat. Can you read along with me? So, dead names. I'll protect you, Keffels, and just refer to you as Ukas. Ukas out of our community. Iwi Farms, Altroons, something sister Kiwi Farms Force, First Need, and sisters. Hail Josh the Corn Lord. But what does that bottom thing say? Ethan Gunt Ralph told me to do this. Uh-oh, chat.
Oh, no. Ethan Ralph told him.
Uh-oh, chat.
Uh-oh.
Now, I know that Ralph was all saying that police report was 100% accurate.
Oh, no. I accidentally am playing this song now. Uh-oh. Two questions, Spin. What the fuck happened to the Celts in the last 30, 40 years? I asked you about this earlier, like a couple days ago. Like, what happened? We used to be kind of based. We used to be based and be like, fuck off Anglo, and now they're all a bunch of fucking pussies. They're the most censored, cucked, leftist countries on earth. It's insane.
Yeah.
Night patrol.
Yeah, you had an argument for me on that front.
I'm gonna play the rest of the song, then we're gonna go back to it.
Oh my god, MTG's been swatted, and it's the staff at Kiwi Farms that did it. Did Ethan Ralph of the Ralph Report? Is this him? I haven't. Have you seen Ethan Ralph lately? I haven't. Did Ethan Ralph personally go to Northern Ireland and then wanted to get some credit and said, Ethan Ralph told me to do this? What is Ethan Ralph telling people to do? Shit, Nick. You already had 2 people getting arrested for connection with your group in Big Alaska. Now Ethan Ralph is directing people to...
I mean, again, like, what a fucking hilarious situation, right? You live ostensibly somewhere in Ireland. I won't ask any more questions about which part. But this person is like, Canada is extremely offensive and, restricted of trans people. So I will run away to Ireland? Excuse me? What? Jornegi for 5 says just testing. 1, 2, 3. Hey, Jornegi, thank you. I do see your chat. And thank you for the donation.
To holler at her? That's terrible. Ralph, what are you doing? There it is. I mean, that's Keffel's account.
Sneed.
What's going on, buddy? I don't know what you're doing.
Sneed.
I disavow. Let me just say this. I fully disavow, Ethan. You shouldn't be doing that. It's terrible. Absolutely
Then
fucking...
why did you post the fucking place where you're at?
Terrible. I can't believe you're doing it.
God damn it.
Think of all the trauma that poor Keffels has gone through. Ethan Ralph out there directing.
Dude, like this shit, you know what makes me fucking enraged? Like, I never posted anything like this. They did find out where I lived. I don't know how, but they did. And I got swatted. Nick Arcade's been swatted like 9 times. I think Arcade's been swatted about 4 or 5 times. Tim Pool's been swatted over 10. Okay? Now, I don't know about what Tim Pool thinks, but I know for a fact that Arcada and I are of the same mind on this, is that it's not... You can't blame Kiwi Farms for this shit. Okay? First of all, it's against their rules on the website to do it. Secondly, someone will do it no matter what. Somewhere on the internet. You cannot end people's free goddamn speech. And what they will do things that are wrong. They will do things that are bad. That's how the shit fucking works. And if you can't figure that out, then you need to get the fuck off the internet, my dude. JC for 10 says, dude, some of these people that Jim covers are somehow more insane and more incompetent than people from Hazard, Kentucky. Well, Hazard, Kentucky, we have a town in West Virginia called Hurricane, which is hurricane to use. Ewan's not from West Virginia, but yeah.
Directing shenanigans. Ralph, what are you doing? What the fuck are you doing, buddy? In fact, I think we need to do a poll. Is Ethan Ralph guilty of this?
Who knows?
Ralph does. Who would benefit the most from a false flag? Ethan Ralph would.
Gee, who would?
Look at this mastermind. I'm thinking it's a yeah.
I don't actually agree with this part. I don't think Ralph is necessarily behind this.
That note was a little bit of too much honesty. What does the chat say? How guilty is Ralph? Is Ethan Ralph guilty of this so far? 1 minute in, 92% out of the 4,300 that have voted have said yes. Guilty as sin. Send that man to jail. Oh, Ralph, you fucked up, buddy. You got caught. The chat's on to you. I'm thinking I'm gonna have to go with the majority here. Too many votes to ignore. Far too many votes to ignore. Look at the face of terror. Look at the face of terror that's hunting down Keffels internationally. Maybe it was you, Ethan Ralph. Maybe it was you. Oh, he's a fixin' to holler. Okay. Fair enough. We've had 2 minutes of votes. Let's see what the final result is. Okay.
Just real quick, Bill went to sleep, and his last words to me before going to sleep was, "South Africans aren't people." Just letting you know.
51 other votes in. Still consistent. 92% say Ralph is guilty as sin. 8% saying no. Those 8% must be confused. Clearly he's guilty as sin. But there we go. Queen
We are not people. That means I can commit mass murder and not be held to account.
True. What are you going to do?
You know, when I talked about this and said it's a larger
do that.
issue than just simply a fight between Kiwi farms and
Oh, you made a
Keffels, it
cat
is.
boy noise again.
I think anybody
Fuck off.
pretty much knows the reality of what we're dealing with online at this point, don't you? And we all experience it daily at this point. It is a very restrictive environment. If you say things that aren't considered to be what's promoted, you're deplatformed or you're banned or you're thrown off.
You're just
or
not
you're
allowed to say
demonetized.
anything negative
We
about
saw
a
that coming. I
certain
talked
group of
about
people. How about
years
that?
ago. So did a lot of other people. I mean, it was very obvious kind of the direction it was heading. Clean up the internet, commercialize it more, get rid of the elements we don't like, segregate them out, and silence them. And that's gone on now for quite some time, to the point where I bet if you wanted to go on Twitter or on Facebook or on YouTube, where we are right now, there are just things you can't say. There are opinions you can't say. And that happens to everybody.
Yeah.
I know Ralph likes to go on about, oh, Daddy Jim won't say a bad word on YouTube. How many bad words is Ralph saying on that verified Twitter account? None.
True.
Because he knows if he does, it's gone. You know, if you say certain things, you're gone. And so we exist in an internet where there are few and far between places where people can go and say what they want to say. Now, I know there's been a big argument about how are people going to defend Kiwi Farms. I'm not going to sit here and tell you Kiwi Farms is a great place. It's a shit heap. And I love it that it's a shit heap. It's a place where people go and they're mean. And they say mean shit. Kiwi Farms is a place where people go to gossip and be assholes.
Thank you.
And there aren't very many of those places left.
And that's okay. And it should be allowed. And it should be allowed for because it's free goddamn fucking speech.
They get knocked off every year. As the main social media platforms and the main video platforms get more restrictive, these secondary sites, which some are large and some are small, are getting knocked off one by one. There used to be an 8chan, doesn't exist anymore. Now they want to get rid of Kiwi Farms. Encyclopedia Dramatica, whether it's up or down, do you think that's going to last? And then what do you have left? 4chan? How long do you think 4chan is going to last? Got rid of 8chan, want to get rid of Kiwi, want to get rid of Ed. What do you think is going to happen to 4chan then? There's your anonymous image board. It's going to go. And then you will really have nowhere to go. When those large providers, whether they're an image board or a forum, are gone, the places that let you say the things you want to say, to be an asshole like you really are, like we all really are at heart, when they're gone, they're fucking gone. Yeah. There'll be small places. They'll exist fractionally.
And by the way, don't get this shit confused, Keffels, and those related to you. If you get rid of Kiwi Farms, people will just go and talk shit about you in another fucking website. Don't get this shit fucking goddamn twisted. You goddamn idiot. You stupid idiot. You don't understand. It's people will always want to talk about you. And the Streisand effect, which is a colloquialism to describe psychological reactance, will exist inherent. It is part of the human psychological goddamn fucking profile. If you can't figure that out from all of your degrees that you allegedly have, then you don't have the capacity to really speak about things on an intellectual level. I'm sorry, you don't. You're you're an undergraduate. You're a sophomore, and I don't have any real. There's nothing I can say to you because unfortunately, I went and continued my degrees, and I have spent my life trying to explain things to people to show them so that they have the ability to dunk on other dumb fucks with data, such as this Keffels person. Use the data that I provide. I provide it for a reason to dunk on them and show how stupid they fucking are.
But they won't be loud.
Oh no! Video's unavailable, are you kidding me? Oh shit, we're fucked. Okay, the video just got unavailable. Well, okay, so we can't keep watching Mediker's video. Oh wait. Yeah, we can.
Social media data in the wilderness. And then they used a drone to steal it.
Hang on.
And then he had to start putting it in like art museums, and they had. What do you think's going to happen to 4chan then? There's your anonymous image board. It's going to go. And then you will really have nowhere to go. When those large... They're going to do all sorts of shit. But that's the fucking internet. Or that's what the internet was. When people could say what the fuck they wanted to say.
We're fine, guys.
Now, Keffels wants to attribute deaths to Kiwi farms and say people were driven to suicide. I don't believe it. I outright reject it. I don't believe that's true. But let's take an example of where that could be true. Let's talk about 4chan. How many fucking times... I can't even count how many times I've seen somebody blow their fucking head off with a shotgun because of R9K. How many suicide threads do you
R9K is mostly a fucking, like, incel board, by the way.
think you've seen on 4chan? I've seen a few. How many murder threads have you seen on 4chan? I've seen a few. So if the justification to get rid of Kiwi farms is that, I guarantee you the pressure that will be mounted will be on 4chan next. I guarantee it.
Because this person's a big
They won't
bitch.
stop. They're not going to say, oh, well, we think people killed themselves because of Kiwi farms. They're going to pull up WebMs of people blowing their heads off with shotguns and say, look, that's 4chan.
God damn it.
That's R9K, that's Pol, that's B. That needs to be getting rid of. That needs to be taken down, needs to be sanitized. Can't sell a Toyota with that here. That is not an internet I fucking want. That's not an internet you should want. We shouldn't be co-signing quickened death of the last few places where you can actually just fucking talk on the internet. And that's what we're dealing with. And why are we dealing with that? Because a grifter wants to make money? I mean, there's more to it. Let's talk about some of the statements Keffels made that actually drew attention to them after people started digging into them. And I'm just going to focus on shit that's archived, right? On their Twitter. This is shit they just publicly said. But it'll give you an idea of why people are fucking fed up with this shit. So let me pull up some of these. And let's take a look. Because this is just from last year. Last year before they began their ratioing crusade on the internet. So here's the first one. From back in June, from Keffels' account. To all TERFs who might read this, I've assisted at least a dozen minors getting on hormone replacement therapy, cope, and seed.
Right?
Somebody asked, tell me how. I used to help run a youth group for trans people ages 12 to 20, and we helped them by directing them to informed consent clinics where they could start taking hormones and showed them how to use the medical system to get it covered by government health insurance if they need it. So this is kind of when Keffels is starting to talk about getting young children below the age of consent, under 18, into taking hormone replacement therapy, into transitioning. Now, they frame it initially as, it was a youth group, we sent them to government clinics, but as it goes on, it changes. The story changes. As a former trans kid who is now a trans adult, I want to say to all the young trans people who follow me, I love you, I care about you, I will fight for you, we will win. There's hope for people like us in the world. They cannot and will not keep us down. This is from March of this year. If anyone feels lonely and needs to talk to, the Discord community on Twitch is a great place. So Keffels last year is talking about how they're going to provide services and direct people to how to transition while they're underage. Now they're inviting them into the Discord to talk about it.
Mm-hmm.
But we go further. This is from
Oh,
June
dude.
of this year.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
a
here
year
we
after
go.
they said it was government clinics and informed consent. Now they're saying, I am proud to announce I'm sponsoring the Do-It-Yourself HRT directory. Healthcare is a human right and no one should be denied gender-affirming care because of anti-trans extremists in office deny trans people their rights. This directory has saved lives and will continue in the future. They follow that up with, when I was covering it on stream, a teenager from Texas in chat said when the ban on people under 18 receiving gender-affirming care happened, he used this directory to continue his medical transition. This is the path forward to help kids affected by these laws. I want you to understand what you're fucking hearing here. This is Keffels initially saying, I only provide resources from sanctioned clinics and the government to people that are under 18 for transitioning. To then saying, come visit me in my Discord to talk about what you can do. To then saying, here's a DIY approach to do it. Here's how we're going to provide care for people under the age of 18. To all the people coming to my
Holy
profile
shit.
because they are fans of...
You heard that right, Spoon? This person is trying to reach out to children. That's the problem, right?
Lives a TikTok. I'm not a teacher. You can't get me fired. I'm going to teach them, the kids who watch me on Twitch every day, and that's okay to love themselves. They are teenagers who are the courage to come out and have started transitioning because of my streams. I don't give a single shit about what you think. Call me a groomer if you want. History will absolve me.
No,
Just
it will
sponsored
not.
this. This
No,
is
it will not.
the same thing.
History will not absolve you. Holy shit.
So
Not
every
even
time
a
you call me a
little.
groomer, it makes me go harder. So you tell me.
Okay, Spoon, are you tired?
But go on.
Do you want to keep going through this?
Not really.
Yes or no? Not really. Okay. Shall we tomorrow, because Jim was streaming over us that we didn't know about,
A little bit.
do a bit more, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So I think we'll do that. Guys, go check out Jim's stream. I'm actually getting really tired. So shall we reconvene tomorrow?
Yes, say toodles and adios for now.
All right, we'll say toodles and adios for now, and we will see you guys tomorrow.
Please go watch Jim's video. This is the now I wish you could give money to Jim during the time, but here is a archive of the stream. So please check this out if you'd like to. I think we're gonna head out tonight because I'm getting too tired to even pay attention to Jim. That's not good. Anywho, we'll try to do tomorrow to go through the rest of our stream that we wanted to do. Thank you all so much for coming by. Sorry about that. And we will see you all tomorrow. All right. Okay. Love y'all.